Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. How are you guys doing? I'm gonna be warming up over here. Hello, Statro. Hello, Lady Rebecca. Today is what? Saturdays. We're gonna have a VCT watch party starting in an hour with Talon versus Gen G. And then we're gonna have DRX versus T1. So we're gonna probably get like one rank game, essentially. So we'll make it count. That's what I mean, you know? I have last night found out that I have been playing on the wrong side of my whole life. It turns out my dominant eye means I should play on the left, and it definitely has helped. So your dominant eye is the left one? Because I, for example, cannot play with a gun on the left. Like, sorry for that. There's no way I can play with the gun on the left. Where is it? First person handedness left. Yeah, bro, my brain just instantly just fucking... What the fuck? It just doesn't work for me. Yeah, holy... Oh my god, that's so much better. Hello, Kyle, and hello, Lexter. So happy you stream on YouTube too, so I can watch you on the TV at the weekends. Don't have the Twitch apparigno. Although I'll be very honest with you, I think YouTube app on the TVs is just so much better. It's just so much better. It's actually incredible. Like, the Twitch app is just laggy mess. The Twitch app always started on my TV. I'm not surprised. Wait, I actually had that problem as well. Yeah, now you reminded me. That's the entire reason why I started watching VCT on YouTube and not on Twitch, because it was stuttering. You're right. That was the entire reason why I started swapping, and then I just never came back. Hello, Katerina. Okay, I was just checking something. Sorry, I was thinking. Still didn't build up that muscle memory of crouching, like this small crouch spam, you know? It's not something that I worked on. Probably should have, but it requires a lot of muscle memory. The only way to watch it is via PS5, since it's a PS5 app. It's a PS5. You mean you mean the Twitch app? Well, I'll be honest with you. I have a Apple TV, and I had those problems on the Apple TV Twitch app. Hello, Apquisito. Hello, Rahul. So essentially, even though I was watching on a pretty powerful like computer, essentially, the Twitch I was sure struggling, you know. But fuck, I can't remember what was the last match I played. One moment, because we're playing we're playing with the worst performing character from the previous lobby. I have to check. The worst performing character from the previous lobby was a Teho. So we're playing Teho on the Icebox. What are your thoughts on the EMEA VCT situation right now? Well, it's absolutely laughable. That's what it is. I'm sorry, guys. But how is Riot not embarrassed? I mean, they probably are. They should be. The absolute bare minimum would be having 20 PCs that are better than my PC. That's essentially how low the bar is. If I can have consistent frame rates, right, with 240 hertz, with a 5 years old PC, right, then a professional studio for a tier 1 esports should have 20 of PCs that are better than mine, you know.
Reloading.
That's what it should be.
Reloading. Reloading.
It can be that hard for Riot to improve the PCs, right? I'll tell you how corporations work. Each corporation has its own budget. So, for example, it doesn't matter that Riot is a billion-dollar company, because if the European department of Riot is... Why did I buy a drone instead of a stun? If the budget doesn't allow it, they don't have the budget for it, and they will not spend it. And because the manager is not able to get more budget from the American market, from the American department, they just don't have the money. Why am I being griefed by my own neon? Can someone explain this to me? Hello?
One enemy
Are
remaining.
you seeing this?
Spike down A.
Hello, Senko. What happened VCT EMEA? I couldn't watch yesterday. Oh, so you're aware watching it. Hello, Phantom. Like, no one could watch VCT EMEA. That's the entire thing. Where's this jet? It's cool that we lost the gun already against the Nico. Very cool.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Nice shot. Cool shit losing against a Nico. Always the same stuff.
Enemy A.
Yeah, whiffed. I didn't see the server first speak. Fuck me. Good mind though. Have you retired from ranked? I don't understand the question. What's going on? Just got off watching. What is this logo? What the fuck? Oh, that's 100 Thieves, but it looks unrecognizable on the black background. Versus RNG having such a low attack round conversion and having criminal from RNG in 2 back-to-back matches. They won 0-7, 3-12 rounds on the attack on Haven. What?
Spike planted.
That is absolutely abysmal. What the fuck? That's crazy, really. Hello, Kappa. Remember to use English in channel, my friend. Thank you.
Last player standing.
Bro, looking worse than me. How much cash do we have? 106. We'll go for a sting over here. What's up, chicken? Stinging doesn't work long range. That's what I've been told.
Last player standing. Spike planted.
I made slips. Hey, got mine too. It's a game where we're gonna be running on low fumes, like low carb diet. We're gonna be going for Vandal, small shields a lot. If I hear Sova droning, I'm gonna use the rockets. Oh, dude. Wait, did I reload my gun? Did I reload my Vandal? I think I did, right? That is such a huge mistake. I should have never done that.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
What the fuck?
My ultimate's ready.
The real Vandal essentially killed me there, so that was a major mistake. That was a major mistake. Alright, let's see if they go B. If I hear John again, we're gonna do it like this.
Enemy B.
What the fuck?
One enemy remaining.
Were those smokes is kind of a sick joke or something? What the hell is going on over here? Yeah, Sova got 54 damage and we cancelled the drawn. Very good she, very good she. Predictions on the Apex games today. I think Gen G should win against Talon, and I think DRX should win against T1. I don't know where this Sova is drawing from when they come A. Oh, doesn't matter.
Enemies A. Reloading.
Spike planted.
No, don't worry, guys. Don't worry, guys. I only have 2 people over here. Hello, Speedy. Unlucky, guys. Oh, Kaio Ultimatum. Kaio Ultimatum. How do we play against a Kaio Ultimatum? If he pushes B, he should not affect me here. Okay, it's A. Hear footsteps close. What the fuck?
Spike down B.
Unlucky.
One enemy
Bro, group stage
remaining.
merchants every fucking year. They look incredible in groups. They get burned out and look mid shit in playoffs and fold every year, literally. I think C9 has a big managerial problem. The amount of times they're cutting like players that just are good, coaches are good. It's unbelievable, man.
Does anyone have funds?
Let's see if the Phoenix drops even to someone.
Reloading.
Yeah, Phoenix didn't even drop. There's one more mid.
Last
Yeah,
player
but
standing.
I knew that this jet is gonna be here. I just knew it. That's why I even looked at that direction, man.
I need a drop.
Phoenix dropped me. I wonder why. Wait, is one Teho rocket enough to destroy a killjoy turret? It should be, no?
Reloading.
Ooh.
Enemy A.
One enemy remaining.
Killjoy can be your name. Why are you making noise, you asshole?
30 seconds left.
Enemy A.
10 seconds left.
Bam 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 bam. We have 5k, we can rebuy armor. Still have the KO ultimate, by the way. What's the plan here? If they put the KO ultimate here, I'm just instantly rocketing.
One enemy remaining.
Very Gucci.
Spike spotted B.
Last round in the half.
Someone got again rockets in the face. No, but then when they cut MC, I was like, I don't understand what's going on. Like, there had to be something like completely wrong. Like, absolutely fucking. Like, I don't understand. I really don't fucking understand. How do you cut a coach like MC? I don't get it. Now, I wonder if they go back because I destroyed the killjoy turret. What the oh. Great shit.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Hello, Lodar. What the fuck is
Switching
your team
sides.
doing? I have no clue. I have absolutely no idea. I have no clue. I will use rockets for boiler and for kitchen. Like this. This should essentially destroy the alarm bot and the turret. Interesting. How is not a single one of these sentinels playing A side?
One enemy remaining.
Spike drop.
Reloading. I got the spike. Spike planted.
Trying to reposition and have better position for rockets in post plant. So wait, so they didn't have a turret on boiler. I don't know if they had a trap in kitchen. I'm not gonna use the turret, sorry, the missiles on kitchen right now because of I don't want to show it and when they have eco, you know. Any golden ghost yet? Actually no. Actually, no.
I can buy for you. My treat.
Enemy.
What the fuck is that plant?
Spike planted.
Enemy attacker spawn.
Oh, it's flanking.
Enemy spotted A.
One enemy remaining.
Should be a gun, should be a gun, should be a gun. Alright, now let's see where my team is going, and I'll adjust my missiles to appropriate direction. If we go B, I'm gonna use missiles kitchen and where's the chamber typically? Here?
Reloading. Enemy B.
My ultimate's ready.
One enemy remaining.
One tap.
My ult is ready.
The chamber. Where are you playing chamber? Where do you put the TP when you're standing here? They're putting it behind this box over here, right? This chamber's not even playing here.
Reloading. Reloading.
I guess I'll just use one missile on kitchen and one on pipes. No, I fucked it up.
A.
Unlucky.
Reloading.
Come on. Come on, man. We have two players on the side. How is the Sova there?
One enemy remaining.
I don't know how often the golden ghost happens, but it didn't happen yet to me. So it's pretty rare, I would say. Because of the neon, I can't even drone, man. Alright, this time we're gonna do it different. We're gonna do missiles on default to destroy nanoswarms and shit. Look, she's just fucking there. Uh-huh.
Spike down B.
Yeah, okay.
Last player
So, I'm
standing.
never droning again. Ever. If I have the spike. Just never.
My ult's ready.
It's so good when the clove knows where to smoke the site. That's another problem that people in rank typically have. It's like when they play clove because clove, right? That's why she has 10% pick rate. But they don't understand that because has smokes have duration of 12 seconds, she needs to be really knowledgeable about when to put the smokes because they disappear so fast, right?
Enemy spotted A.
Spike down A.
I got the spike. My ultimate is ready.
Kaya was here.
One enemy remaining.
Spike planted.
Last player
Come
standing.
on, man! Oh, thank God. But hey, got a free cape.
Reloading.
Cinco, you still in chat? If there will be like technical breaks and shit, we're gonna watch the rounds.
Someone's beat. Or spike down.
Spike down B.
Yikes. There's one more in Snowman. Fuck me, I didn't suspect he's gonna be already on my left. That was me falling apart. I thought we get EMEA tech pauses. Well, hopefully not. Hopefully not, man. Hopefully fucking not. So it's impossible to plant B because our teammates just don't understand when to smoke.
Reloading. Reloading.
My ult is ready. Spike planted.
Just a little bit more patient. How did our neon die straight up after planting? Yeah, but I fucked it up. I should have been more patient.
Punch side B. Enemy B.
Oh, that is so unfortunate.
One enemy remaining.
Three v5. Impressed.
Match point.
Impressed, not gonna lie.
Does anyone have funds? I need a drop. I need a drop.
No one has a drop. Unlucky. Alright, we're doing one missiles over here to clear the nanoswarms and one on pipes.
Spike is down.
Spike down A.
I got the spike. Spike is down. I have
No, well,
the
that was
spike.
completely unnecessary. I should have never.
Last player
I should have
standing.
never picked up that
One
ult.
enemy remaining.
Never. That was a mistake. Huge mistake. I was greedy by being too off. That probably lost the round. Because if I would have gotten one kill, we most likely win the round. So that's on me. EMEA started later than everyone else. Now they are not another week behind. Rough. Did they say when those matches happen and so on? Or they did not say shit about it?
Our spike carrier's down.
Spike down A.
Got spike. My ultimate is ready.
Spike planted.
I don't even get the plant. What the fuck?
Last player standing.
Unlucky, I guess. I was a little bit late with the missiles.
Enemy B.
Please, Chamber, don't die.
One enemy remaining.
Reloading.
Spike planted.
Don't fight. Oh,
Attackers win.
will we squeeze one more game before the match? It's 27 minutes. Probably not. Then I will watch some of the rounds from Cinco, essentially. Now, we probably will not squeeze another game. So, I'll be late. We'll be late. So I'm not gonna do it. Hello, Arisa. But hey, we won. Oh my god, we're gonna be playing Harbor next. Maybe good thing I didn't play it now. Hello, Blades End. Cinco, what did you give me the link? What are we on? Can you send me the link again? Where are you at? Well, I need to go for my DMs. There's just too many of them. Where are you at? Cinco. What the fuck? How are you not in the latest messages? What the fuck? Thank you, Cinco. So now we map 2? Or did we not finish map 1? I can't remember. Map 2, okay.
But
Oh
people
Jesus,
saw
that's loud. No, that's Levia vs Furia. Okay, give me a second. Epic pen. Alright, let's see. So they're playing Pearl. I'm gonna swap the cameras already for the watch party as well. Pip. 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 Alright. So what do we have here? Leviathan is playing with Fade Yoru. Decent combo. Then we have Furia play with the same shit. Is it mirror? It's actually mirror. Okay. I'll be paying close attention to two things. Rafa, is he able to check corners and is he able to play with the rest of the team, or is he gonna be just running around like a drunken monkey? Or, and the second thing I will be paying attention to, will we have any kind of combos between Fade and Yoru in any of the team? And the third thing we're gonna be watching is, are the Yorus capable of doing anything of substance?
gets taken out, so yeah, we'll have to
Oh shit, wait. Sen, thank you so much for the 4 months. Welcome back. Thank you so much for your continuous support. Hope you have a fantastic day.
find out. Looks like on this pistol round, Fury going to be setting up basically
4
entirely
goals,
toward
by the
this
way.
A side of the map. But Leviathan should be able to rotate players over here
Early
super
missiles.
quickly to test if Fury try to push on through.
So the cool thing about the early missiles in that position is that they both clear the position from the players, but also clear like any kind of phones if they are being placed there.
About Furious chances.
If I would be a Vice playing right now in like pro level, I would not put my Vice phones instantly.
I'll take the bet on Furia. What do you get?
You'll take the bet on Fury?
I'll tell you one more thing. I know that I also taught you guys that the smoke should be in line over here, right? And that's a good smoke. It's a good smoke, don't get me wrong. It's a good smoke. But I do think after 5 years of playing this game, I kinda think it's actually, if your opponents are playing a composition with a lot of flashes and like trying to flood through smokes, then your smoke should be different. Like they put a good smoke. Actually, it's an Astro smoke, so it's this one. It's a little bit different shape. So they put a smoke like this, exactly like this. And I think this is good smoke. It's fine. It's good. It's definitely better than, for example, something like this, right? This is horrible. Like this essentially is like impossible to hold. This, much better. But if your opponents are playing with flashes, I would highly advise to start doing smokes like this. Like this is just so much better to angle hold when people are doing flashes. Because now you can hold a line like this, right? Even when someone is flashing, instead of holding it like this. Because that's where the opponents can be after flashing. Right? So it's like, I really would advise putting the smoke like way deeper now. It's even better against Phoenixes because those fuckers have to like flash out. So there can be Phoenixes who will be standing at the end of the smoke. They will not understand the position and they will do this, you know, and they will fuck up the flash just because of that. That's also a possibility. I'm not saying it's gonna happen, but it's a possibility.
Sean, you're a good man. Way to put the show ahead of everything else. The pistol erupting towards A. The spike has not fully made it out of A main.
Good eye.
Here are keeping the line. There's no way for them to flood through. Now Raph is locked in a 1v3. Calm, weak, yes. He gets his one.
Can I just
No,
try
you can't take it back. Sean can't take it back, and you've already agreed to it. So now Doug can set whatever rules he wants, and you've already agreed.
Yeah.
production
So,
delete the VOD?
I think
It's already out there.
Is this official channel?
I think.
I have to say it, man. What the fuck? This is the official channel of VCT America's Champions Tour. The audio bitrate is horrible, and the video quality is terrible. What is going on? Why is this such a bad quality? I don't get it. I really don't get it.
That
Yes.
if Furia wins, Christy. Yeah, you're looking at the Mayo. You know exactly where I'm going.
Well, I don't
You
know if it's
have to-
going on my head or...
Oh no, because then makeup and then production gets mad and hair and all that stuff. That's a little too messy. You have to drink the mayonnaise.
Drink it. Wait, are you drinking or are you eating it?
And if you know
Well,
that's
philosophical.
Yeah, that's
I'm
a
pretty
heavy
sure,
question,
like,
right?
Socrates was busy with that one.
I don't know what kind of American mayonnaise do you guys have there, but mayonnaise in Europe, you can't drink it. It's almost solid state.
Back in the day.
If you drink mayonnaise in the woods, does anyone hear it? That's how the sound goes.
Something like that.
I think someone hears you throwing up, that's for sure.
Is this do we agree to this? Is this
How much are we talking?
and then if Lev wins, then Sean, you're the mayo drinker.
Yeah, if Lev wins, you have to drink mayo. That's so unfair.
Wait,
Are you willing? Do you believe in Furia that much?
did you just like tails I win, heads
no,
you
no.
lose me? I'm actually confused.
Here's the thing. I would not wish it on my worst enemy to drink mayo. That is appalling.
It is horrible.
What I think you have to do like a mayo face.
If you're like new and you tune into VCT and casters are talking about stuff like this, that means that the match is shit.
Wash.
That's almost worse.
Do you
Surely
hate me?
that's worse. Right?
I think it's funnier.
It's for the content. It's for the content. Well, folks, you heard it here first. If Furia win,
Oh,
Ender's drinking mayonnaise.
I'm not drinking.
If Lev win, Sean's drinking mayonnaise. We're gonna make sure we get that on broadcast. Lev up 2-0.
Are they not gonna comment about the game? No. I also said it.
For this one,
I really
it is,
dislike
let
this
me
this
start
type
with
of
a
casting.
pretty solid
Desk,
buy for a third
I
round.
think the analyst desk can
Yeah, Sean,
be
that must be tough,
more
huh?
loosey-goosey. You can talk about the game, but you can also make like offhand comments like this. But during the game,
I love how we actually have no horse in the race. But now you just
I
made
really
memes on
heavily
both
dislike
sides.
it. Like what's
got such a
like
horse
it's just a
Yes!
flat shot at this point.
Nice opener, Havoc.
Dude, I can taste the mayo in the back of my throat already.
What?
Title, the match starts at 10
I
a.m.
love my job. Heavy towards A, the spike making its way out.
Ooh, that's an aggro fight. Backside,
Yes,
what
it
are they
is.
doing? Let's go, Lev.
Yes, it is. That flash. Very effective.
It's 2 free.
Khalil and Heat have a shot to get this thing back, though. The spike was planted.
2v2.
That's a big kill onto Demon 1.
So far, I don't really
Well,
see like any
yeah, pulling
problems
them
though.
off just a little bit. A minor pause and around the flash through the smoke. Snappy out from Heat.
Great kill. His blind is going to come back online now.
What?
And around the flash.
Did he like not shoot or
Yeah,
something?
pulling him off just a little bit. A minor pause
How is he?
and around
What did he do?
the flash.
I don't
through
get
the
it.
Smoke. Snappy out from Heat.
Great kill. His blind is going to come back online now. 1v1 for Heat.
Spike has been taking for a little bit. Comet, so much to do here. Oh, I can't believe he faced him. He gets the kill anyway, and the round goes the way of Furia.
I don't know. I don't know what the Yoru did do. He looked shocked.
Easy.
He was like in shock. He flashed out, and then was like, "Oh, forgot what's the next step."
They're in a fine position. Actually, think about the damage they just did. 4 guns out of the hands of Furia. I feel like you're really caught up on this round, Sean, but really it's about the next 3 rounds.
Yes.
He flashed himself? Not really, because
Heat is a player, by the way,
you
this
can
year,
see
I've
the head,
seen a
you can
lot
see
of
the
messages about
face.
Heat on
That
the
means that
forums,
he's
you know,
half flashed.
They're not liking the Senti role. I actually think this is a good change for Heat long term, and it's just the learning curve is a little bit steep right now for him. Last year we saw him on Initiator, just owning, right? Everyone wants to see him on that again. But in this role, I feel like, man, these star players with crazy mechanics, they can take over games.
I feel like agents like Vi sort of suit that too, giving you options. Oh!
They just raw dog everything.
Mechanics, they can take over games.
I feel like agents like Vi
What the fuck?
is sort of
He doesn't even have. Wait. He doesn't even have a fucking flash. What the fuck? Look at his inventory. He has a clone TP, no flash.
Owning.
How?
Right? Everyone wants to see
And
him on
he's
that.
one away from the ultimate, guys. All right, so, guys, if I'm a professional player, right, and we have a plan like this, what does the Yoru do? The Yoru buys full kit, full armor, Stinger, or Bucky, or Judge, or something, and we fight for Orb. We give him the ult, and we execute. The fuck is this? No one will ever know, because I can guarantee you that Havoc will now not use, because I would assume that Fury is gonna lose this round, right? It's gonna be 3-1. Next round they're gonna be on low buy, so Havoc should not use the ultimate. And then in the next 2 rounds, he's gonna use the ultimate. But this way, he already lost like at least 3 orbs. He flashed, but just behind the box. He doesn't have a flash with him.
Role.
What are we
I actually think
talking
this is
about?
a good change
Doesn't
for
have a
Heat long
flash.
term, and it's just the learning curve is a little bit steep right now.
There's no flash.
for him. Last year we saw him on Initiator, just owning, right? Everyone wants to see him on that again.
Let's take a
But
look
in
if I'm
this
right,
role,
by the
I
way.
feel like, man, these star players with crazy mechanics, they can take over games.
I feel like agents like
Fade Dog
Vi
was
sort of
the
suit that
no.
too.
Fade Dog was in front of the box.
Holy. What? And Demon 1 still aggroing here? Pushing back to the line, calling in reinforcements with Rossi on the swing too. I mean,
my.
this is beautiful. Wow.
Let's see.
What a round
Let's see
from
if the
Lev.
Havoc. When does Havoc use the ultimate?
Rossi was really animated there. That was filthy. And the fill-in behind him, I mean, obviously King getting that no-scope is a lot of fun to watch, and that's what's going to be on Reddit. But the fill-in from Demon 1 was perfect. Look at that.
I can't believe King stuck around and went for the 2 shots before Gay crashing out.
Yep, same.
Giga Chad. Actually crazy play from King.
He's gone for the Outlaw too against 5 light armors. Doesn't matter. He hits the headshot anyway.
Yeah. Just shares for Furia.
Bro, no, please. Look at Havoc's inventory. Wait, he has a flash.
Shares for Furia.
No, he has a flash. Wait. Where the fuck does he use it?
Anyways.
Yeah.
What?
Shares for Furia.
He uses...
Gravity well, and the salvo's on top to make sure no one's pushing towards A main early on. Nothing found.
He like flashed nothing, by the way.
Dart doesn't find anything on the initial hit. So there could be a walk up here. Second Prowler spots it as Furia used the
What the fuck? They just... Rafa just goes, yeah, I'm gonna ult this round. No worries. Not even clearing side. Just fucking using it on backside. That is not important. Like, this shit, not important. It's not even like the correct direction. Because if you use this direction, then the player that is like here is gonna have time to go side, right? Or the player who is like here is able to go here and have like be not affected by this at all. You should use this direction every single time, because you need to clear this space, not flood the space. Imagine this: if you're Harbor, would you like your cascade to go backwards or forwards? You need to always think about it this way. If the Harbor comes from here and uses the cascade helps him because it goes forward in front of him, right? So it needs to be the other way around. For the players who are retaking, for example, over here, it has to be the other way around. If you would like to affect this space, if I would actually have to ult this, I would have ulted like from here to here, like this, to affect this spot as well, right? But also it's a 3 Sheriffs 2 classic, and you're chucking 8 Orber, and you didn't even ult with Yoru. Like, what the fuck?
No.
Enemy remaining.
Wow, what a step forward right there. That was sick.
Yeah.
Where was the flash though? They were
What
missing
was sick?
one piece of util. They forced the fight forward, but it's like they weren't expecting
No,
it.
they are missing a brain.
Are you talking about Furia?
Yeah.
Only missing one piece of util.
Yeah, Doug.
5 guns? I mean...
Yeah, thank you, Doug. Because Sean is on some hard drugs over here, man. What? There's literally no excuse for using this Tahoe ultimate here in this round.
The tail, the annihilation and Dugout to push the fight forward. Honestly,
Sure.
they were cooking with how they filtered the fights.
And then a flash out to take the fights?
Yeah.
And that makes a difference? Sure.
The Vice Flash, a Yoru Flash, anything.
Good news for Furia this round. They've got the Yor ult, looking for another A exec.
No, it's okay, guys. Yoru has fucking 1 flash, 1 clone, 1 TP.
Main, but usually
Only the most demanding utility-wise character in the game doesn't buy full kit, and now didn't even ult but flashed.
would pop this pretty early and flush that away. Decides not to, using the TP out as a matter of fact.
Mod. Oh, my God.
Dimensional Drift now clearing Art. It's looking like an A split.
Yeah, they have a lot of A main presence here. Havoc's gonna at least get some info on Art. Oh,
Really?
I'm really...
Swear to God, guys, look, I don't say this often, right? But legit, I would be better if I would just slot in any of those teams as a Euro player. I suck aim-wise, but holy crap, I would be able to fucking call the rounds for them and play my role better than all of those people. Like, holy shit.
Really surprised he took that.
No flash, only using half the duration, so it doesn't even scout the site. This round is miserable for Furia.
Uh-huh.
I don't think they can get out onto the A site unless they just start hard facing and winning fights.
That is the only way they've really found success, and they've gotten a couple.
It's a very good Vice ult.
Demon 1 feeling a lot of the pressure, being triple-faced.
Player standing.
Calm arriving
Oh,
right
at least
on
a
time. Now
triple
Texas
peak,
left
so
with
that's
1v2.
something. That's good.
Heat's weak. The Cosmic Divide
That's
will set
actually
them apart.
commendable. They're still gonna probably lose it, no?
Texas is flash.
He has no idea what's happening on the other side. Here's one dropping dugout. His timing might work out. If he swings this.
Planted.
Patience, though.
I don't,
Yeah, not
I
fully
don't
committed
like
onto it.
this, like, waiting
Now as the wall
the
goes
Astra
down,
wall.
you
You
see the
kind of
rotations
have to,
from the
like,
members of Furia.
remember, this is a two-way street.
They
When
try
an
to
Astra
reposition.
ults,
He's gotten it down to a 1v1, hasn't he? Heat is weak.
when an Astra ults,
Worse for wear.
they also don't know what's happening on the other side of the wall, right?
Spike ticking away.
Oh, what a shot from Heat.
That was three on the round for him? That's a
Yeah.
big round.
Another clutch?
Honestly, just so impressive they got into the site, because once you
Yeah, me
lose
too.
the Yoru, no flashes to actually bust out.
These
of
guys
it.
in
Oh,
pro
it's a
play just winging
spam
Euro
to
every
start
round
it.
instead of having set
Then
lineups
trading
for
off
flash
the
and
off
clones
shot.
to clear out. You tell me, no, you have been
Couple
doing
good
that in
shots,
ranked for
scaling,
years,
trading
bro.
out your teammates.
You guys remember when 2 years ago the rework happened with Yoru, and I was like talking about it so much on broadcast and so on, and then we finally saw some teams start playing Yoru, and I saw CNET on Yoru, and I saw Angel on Yoru, and I saw fuck, I can remember who else played in EMEA the Yoru. But I essentially said on broadcast, guys, like, I know I'm yapping about Yoru for a very long time now. But if you're going to play Yoru like this, just play Jet instead, because you're just playing Jet with flashes. Like, that's it. It's garbage. I didn't say garbage on broadcast, but I just literally said, like, this is not working. This is like, you don't understand what is your job as a Yoru player. So essentially, you're just playing a terrible Jet. You know? Absolutely incredible. Okay, we're gonna finish this VOD later on because the match is gonna start very soon. So we're gonna go to YouTube for Pacific.
We're going to be starting it at some point. So
This is some good quality. Woo, 2K sharp. Look at the hair. We can count the hair.
And I actually think Gen G's, I mean,
wait,
it's
I
a
need
stupid
to
thing to say after what the core achieved last
change the
year,
title.
but I think Gen G is a bit of a sleeper to go to Toronto. I think this team is looking really, really good at the moment. I see them getting more and more consistency lately, and I think that honestly, with Foxy9's re-edition and him really having good series, particularly the DRX series sold me for Foxy9, who I already was pretty impressed with. I think that this is a really, really solid roster right now.
Yeah, I really like this team. I mean, it's hard not to after the success that this core had last
I
year.
love the overhead
They
view of
have
the
managed to
Astro Wall.
replicate this year.
Yeah, that was a good
I
observing.
see why people would want them to go to Toronto and feel like they can go to Toronto, but I don't
It's
think
like
it's as clear
Hotline Miami view.
how things were last year. But of course, this man, Foxy9, I think he's been the real standout since he came back.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he is mostly just playing the Senti roles, but he's been flexing into some different agents. He was kind of struggling on Cypher in kickoff, to be honest, particularly on...
By the way,
some of the
some
outside
news.
Maps, I think it was Split, but he's had better stats on the Cypher.
Bane
in Pacific Stage.
had
He's been flexing onto Vice
abdominal
and Viper,
pain
and still playing a little bit
and
of
was
KJ
and went to
hasn't been able go
hospital
into that
and has
role at all, having played the Gecko online
appendicitis.
previously. Individually, he's been much better.
And he
He's got
should
some of
have
the better
surgery,
stats in the competition
but
with
he rescheduled
three
it
good
to play
series
play in the
back-to-back.
playoffs.
You go DFM, GE, and then the DRX one, I was like, okay, this is where this man stops farming, but he just went plus 15 against DRX.
Yeah, and of course, on the other side, you do have Privy Fortalin, who, I mean, everybody around the world knows that this man can frag. This man is definitely one of the top players to watch out for in Pacific, but why is it that we aren't 100% comfortable with Talon just yet, even with Primi there?
Well, I think, you know, that's a question that remains to be answered. But for Primi, I think you're looking at a player that's gotten a lot more aggressive here in these stats. Like you've
Need to
got
make
very
a tweet.
similar sample size between kickoff and stage 1. 217 versus 231 rounds. The first kills here in kickoff on the left side of your screen, that's 24 opening duels taken. Whereas you look here in stage 1, this dude's taken 59 opening duels from the exact same sample size, and he's on the duelist. So I think like Primi is a player that I sometimes didn't see getting into the action as much. Here in stage 1, he has been very aggressive and really not shying away from taking those opening fights.
Yeah, that's what we want to see from Primi. I mean, that's what he was touted to be, this all-star duelist coming into Talon, so nice to see him rise to the occasion. Here we can see a little head-to-head between Talon and Gen G, looking at some of the key statistics here. You know, we already spoke a little bit about that first kill win percent for Gen G in the bottom right there, but I think there's many stats that jump out. We see Gen G being above 50% in both attack and defense win rates, which just shows a lot of consistency across the maps and across the macro understanding.
Yeah, I mean, 40% there for Talon, although I mean, I don't know how much I buy into stats like that. I think at the end of the day, it matters what comp you're playing. It matters which maps in the
And
pool
appendix is
you're
a
gonna be
ticking
jamming
time bomb,
along.
eventually ruptures and
Look,
can
we
be
are gonna see a
fatal.
representation.
Well, it's in early
At least
stages of
it's only the map
appendicitis.
pool
That's
here
what
for
he said.
Stage 1 so far, so there is still more reps on some of these other maps going back to kickoff, but I mean, it's no surprise.
By the way,
really, really solid
what
stuff
is the
from
cause of
Genji on Lotus here,
appendicitis?
and great stuff from,
Like, what's the hell?
Talon on Fracture, so we'll see how that does sort of influence the veto going forward.
Appendicitis.
We're gonna
Thank you.
have that in just a bit, right? But I feel like Gen G.
Well, they spoke with the doctor and they allowed him, so
in the same position with regards to
inflammation and shit. Yeah, but what's the point of that fucking
and right now, as we're stepping into
thing?
playoffs, of course, we're seeing the map.
Is it
here
like
for the
nipples?
first game
Does it
in
have
playoffs
not
right now.
any role for a
It's
male?
big question of who finally has that final form here in stage 1. It is time to show that.
Like
right now.
there's
Game
legit
and
no
Icebox
function for a
being
male's
our first
nipples.
maps here.
Yeah, I mean,
Apart from being rubbed.
See, the Fracture taken out there by Gen G, that's a respect ban on the Waylay, and then you do see Talon taking out Lotus, which has been Gen G's best map.
It's
here.
just useless?
And then
Okay, that's what I
Gen G's gonna
thought.
pick Haven, so I'm wondering what the comps are going to look like, but Talon is going to force Gen G to play an
I guess
Ice
worst case scenario they rush him off to hospital mid game. Let's hope he's gonna be fine.
Expect, you know, Gen G, they love Lotus. If that's taken out, they love Haven. They play with that Viper, that similar style. And I love the Icebox pick from Talon. I think it's trying to catch Gen G off guard, and they should be able to kind of catch them out a little bit there.
If early humans survived bad illness and was meant to refill the
Distance.
stomach
But as you say, looking at
bacteria.
Haven, we saw Talon last
I
time
learn
they
every
played
day.
this map. They swapped across to the Deadlock.
They
But
did.
that was in a way to counter the double duelist that they knew T1 liked to run. So are we going to see that again today against this Viper comp?
I mean,
what are your thoughts on this?
Talon is like
You know what's the Polish name of that organ, by the way?
Series to series.
It's one of the funniest names. Like if you're Polish, it's such a funny name of that organ. It's just, it sounds stupid. Wyrostek robaczkowy, which directly translates to like warm bump. Robak, it's warm. Robaczkowy is like warm based or something like that, you know? Sounds like a Harry Potter spell. Yeah, well, it's very close to Avada Kedavra if you don't get an operation. For Finnish, like Dead End Edition. Alright. I need to make that Twitterinho. Analytical watch party.
안녕하세요. DRX 감독 터미 편선우입니다.
Talon.
발로란트 팀 감독 윤익든입니다.
My name is Hector Rosario, also known as Frost, coach of Talon.
You guys can call me like Six Fingers. I'm Boom Esport head coach.
I am
Six Fingers. I wonder how he got that nickname.
농심 레드포스 발로란트 팀 감독 실카논이라고 합니다.
Talon versus Gen G.
강민철입니다. 반갑습니다. I can say feels great because
DRX
me personally, like I achieved the milestone for
versus
the team already, which is like
T1.
So far we can manage to lead the group stage 5-0 and then going into playoffs.
What was
I just want to
T1's
see, like how far my team can go.
Twitter? I can never remember.
To be proceed.
Is it just T1 Valorant? I think it
It's a bigger
is.
chance to make it to Masters. Of course, maybe not as clean as we would have liked it, but of course we're happy either way to have managed the first seed.
대진 받았을 때는 사실 젠지랑 TRX 있는 거 보고 진짜 힘들겠다 싶었는데 2위로 진출하게 돼서 너무 다행이라고 생각하고 있습니다.
플레이오프도 힘들 수도 있겠다라는 생각을 많이 했었거든요. 저희가 DRX도 이기고 그 다음 연승을 하면서 확정을 지었을 때는 기분이 많이 좋았던 것 같습니다.
Well, I don't feel great about our record because we were pretty inconsistent. Win, loss, win, loss, win, loss. So I think overall we should be happy that we placed second given our inconsistencies, but we're looking to have a much more consistent playoff.
본 무대가 이제 시작된다 생각을 하기 때문에 좀 더
Okay, pause that.
진지해지고 좀 더 승리에 목마르게 된 그런 감정을 느끼고
I will actually send a message to Bane and on Discord. Give me a second.
밑에서부터 이제 시작을 하기 때문에 그 부분은 살짝 아쉽긴 합니다. 무조건 도전자 입장이에요.
I almost make it. So I mean, the chief emotion I feel is just like, oh thank goodness, that we made it.
탭자 선수나 서재영 선수나 원티켓 선수도 분위기를 좀 많이 띄우려고 하고 있고 물론 다른 팀들도 다 그렇게 해야 된다고 생각을 하고 있거든요.
베인 선수가 뭐 다들 아시다시피 팀 내 분위기 메이커 역할을 잘해주고 있어서 팀에 한 명씩은 꼭 필요한 존재라고 생각을 하고 베인 선수 같이 긍정적인 선수.
Oh, here we go. Let's talk about him. That's Bane.
좀 케이스고 특별한 선수라고 생각을 하고요.
Cruz is essentially a coach and a player. He's probably the only coach player in the league, even right now to do this interview.
What? Who is Bosa?
He's conducting VOD review. So I did my own personal VOD review with him. I recorded like a video for him this morning. And he looked it over, listened, took his notes, my notes. Jovi and I often prepare stuff for Cruz. Cruz learns it, dissects it, then he's the one that teaches it to everyone else.
What? Guys, is this out of context? What am I listening to? What?
Cruz learns it, dissects it, then he's the one that teaches it to everyone else. So that's pretty much what we've been doing with this roster.
What's the fucking point? What? What? You know what else? Frost. You know what else Frost also said in one of his like the podcast. He said that during the map, after the map ban, when they went into agent lobby, the players they just chose their own agents, with a composition that they never played with, and Frost had no idea what's going on.
Yeah, I really like the way Marco plays.
포세이큰을 데리고 있으면서 너무 욕심이 많은 것 같은데 저도 포세이큰이 탐납니다.
저 무조건 포세이큰이고.
포세이큰 선수를 한번 데리고 한번 해보고 싶은 생각은 있습니다.
If we had K-Ron, we'd be the best team in the world. And wouldn't
Good one.
I like Munchkin. If they can really speak good English, like they can come with the team, within the team.
Maybe easy, flexibility. I'm not really looking to replace any of my players as of right now, so there's a lot of good players in playoffs.
저희 선수들이
Yeah, but I really like. I really don't understand. I really don't understand what's the point of having two English-speaking coaches in a team that doesn't speak English. I don't understand this. I really don't. I don't get it. I really don't. I struggle to understand this.
Pull it through.
Also, Nate should go back to code.
Mentally solid and confident and hungry for the win.
경기에 들어와서는 상대를 리스펙하지 않았으면 좋겠어요. 아니, 그러니까 우리가 항상 경기 너머로 봤을 때는 당연히 다 잘하는 선수들이고 뭐 당연히 그들만의 무언가가 있고 하지만 우리도 우리만의 무언가가 있거든. 그냥 내가 더 잘해라는 느낌으로 했으면 좋겠다.
지금도 열심히 연습하고 있는데 토론토 가자.
Keep humble, don't over ego, don't overconfident, don't overpick, don't overhit. That's all. Yeah. So I think you guys can do it. I think a lot of people believe. That scares me a little bit, but I think we should. I think if the boys themselves, you guys have faith. I think we'll be in Toronto.
저희가 굉장히 힘든 상황을 겪고 있고 그리고 선수들과 감독 코치진이 굉장히 많은 노력을 하고 있는데 피부프에서는 우승을 했지만 스테이지 1에서 뭐 우승을 하지 못하고 혹시라도 마스터즈 토론토에 가지 못하더라도 선수들이 실망하지 않았으면 좋겠고 우리가 이 플레이오프 스테이지 1을 통해서
That's a good approach. I like this, what he said.
충분히 잘 해냈다고 생각했으면 좋겠습니다.
If one player is teaching the team, then he's the coach, not the guy claiming to be. Figured out to communicate with the team and find a coach who can. It's at such a disadvantage during matches. I don't get it, man. I never paid attention to talent like that much when it comes to I just assume that they have a coach and everyone just speaks English to him. That was just my assumption, because it would be the logical conclusion for me if and I'm telling you this from a perspective of a former manager of esports teams. I would never hire a coach for a team that doesn't speak the same fucking language. What's the point of having a coach that cannot communicate with the team? What are they doing during timeouts? I'm sorry, I never paid attention, but I will pay attention now. When they do a timeout, are the coaches even speaking? What the hell?
Back on stage, and this time it's playoffs time. Are we going to see a much stronger Gen G from here on out? They've missed out on Masters Bangkok, and
What do you think about what happened yesterday in EMEA? I think it's embarrassing. That's what it is.
At Toronto, away does that easily.
I think Gen G have really started to play themselves into form. They've looked better and better as they made their way through the group stage, and I think that if you looked at their playoff bracket run, they only have to make their way through Talon, then they've got to play against a Boom who has not got much playoff experience inside of Pacific. I think they would be feeling reasonably confident that they can make it to the international event this time that they missed out on in kickoff.
That's the thing. This is playoffs, right? And you see entirely different, phases come out from all of these players. You can see so many teams transform into something else entirely now that they know that that window of opportunity for Masters Toronto is just getting smaller and smaller.
Yeah, the pressure cannot be any higher than this. It's not like the group stage where you get lots of chances to recover yourself. Here, from this upper bracket,
let's give you some gamba. Haven first.
If you win are so high, winning this game today gets you one win away from Toronto, which is of course where all of these teams want to get to.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of question marks in this veto as well.
I'm gonna give you 5 minutes to vote.
Especially from Gen G. Over on the side of Talon, they've been swapping up their comp a little bit. Over on Icebox and even Pearl, there's quite a few question marks in this veto. Gen G have not played Icebox yet, and Pearl hasn't been a heavily repped map for either one of these teams.
Yeah, big question marks all around. Even with our predictions, we're actually, quite split. And I think for all of our audience as well, we can expect that every single map we're going to see right now, every single round we're going to see right now, it's all up in the air.
Yeah, it's such a 50-50 prediction. Myself and Pilski, of course, massively disagree. I think Talon are finally finding their form. I think they're finding their feet and they can make it happen. But what are your thoughts on Gen G?
I think Talon are far too inconsistent for me. You have rookies that can be very up and down. Thai can carry the game against T1, but also completely go missing against Zeta. I think that's going to be very difficult for them to make a playoffs run here. I think Gen G, like I said, have looked better and better as they made their way through playoffs. I think they've landed on the best iteration of their roster. Ash continues to look better and better all the time. Foxy9, after coming back into the roster, has been one of the better players in the team, and it's still the championship core that we know and love.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I could definitely see this game going either way. I think both these teams have massive potential to make it to Masters Toronto, so they're really looking to convert this win today. Now we have the agent picks come in. We are seeing Gen G do what we know they do.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure. I think Bunch Munchkin
Wait.
is the player to keep your eye on here. In all of the recent Haven
Deadlock?
games, he's been one of the
Cypher?
better performers for Gen.G, and the
Man.
Viper is the defining agent
Why
of
just
this
not
Haven
Vice?
match for the side of Gen.G.
Alright, we're gonna be paying close attention. We're gonna be paying close attention to will we actually see combos with the Deadlock? Because the only reason to play Deadlock is to make sure that you use the grenade with combos with Teho. That's essentially the entire like, idea behind this composition, right? That's it. That's why you play
I think
Deadlock.
that Yoru could actually be pretty important playing around the Viper wall and things like that, playing the off angle to disrupt some of Gen.G's slower defaults.
Well, there are a lot of exciting
bingo,
matchups
right?
here. You have Premier and Texture, and you also have Munchkin and Cruz going head-to-head here. It's going to be an exciting one to kick off playoffs, so let's get into Haven. Let's toss it over to our casters, Achilles and Paper Thin.
It's that time of year, of stage, of whatever you want to say. Again, it is the playoffs, baby. Achilles and Paper Thin coming at you as we jump into day one. Gen.G versus Talon. Both of these teams looking to claw their way back to former glory that we were witnessing from them last season. Talon able to qualify over to Gems. Gen.G, of course, on their complete tear throughout the year, going to every single event. They're looking to get back with Toronto on the horizon.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And today's matches are mega important for every team here because if you win, then you only need one more win to make it to Toronto. If you lose here today, then you have to win 3 times in a row. So it is way harder if you go down into that loser's bracket and you got to play, Paper X Nongchim are the other 2 teams that are going to be awaiting the losers of today. So it doesn't get any easier throughout this bracket. Every team in Pacific is crazy good this year.
They absolutely are. And like you said, these series absolutely matter. Every series absolutely matters. So take that, Sideshow. Suck it. All the games are good. All of them are important. But these ones especially, as we go ahead and kick off the playoffs, let's get things started. Gen.G versus Talon. Haven to begin with Gen.G on the attack.
41% win rate on pistol
Really
rounds.
interesting, how Gen.G is going to dissect
That's not
some
great.
of that double Sentinel U-tilt that's going to be popping up across the map. We've seen a lot of teams.
All right,
really
let's pay
struggle against
attention.
Deadlock in
What are
Pacific.
the Yorus doing?
There's a pretty high win rate.
One rotational TP, or actually fallback TP, I would say even, not even rotational. Trap on
The
B.
sonic sensor on B, kind of the typical place where you'd see like a nano or an alarm bot. They're just going to burst right through.
They just go in. The trap has no effect because it was on the side.
Lingering within the smoke, looking for a timing, goes on the push, is able to find Charon, takes a bit of
Okay.
damage in exchange, but Texture at the same time. Able to find
Also,
Jin
I
Wars
like
over
the
here on
push into
inside.
A to start annihilating
The Nano
people.
zoned away for the moment here by the Salvos. Talon are in, they're in somewhat control, but now Snakebite going to be thrown down. I think in a bit
They
of
don't
damage.
even have to
HB
destroy
Bars gonna get
the
whittled away at a
the
Texture,
deadlock
swoops
wall, by
around
the way.
back, but it's been noted very intelligently there. Glua turns around, is able to find it now, which is going to be a spray battle. The smoke gets ready to fall. The wall still there in the way of the defuse, being stuck. He's not off it yet, and there's the kill.
Yeah.
The last
See, this is why the deadlock wall is
able to
shit.
pick up the pistol
They
with
just
2
lost
players
because of
surviving.
it.
Yeah, you can see that Gen.G
Guys.
already has some ideas on how to deal.
They just
with
lost
that
because of the
deadlock
deadlock
util.
wall.
Got the barrier mesh coming up.
Because they couldn't push
entrance
to stop the post plant
link.
spamming, and
Gen.G's
they
just gonna plant their feet,
and they
throw a
didn't
molly at the ground, and then
smoke.
spam through, send
They
Texture
didn't
to
smoke the
other side, even
spike
though that
by
gets noted.
They smoked the
Still
choke
opens up an
point.
opportunity for them to set up
Did
a
you see
firing
this?
squad, and just there's gonna be a
They
gun
could
down
have
because
smoked
Talon has to go
the
for
spike
defuse.
and fight in the
Gonna
choke
use that
point.
advantage and get loud
They
off
just
the
lost
rip,
because
so
of that.
It's gonna be a rifle for Texture. Munchkin with that Marshall
Okay,
goes for
an
opening shot,
attempt
but
at the
backed off
deadlock Teho
by
combo.
Teho Salvos. Fox9 with just a ghost is the low buy there. A couple guardians, so
Oh, the problem is, Milf, both smoking the choke point and putting the deadlock wall there is essentially a lose-lose. If they would have not used the deadlock wall and smoked the choke point, well, at least they can still push it out. But they can't because of the deadlock wall.
commit?
So they legit
How much does
just do
Gen.G wanna push,
everything incorrectly.
off the back of, not wanting to give up those deaths to the spike.
We'll have to see. For now, though, Munchkin getting a shot across. Cruz and Kalua both tagged up. As it looks like Talon widely content to just try to chill out.
Attempted a combo there with the grab net and the salvos.
Yeah, but no way to push forward. Had a nano blocking off his back side access. So Talon finally just going to go ahead and die to the spike, it would seem here. Gen.G, I don't think they're going to pursue too much. Maybe you send Foxy into garage, given that he has the ghost. Try to see if he can finish off a couple of these players that you should know you've chipped away at, but seems like it will just be the full 5-player save, the full 5-player death to the spike, as Gen G will get a flawless anti-eco.
Okay, so kind of the textbook anti-eco and eco round. What does it look like from here forward for the side of Talon? That's the big question. You know, you've already seen that Gen G has some ideas on how to deal with the deadlock. You know, one thing is you can use the neon to trip some of the sonic sensors, and then they've got plans for.
You didn't mention the Euroclone, because Euroclone essentially counters all of the traps from deadlock as well. Or the Euro ult, right? But it seems like... Ah, wait, so what I'm talking about, Gen G doesn't have Euro. I'm stupid, don't listen to me. Yeah, PPFN was right.
Dangerous bonus that Talon is going to be facing.
Pretty same position as in pistol round.
Slow here off the start of the round.
Viper wall from the attack on Gen G allows you to like deny info from A long.
Towards the site, sonic sensor set up here at the front.
Yeah, this is
forced away the salvos. Creating a bit of space. TP up over the top here for Karan. Now it's situated at back.
B is 3, man.
Come through.
Talon plays 2 Sentinels and have 0 players on B, bro.
Quite just yet.
What the hell am I
A
watching?
little bit of space here, but Ash is going to be taken down. Salvos over on the site, able to go ahead and get a catch. Not sure if it was. Yeah.
I'm not sure what happened here. Was that deadlock? Was it deadlock grenade combo or not?
Kill to be found. Texture. Looking to try to hold the door.
Nice jump peek. I like that. That was a coordinated double peek.
Solid kill opening here from the side of Jit Boys. Now a 5v3 as they look for the retake. Paranoia towards back. Karan going to be flushed out. Munchkin
Okay, wow. Well played by Talon.
Flawless anti-bonus here.
Good double peeks.
Fantastically done from Talon.
Wow, that was really well.
Any comments about postponing the match against KC and Team Liquid? I think the entire VCT MEA thing is just embarrassing. You know?
And then just kind of dissecting
literally
players
embarrassing.
who are trying to hold the angles, hold the entrances.
And it's hardly any damage dealt at all.
Jeez.
Just 2 players taking minor chip damage to the armor, but yeah, you can see here just netted in. That's
all right, so they got one kill so far with the deadlock combo.
Very well set up from Talon.
And so now my question is, you know, you're already seeing adjustments.
Does your ult go for deadlock wall like Reina Smith does? Yes.
Post plant, same from Gen G there.
And the funniest thing is that your ult just triggers all the deadlock stuff.
Let them go versus the pistol where they let them
all the deadlock traps.
This time not having any of that, but Gen G already setting up some conditioning, it seems like. Thinking about that B side. Wow, Karan just hits a banger on the Primi.
This is the 3rd time Primi was in the same position.
Very nice opening kill.
That's huge.
So yeah, the Yoru now. Not going to be much of a concern. So the big setup on this A site, 3 players.
That leaf, that it just like on that A side always pisses me off, by the way. Because you can see that leaf when you're standing on heaven, and it's just annoying.
You've got double trips as well as a sonic sensor right here on the entryway.
But you saw Karan with the stealth drone there.
Wait, is
He's
Ash?
generally not the one who's going to be lurking
I didn't
by
didn't pay attention. Where is Ash using his missiles on first tempo on default?
Seems like Talon's happy with their read
Really, this is so annoying that you can't see it on the minimap.
Efficiently can you get
Well, we
through
know
this
where the
layered
missiles are, right? Sorry, where the traps are. Are we using them? No. No, that is actually kind of ridiculous.
Self-situated here, back site. Seems like they have no idea. Kahlua going to be taken down. Paranoia sent across towards that A connector. Jit Boys. For some kind of timing here. Anything that he can find. Gets a ping reveal onto 1. That's going to be Texture taken down. Ty is able to go ahead and collect the kill, but Jit Boys gets traded out as a casualty. So massive player advantage now to the side of Gen G.
Yeah, I really don't like Ash's uses of missiles. Like, they know where the traps are. Like, they legit hear them. They know. Why they're not using one of the missiles to clear those traps? They are so slow because of it. We'll pay attention. Maybe they'll swap that. But we'll see.
He will be able to try to get the catch, and okay. Eventually is able to readjust, gets the headshot there onto Karan. So finding 2 eliminations here is Talon, but not the round win. So
They're absent-minded.
Coming through. It will be a 3-1 for Gen G.
Yeah, still the economic damage okay for Talon. They still have quite a bit in their back pockets for the next round, so they could afford to throw a few extra bodies at that before they decided to save. For Gen G, they should be okay going into the next round, but you know, trying to make it as costly as possible. Our Talent, but
I need to be looking at the minimap at the beginning of the round to see where the missiles are going,
It's a really
man.
smart play by Karan to just bypass all of that util, TP into the back, under health, gets the opening kill as well, so this is a beautiful round from him. Basically secures Gen G this round. Jit Boys trying to wait for Ash there to create some, or excuse me, not wait for Ash, wait for Killua to set up some crossfires, but quite able to get there. Now Primy's gonna have the op.
Let's see where the missiles are going from
Round four
Ash.
Talon here. A lot of investment into this. You have the Taeho ultimate. Ash one away from his. So might have kind of a duel with some of our
Where's the second missile?
ultimates.
It is glass cannon here for Kahlua, forcing to get that
Am I
off
stupid?
purchase here
Where did
for
the
Primi.
second missile go? One went to forward
Survive, be
C.
able to put that Armageddon to good use. Ash
Attacking
grabbing that
smoke.
orb,
I think it
could
just
have
went.
dueling ults.
I don't know.
But Genji makes some presence known over at C to make sure they can
Backside
grab the orb.
platform? Oh, okay.
Maybe rethinking about Garage. I'm curious to see what
It's
they're
so
going to do.
hard to see, man.
You know, how they're going to react off of a deadlock wall. There goes.
Legit didn't see it on the mini map.
Sidestep it. Cruz
Coming
just
down. They're suspecting a linger here. A lingering lurk around C long. They're correct, but Munchkin out a little bit further, but it's not going to be fast enough to find the kill. Puts Cruz down to 45.
By the way,
losing
that
his
push
life.
by Cruz,
Very solid
100%
response here
mistake.
from the IGL of Talon.
100% mistake. There was no pressure being done by the attackers anywhere on the map. He just went in for no reason whatsoever. He dies there. It's legit thrown round.
Just get taken down. Minor readjustment to have Karan be the one go in to get the spike planted so he can TP out when the net comes through. He's able to do that, avoids it, but now Karan taken down. Armageddon going to be sent out. Ash trying to hold the door, nearly has him lined
Dude,
up.
that almost was a double kill.
With the Phantom comes up with another. Diffuse starting to be held. The shot gets the hit.
And this is a very good example why smoking the spike is more important. You see this?
Getting
Look.
the diffuse.
Look.
Takes down Thai, but that is still
Hello?
going to be Primi.
Rewind.
Standing.
Look.
One.
Smoke on the
Phantom
spike.
comes up with
So the
another.
choke point is not smoked, right? So
Diffuse
now
start-
this person spams the smoke, and Primi waits. You see this? This is the correct decision.
held.
He waits. He should be swinging now after the first few shots, and I mean, yeah, it was correct. But you see this? If the smoke was here in choke point, then this Euro has no way of like fighting the same way.
for that window position, a classic Genji style of play for those B hits to set up.
Essentially, this round for Talon was won by Cruz just dry swinging long C and not dying, even though the opponent shot
So
first.
they're trying to get another round in the books, because if they don't get this one, money behind it for a few players, pretty dire. Cruz again gonna try to
Nah,
push
man.
out of the doors, but thwarted, and there's Primi.
Able to find Munchkin.
That deadlock combo is really like wishful thinking.
Back over towards the C site. Keeps himself safe, and now it's going to be Munchkin IGLing from beyond the grave.
One suppressed.
Forward presence here from Foxy9 slid up in the smoke just in front of B, but Genji now starting to try to tackle this A site where once again the lion's share of this defensive util is situated.
Yeah, you still have Karan there to clear some of it. They're going to use some Taeho utility as well. They get the trips, miss one of the sonic sensors, but everything else is cleared. And Foxy finds one on the lurk.
Got two tap, basically in transit, able to find that hit. Cruz gets taken down. Kahlua spotting out the placement of the util here. Foxy looking like he wants to challenge the angle, does so, and Kahlua able to strike, finds the kill. Ash quick to trade it back. Keeps him in with a 3v3 as Primi. Sprinting around in the dimensional drift. Looking for a weapon here, but Texture, noting the flank, is able to find Shit Boys. Now into the post plant. Not much util to speak of here. Just end up being a firing squad down from window. If Talon can try to find.
Sorry guys, I had to do something on the second PC.
Actually getting a tap on this plan.
Got a couple flashes, but you got to get deep enough to use them.
Well, they got half, no?
Let's go through Primi.
No, they didn't get half.
Dai does manage to come away with one. His Texture's going to be taken down. Primi finding another! And he finds 3! 11 HP, be damned. Primi is on point, and we are tied up at 3-3.
Jeez, he's
Did you see the premium old bro spent half the duration looking for a gun? I actually did not, that's my bad. I had to do something on my second
and an
PC.
odd man advantage, and Primi just not having any of it. Gets the first with the operator. Oh, nice work there by Foxy. Ash, quick to trade, and Texture.
How are they
watches the
losing this
flank
round then?
nicely,
That's
but
crazy, crazy
Ty
stuff.
up on top of the box, gets one.
What was Texture peeking into that
God, that's
window?
So good. They go over the peak. They just get shut down. Primi out in the open, no problem.
He's feeling it. 7-2 and 2 at the moment. That op still carried forward. Genji knocked back onto a bit of a half buy here.
Do we have any bingo mods that could help me with marking the bingos?
As well as a bulldog in alongside this sheriff in the stick.
Look at the missiles, man.
And
Are you seeing
Be able
this?
to find one. Garrett taken down. Does get suppressed. There's the stealth drone. Chases forward.
Nah, I'm sorry guys, but this is like really problematic.
Yeah, it was a heavy stack early from Talon off of any pressure, trying to thwart
This
the
is like
quick
really
hit
problematic.
from
The
Gen G,
fact
and
that
they knew.
Ash is using missiles not to clear traps, but to just
Talon is
secure like
perfectly
positions for
to
pushes,
funnel Gen G into that
doesn't
area.
go. That
So
it's
you
not the
stack
first correct
the
step.
Sentinel util onto A, you
You
have
know?
Premion op on C, and you go B, and that's where
It's like
the
they
deadlock KO
try to
combo could be
run
really
before
annoying.
they walk.
They've got so much util to clear that space.
That double sentinels, you cannot just do
Makes
that.
it really challenging for Gen G, no matter how good their post plants are, and a judge for Cruz.
Swing the corner. Snappy to readjust for texture. And
Second time they
Salvos
comboed it.
absolutely annihilate Munchkin. Hope of a Thrifty very much gone, as it's just going to be the one casualty. Cruz giving his life for the retake, and Talon now gaining the lead.
Yeah, I think you need to call a timeout here as Gen G to kind of figure out how you can find other ways onto the other sites, because it's been
Premium is a prime
almost
example of
me
a
every
ranked
time,
player,
other
all
than
aim and very
the
superficial agent
anti-eco
user
round
that
we
has
went
no
C.
depth.
And this
I
is,
wouldn't
in
say
my
no
opinion, all
depth.
according to plan. This was something I was worried about
But
here for Gen G. Is
I would say that
this is going to be an important
he is
site. I think on both sides of
mechanically,
the coin. I think when they switch over to defense, this is going to be a site
one
that
of the best
deadlock
players
could be
on the
really
planet.
frustrating to play
And that
against.
is the reason
If you
why
get
he's
there,
so
get
good.
that wall down,
You know?
it's really hard to go for those retakes. So you're going to have to be active on the map on that side. But over here on this attacker side, seemingly solo. Gonna
So
trust
far,
Munchkin.
look, I might not like the deadlock compositions, but I can admit that so far they're making it work.
They used the salvos
Still
early,
would prefer
did
the
Gen G
Vice.
to clear sewers.
The big test is gonna be
Marking their
attack.
way forward. I'm not sure if they know about this forward-facing Cypher trip either. This was here in the previous round, but it didn't get cleared, and I don't think it ever got noted.
I heavily dislike this Gen G
Cause them
smoke,
some
by the
grief
way.
on this execute if they do commit.
And either way,
What
even
the
if it's
fuck?
not that, just the triple stack that they have.
That's not great either.
It's a very solid read here from the side of
Did
Talon.
you see this? Gen G just used defensive smoke instead of attacking
It's
smoke.
just not working.
Well, the deep angle push, not spotting out too much of anything. And it looks like now Gen G is going to look to re-wrap around. Texture able to break that line of sight before the triple push into sewers.
And it's again,
Goes forward, but this is
Ash
so much info gained
not
for Talon.
gaining any value out of the missiles in the first cycle.
They've got the space. Yes,
We didn't destroy even the deadlock wall, even though we know where it is.
Grab set, not getting a catch
Why?
anyone that you believe.
Why is that deadlock wall not destroyed?
They're going to be cleared out, and Cruz is on a peek, able to find it. Now they strike in from behind. They are just absolutely pinned in position. Munchkin able to find one as Jit Boys does get taken down. He's trying to swing around.
And
looking for a
how are they
little bit more,
getting
now the spike's
flanked
gonna be
when
on the floor.
Fox is
Ty
still alive?
Catching Ash. And Kalua catching Munchkin, and this round is so beautifully read from Talon, understanding and manipulating the movements of
How? What was Foxy doing?
Exactly.
Right.
Where's Foxy's alarm bot? In the window?
Now reading them like a book. Grab net set. Not
What
getting a
the?
catch on anyone that
Look
you
at the
believe.
position of the alarm button window, guys. And then he dies first, yeah, and that's the reason why they lose the round. The alarm button window was even incorrect, so even if Foxy doesn't die there, they still get lurked,
Window control and create a
or rather
crossfire.
flanked.
Really well thought out. This is extremely smart. Yeah, okay, now you got to take a timeout. I think this is a round too late for me, but you got to figure out ways to create pressure.
Not looking good for
in
Gen
parts
G,
of the
I'll be
map
honest with
where
you. Talon's
isn't
playing pretty
dictating
okay.
things. And whether
Talon's
that
playing
means
pretty
find
okay,
ways
but I
to
see
make Privy
huge
up on
gaps.
C uncomfortable,
Huge
or have
gaps
some kind
in
of set
Gen G.
execute onto A,
The
to clear
Tahoe
that.
value, not there.
'Cause the only time that's really worked is when
No
you're able to
pressure
keep
being done
pass
in
with
defaulting. No macro objectives being done in the first cycle of the round. No deadlock walls destroyed, no singular cipher traps being destroyed, no singular camera being destroyed.
really giving them problems.
Nothing.
And it's a
And
great
then another
combo to
gap
have
is
against the Neon as well. This double sentinel
Foxy's flank hold is not the best.
Stealth drone, or you know, you have to rely on Ash a lot
And we
to be
had
able to
like
find that util,
already
but
Gen G
I've been
losing
watching pretty
Viper
closely
2
on the
times.
map, the way that they're
From
setting it up, it's all over
think
the
about it
place.
this way.
It's hard to
From
keep
8
track of it, and now
rounds,
they're moving it
we
over to
exclude
C.
the pistol in the second round.
Off of this
From the
timeout,
other 6
anticipate
rounds,
an adjustment,
in 3 of them, the first deaths in the attacker was Foxy and Munchkin twice. So Killjoy and Viper twice. Half of the first deaths in the important rounds were those players.
Oh, well, never mind. It's not C.
Of course it's B.
It's back over to the B site. Quick TP to readjust here from Ty. Just make sure to not get caught And he is, of course, the one with the operator now. And catches a glimpse. Looking for the stun, still gets a quick peek, and that's going to be Foxy9.
What the fuck?
Camera clear.
Why is Foxy dead at first again?
Salvo sent both sides. Genji control of the site here for the moment. Ash going to be left to stick around, it would seem, as Munchkin, you've been spotted, and you've been sprayed down. It's just far too late. Swap to the shorty. Ty cuts down Ash. Texture the overdrive, able to come away with one. But needs so much more than that. He and Karan now trying to fight their way out of what looks to be a damn near impossible situation. The overdrive now expired. Sets the wall to try to act like he's repositioned. Runs out of bullets in the stinger. And it's just one kill.
It's really looking incredibly bad for Genji.
But Talon are not allowing for any kind of thrifty business to come through.
Now, what a decision here to move.
Did you watch EMA yesterday? No.
No.
I'm not even touching it. That with a 10-foot pole.
The concuss. He had just gotten a spot of the players when he was looking away to maybe change positions. Munchkin there just gets too deep in the paint, anticipating that his poison cloud had bought him enough space to get that Viper's pit down, but Talon was already there, and they were willing to pounce. And they just have every read so far.
Talon, around.
Yeah, they're just ahead of the curve.
They get the Annihilation out, but commit two of their own to no avail. Still do have a lockdown available, but similarly, Kalua, he's got an Armageddon, so he can just clear that and disrespect it. Munchkin netted, but able to get around the corner here fast enough to avoid getting caught.
Now he has to kinda like be here stuck.
Munchkin trying to be that.
His job is now to be at Killjoy turret.
You know, in the back of his mind, he's got to be thinking about how Talon was able to push that space for free. Previously, he has to be the one to keep control of it while the rest of the team tries to find openings on B and C, but Talon aware of it. They're making aggressive moves towards that side of the map. They're just going to leave Primi on his own.
Ash, hello.
Again to watch A.
This time, though, Talon, slight misread. Like you said, they have Primi situated. So they're not going to be spotting much of anything there. It's Foxy.
And this is legit second time Cruz does this, and this is the moment when he loses the round. This should be a loss for Talon right now, because Cruz does the same mistake. The same mistake. He did it on C-Long, did the same mistake, but he did get the kill on Munchkin, because Munchkin whiffed the bullet. But now, he overpeaked during a silent moment of the attacker phase, right? And that's 100% fucking mistake, and they're gonna most likely lose the round because of it.
Goes to the site here, primed for the taking. Is now just looking to play off the timing. Lockdown going to be committed. Armageddon not going to be seen here. Talon realizing that they're just not in a strong enough position to try to flood back in off the back of that if they do go ahead and clear out the lockdown. So now they will look, try to get their way back into this. Deep lurk from Jit Boys, swinging around through the attacker's spawn. Alarm bot, however, is still set up there from from Foxy9, I should say, to alert for Munchkin.
Yep. And justice is served. You throw by dry peeking and over peeking, you lose a round. Very happy about this.
Spam through Ash, nearly catching the time to find him. Jitboys repositions, looks to play this out a bit more.
Is it because Taloncom has no ways of getting info without peeking? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean they have no info without peeking?
A very large win streak from the side of Talon was 5 consecutive wins.
They have a Cypher camera, they have 4 traps, they have a deadlock wall, all of that is passive info. They don't need to do anything. They can stand still, they have double sentinel setup, and they have a Teho as well.
It can be very annoying on that attacker side.
The Cruz overpeak 2 rounds is 100% mistake. And the problem is that no one will speak about this if Cruz is getting a kill. If Cruz is getting a kill, people will just legit forget it happened. We're like, oh yeah, good job, man. But even if he gets a kill, it's still a mistake. Like, if I'm a coach of a team and I see this shit, I'm going insane. I'm like, well, did I not teach you anything for the past 5 years or something? Depending on how long I coach a team or something?
Backs away.
Yeah, they're going to use the drone.
That's just going to be sent. They get a glimpse, though. They know that this deadlock is in position, and Cruz is just spamming through the wall. Texture dead.
Sometimes it's lucky.
Not looking to reposition fast enough. Now Sonic Sensor is situated here in Garage. Gun barrel spotted. Primi on to hit a flick. Munchkin taken down. Wall set up in Garage. No access here. Gen G once again are losing the plot. Double face in towards long.
Do you feel the same way about Meteor's Peak versus Zeta a month ago? Bro, I don't know what you're talking about. Show me a clip.
Just frantically spraying, is able to find Charon. And now it is just Ash all alone.
Are we pinning masters in chat today? No, because of it's we were doing a watch party, so we're not showing like the match masters like banners and stuff.
Salvo's in response, however, came down to 60. You've got Primi swooping around from behind here.
How do you think Talon's comp will do on attack? I mean, right now it looks like Talon will just win because Gen G are looking horribly disjointed.
Swap should have been heard. Oh, faces in. 2 players there. Will end up falling. Decent little run of it. At least get the plant money across, but that is going to be Talon now securing the lead at the half. At least 7-5.
Yeah, I mean, at every twist and turn, Talon has the read. You know, Primi can just hold Sewers.
We'll watch this
under control.
when we have time.
Cruz then senses the drone, knows the drone is coming.
Just remind me, okay?
The grab net to slow it down. Sees the shots coming through.
At least Texture isn't playing Euro again.
Battle.
That's a good one.
And then the rest of the way through, they're finding some good double peaks. Killua, nice little drag. Ash trying to do what he can, but at this point, he's got players coming from every which way.
The entire thing about double Sentinel's composition is it's a skill check for the opposing team. If an opposing team has a good plan how to play against a double Sentinel composition, the double Sentinel composition essentially loses all its value. But you need to have good plan to play around it. And right now it looks like Gen G doesn't have a fucking plan. I didn't see a singular fucking trap being destroyed by Ash.
Foxy, he's ready for this push out. It's been happening consistently from the side of Talon, but Primi playing a bit more reserved this time, not looking to overstretch the angle.
I didn't pay attention much to the missiles. Where did they go this round? But they dude, what? Where did the missiles go?
Gen G. They're gonna get the stealth drone out. Doesn't see any contact. They have to re-clear themselves. Make sure there's no push coming.
I actually have to rewind to see where did the missiles go.
A bit wider, Foxy.
Give me a second.
He's got players. He still get this done. Four seems
there. Foxy, he's that's round of the half.
One missile is going. Look, one missile is going here, pointless. Where's the second missile going? Is the second missile not showing on the minimap? Give me a second. Oh, here. What the fuck? Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. Really, this makes no point.
Sprinting through the cage.
Sorry, I had to rewind because I'm getting agitated.
Pushing forward, able to find one. The spike needs to get planted here. Ty still looking to cause chaos here on the site. Gets the spot out, pushes forward, ends up getting taken down with 2 seconds to spare. The plant now being stuck is Primi. It's the last one standing. Looking to try to clutch it out, but Karen off on the flank angle. Has the headshot. It's going to be Gen G narrowly making their way up.
Why is Texture on Neon when Jet is not when is Jet is not to be better? Is Neon just better than Jet on this or something?
Crack for sure. Eventually, Gen G able to get there. That's good paranoia to set up Texture.
I have absolutely no idea. But Neon is definitely worse against a double Sentinel composition.
Finds the angle where Primi's not expecting him.
Let's watch that clip.
From getting another
Let's watch that clip from Texture.
See what the other side of the coin looks like. I mean, again,
this is what
Talon look good on their attacker side.
10-3.
It's really annoying if they can find that open.
It's a lower buy.
They have a lot of these same kind of util to sort of clear angles and get information that Gen G does. You have a Teho, so a lot of
I
those
would
ideas
say
are going to be there.
This is not entirely a mistake because look at what they're doing. They have 4 classics. They have a composition that doesn't rely on double sentinels, right? And Meteor's the only one that has a sheriff. So he's trying to do something proactively. So when you take risks like that, when you take a risk like that, when your opponents have a higher buy, this is like a high risk, high reward play that you can get punished for, and it's gonna be a mistake. But this is not as bad when you are playing like already. This is already like a 30-70 round. So what he did, what Meteor did, is tried turning a 30-70 round into a 40-60 round. But if he dies, it's gonna be still like probably like 20-80 or something. So it depends on the context. It's still a mistake, but it's an understandable mistake to do something proactive in this round.
I'm unbothered.
Yep.
Just get me to my destination.
In my
Let me
lane.
swipe my card.
Yep. Oh, they're ready for this.
Paranoia up, Primy. Blinded up. Damage not suffered though, and we'll just go ahead and take a quick little exit. They get the snake bite out as well.
Well, 400 credits on the deadlock wall.
Pivot across over towards the garage. Stealth drone going to be sent through. Munchkin able to find a bit of damage, but suffers some in kind.
But they got the wall deep, so the two players stuck on B have to clear that before they're going to be able to help.
Primy's able to find one. Ash going to be taken down. That was the full HP player there at back sight. Texture now arriving, sliding forward. Caroline able to find one. Kahlua going to be dropped, but Cruz trades it back out.
It's the advantage, no?
Around the back,
Yeah.
Primy looking for the timing to try to swing out from the smoke. Does so and eventually drags the shots across, finding Munchkin's head. Foxy now the last one standing.
Ash is buying Sheriff and Tahoe.
Cruz,
It's
both
ridiculous,
tagged
man.
up. Jit Boys, however, full HP, full ghost.
It's absolutely ridiculous.
Full pressure.
I want to see
on the
where did he
shoulders of
use the
Killjoy.
rockets as well on this round.
Doable.
Hello, Trigger.
Still have a grab net though for Cruz.
Yeah, good luck.
Catch. Finds the first one.
Yeah.
And needed to hit every single headshot from there. The catch.
Where did the Ash's rockets go?
AirPods fully understand what you're
Not my
angry
problem.
about. Just chill back and put my AirPods.
What the fuck? He just instantly missiled on long here with 2 missiles.
Yep, exactly.
And what?
Just
He
this guy's
destroyed one
yapping,
Cypher
I don't
trap,
know.
but it's like, what's the point? You don't even know what's going on.
Link or something. So you have so much ability to manipulate the map here with this comp that Talon brings.
Bro,
To
Gen
understand
G
where and
really
when your
looks
opponents
clueless.
It's going to be really difficult for a lot of teams. Gen G here today on their map pick.
I'll read
Also
questions in
already
a second,
struggling.
guys. Just want to see what's the plan here.
Now they're trying to set up crossfires with the classics outside of the door. Sheriff for texture.
They do have a crossfire set up here.
Drone's not going to spot it. It's going into the garage.
But haha.
Like it.
Yep, they're not going to play around with this.
So now legit, Gen G just trolled themselves.
Catcher on a Kahlua. It's out in mid.
I will explain to you why.
Maybe a weapon.
They had a crossfire on B main, but they put on the Viper wall. That is their Viper wall. So it scared the players away from going into the stack. How on earth? How on earth are you trying like to do so?
Oh my God! He's just donk walking into garage, and he ends up getting taken down. Primy quickly trades it back. His Jit Boys on the linger up in towards A. He's able to find Ash.
What is
Gen G,
going
though,
on, man?
Really scratching their heads, have a strong understanding that this is going to be a seaside plant, especially now that they hear it coming through. Get themselves into a 3v3. Some more damage dealt.
One by
Gen
one.
G would start being costly to Talon.
One by one.
Die doing well to find that kill, though. And that one. And maybe the third one, yes.
Legit, every single gunfight here
I did well. Let's just leave it
was
at that.
one by one.
Man, he was on point for sure. That's
But that's another thing I would like to understand. Right here, before this happened, right? Before Tahoe dies, just
actually going to A. That's where Gen G expects them to.
I'll show you because it's very important because it's happening in ranked as well.
Not gonna spot.
Look, they have a crossfire setup here, right? They have 2 players over here. It's deadly setup, even on a low buy, even like double classics will be still pretty deadly. And now, because they have a setup like this, right? They want the opponents to go. They want the opponents to go here because they also have a 3rd player to play on contact. But when they put up this wall, they essentially push people away from this. So what's the point of the stack?
And now this scrambles the forces from Gen G across the map. Meantime, just going to be an exec forward here onto the B site for the side of Talon. Wall set up, cutting off that A connector. Texture getting the bad news, just trying to spray that wall down.
That's a kill.
Has no idea. Right in between the shoulder blades. Finds the kill.
Ooh.
Texture's
Yeah,
dead.
Munchkin
This
is
round
legit
as good
trolling
as
this game.
done.
I'll be honest with you.
Got to save.
Munchkin is legit trolling this game. The amount of first deaths that he has is ridiculous. I think this is like 5.
Talon are going to get up to 10 rounds with a bonus conversion. Gen G left scratching their heads.
And now it's a save.
It's just they're winning so many of these opening duels.
Hey, the
so
Flotus.
on point with their
I'm
reads
seeing
and
a
the
lot of
timing.
ice on Haven, even to the point of ditching the Jet in a double duelist comp. Cryo played ice over Suna on Neon yesterday, but Cryo's clearly more comfy on Jet.
Incredibly well executed. Players on point today.
Well, I think ISO now, after the change of his uppercut, is way more viable than he was before, because the suppression
He's 15 and 6.
with the after uppercut is actually incredibly valuable. This wasn't a first death. My bad. I'm sorry, Munchkin. You only have 4 first
I was
deaths.
like, oh no, he's beat it. Munchkin's got a 180 and just head tap, you know, but nope. Got it done. It's been a very, very rough go here for the side of Gen G. And Foxy only won double-digit kills.
Who's next? I mean, they're just having such a struggle reading the map.
They are just storming their way forward now. Foxy just getting absolutely overwhelmed.
I mean, it's 1 for 1.
He will get taken down there as a snake bite.
Advantage for attackers. And it also deleted the Sentinel. So they lose a lot of map control on the free side map. That's actually impactful.
Aware of this, but cannot find the shot.
Okay.
Shit boys. It's absolutely devastating. Count on too late to try to find the punish here on
This is one of those games where CS players should be happy watching this. No, there's like almost no utility here. Everyone is just dry
And
peeking.
you got the ult out of the order when you traded it. It looked like it was going to be good, but then Munchkin loses the 1v1, and all of a sudden you're scrambling to try to control the map.
Caron. Okay, I was going to say Cam Toggle is set up. Jit Boys keeps himself safe. And now looks for the punish and will not be able to find it.
Little overconfidence for Jit there.
Caron able to go ahead and secure them a 3v3, but the plant now gets ready to come through. You still have this deadlock.
Checking some bingos for you guys.
Net available for Cruz to try to prevent a retake.
Can't go through Heaven. That's cut off by the barrier mesh. And then there's Sonic sensors at the door. What do? You got to rely on alert. You don't have one.
His own teammate is being caught on the net.
Clear this one out. Kalua, position ought to be noted. Got grab netted there by his own teammate, but no punish to be found. Wall going to be set up. Texture dropping down out from Heaven, able to find one. He's out wide, however, and Kalua will just massacre all 3 players.
Is that an event for Knife Kill? No, there's no bingo event for Knife Kill, but it happens once a blue moon. So someone getting that event in bingo would be like really kind of disappointed.
This is a treat to watch. Talon in full control here on Haven. I mean, again, this isn't a bad start
Give
at
number
all
up,
for
Cusito.
Gen G, but this right here is devastating. Losing Munchkin, when he's got the read, he saw the player there. A nice attempt on the entry by Texture, but with the post-plant positioning and a great triple there for Killua.
What I think happened to Gen G, I have absolutely no idea.
I mean, you know what to expect, where to expect it, when to expect it, and on top of that, you're winning your duels. Now they're going to try to slow walk their way up. A really far forward alarm bot. Early pop of the
Do you
nano,
get
so
fined for knifing someone?
rotation.
No, you shank him and they have to give you lunch money. So right now, Munchkin has to give like 10 euros to, who was it? The Cruz? No, to Jit Boys.
Foxy, though, took some damage as well.
Yeah, he gets the worst of it by a pretty large margin. Those drones just saying hi to each other.
Dude, isn't that trap a little bit too high?
C and Gen G leaning the other way. There's been so much contact on the other side of the map. And they're so quick
Full
to rotate.
retake from Gen G on
The
C.
box, the salvos to cut off the corners.
That rings out the bad news. Deep in the back sight, the flash.
Why? Nah, Foxy, you're trolling. Nah, I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry, guys, but this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. They have no one on C, and Foxy just fights, and Texture then fights.
A 2v3 attempt at a retake here for Gen G to stop Talon from getting up the map point. Premi going for the plant, going to be forced away. I should know that he got a bit of
Crazy.
there. Spots out Jit Boys, knows the position of 2, spots the head of 1, and cannot find either. Jit Boys collects them both. Good to see that one back, but Talon now up to map point.
Yes, please. Yes, please. Let me see that from Jit's perspective. I thought Primi got one, Jit got the other. This is just so beautiful. From the side of Talon. I mean, the play off this concuss. Oh, so good.
I wish I could say that it's Talon playing like really well, but it's a combination of Talon playing okay, but Gen G just playing horribly, man.
He has been mostly very, very good. I'd say other than that peek up through courtyard against Karan and a couple rounds ago, he's been near flawless. He has been reading the map so well, playing this Cypher so effectively. Great lurks. They are just on point. Let's see if Primi can be, if he's going to be ready for that player up in the tucked into the corner. Haven't seen that yet. Seemingly
Oh, he's looking at him. He was actually looking at him.
Knows that he can hide in that angle, and there's enough space.
Yeah, and again they have a setup. Look, guys, look, this is trolling. This is straight up trolling. Putting up the Viper wall in on those moments. This is straight up trolling by the defense.
One away from having that annihilation on line. Munchkin finding the one kill, but again the trade exchange is gonna be sent out. That gets a banking shot into the corner.
That was meant to go into CT, but he missed. He missed. He wanted to put it in deep in CT, but he missed. It bounced from the corner, and it got a hit on. Oh my god, it's so funny. Look, look. He missed. He didn't want to do this. This was like he wanted to do it in CT. He just flicked too much a little bit, and he was like, "Oh fuck, I missed." Oh, never mind.
Again, the trade exchange. The annihilation going to be sent out. That gets a.
That's so funny.
Didn't see it quite, but he just at the end.
It looked like it was going in towards the alley.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought. But he adjusted just a little bit. Incredible.
All right. Well, with that round win, Gen G call their last time out. It's hard to decipher if this is in a real attempt to try to get these 6 in a row, or to just quell whatever nerves and issues may be cropping up here in the comms and get them ready for a next map.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, sometimes as a coach, you know, you still have that timeout. Might as well use it to, I mean, again, this is one of the situations where I feel like Solo should have pulled the trigger on this a few rounds ago, but to at least try to stabilize the team's mentality, get them ready, see if they can string a few more rounds together, get some confidence going into Icebox, because right now it is all talent all the time for the most part. A few glimpses of hope here and there, but once again, Primi has the Outlaw, sees the economic situation that Gen G is in. Only Texture can get the full armor through.
Whose map is this? In the left corner, I'm not saying this to like, I'm saying this to inform you. In the left corner here, you see left upper corner, current heaven, and the small Gen G logo. It's hardly visible, but you can see it. So it shows who chose the map. So if this is Gen G's choice, and next is Icebox Talent. So this might be actually just a very, very fast 2-0.
Salvo sent, they flush him out. Foxy picked apart, Textured, well tagged. As this is the end of Haven. Mask will go on. Munchkin, far too late to find anything. The neural depth will tell all.
He's body blocking him.
As he is just strafing in along his back. Jumps out, playing distract, playing protect. Primi giving over his HP bar to secure the kill. And Texture,
do you guys think we'll ever get a nerf of an Outlaw?
Bridge too far. 13-6. Talon looking absolutely electric. Have every correct answer to every problem thrown to them here by Gen G on Gen G's map pick of Haven. Now,
I wish, this is gonna be my wish, to hear on the desk something that I would say myself, which is point out that Talon played the Deadlock composition well, that they had some good ideas, the execution was there, they got like 3 kills with the Deadlock nade Teho combo, or two, maybe 3, I can't remember exactly. So I would give kudos on the desk to Talon for that, but they also like played way too comfortably and overpeaked a lot, which was completely unnecessary. But then you have to talk about Gen G, that has absolutely zero idea how to default. They didn't use correctly the Teho. They didn't destroy any macro objectives. They didn't gain any space. They lose their anti-flank players first. It's ridiculous, man. It's absolutely ridiculous. And let's see if the desk will talk about it.
to Cruz and then having Cruz basically issue it out to the rest of the team, teach them what the game strategy is going to be. And right now it seems like the system is absolutely working, firing on all cylinders. Meanwhile, for Gen G,
I really like the composition. I don't.
broken down and dysfunctional.
I don't think the composition is good.
The players themselves,
I think every single double sentinel controller that is not including Vice is a mistake. But also, I think every single double sentinel composition that doesn't have a Vice is easily abusable. But Gen G just didn't know what to do.
And this was just back and forth when it came down to reading each other's strategies. We saw how much Talon was able to catch on to Gen G's strats here on Haven.
I mean, this was such a dominant game. If anything, I think 6 is generous on the side of Gen G this game. Talon, so well prepared, just shut down everything Gen G wanted to do.
This was peak Talon. Every single player performed above the margins. You know, Jit Boys has been having some rougher maps, had really, really good performance here.
Oh my god, you guys went 80% at Gen G, by the way.
First half, every single player on Talon performed. The game plan was phenomenal, and they just absolutely slapped Gen G. There's no other way to put it.
Yeah, I mean, we spoke before this game about how high Gen G's first kill conversion is at 80%. But that doesn't matter when you're only able to get 4 first bloods the whole map. They're never in an advantage. Talon shutting them down. Primi topping the scoreboard there with 5 first kills just for himself.
Yeah, they literally...
Should you still smoke bomb on main in postment after the ping remove thingy? You should always smoke the spike.
Like, they dominated the opening duels.
If in doubt, smoke the spike. That's it.
Individual pop-off or anything, it was constantly
It will never be a bad decision.
Exactly how Gen G
Maybe it will not be the best decision in some of the circumstances. Maybe sometimes it will not be like, oh yeah, that was the best choice. But in majority of the spots, it will actually be the best choice.
They would just die for free. Like, it felt like Talon knew exactly how Gen G was going to play. And that's because you always
It should be your default way of thinking when it comes to retaking.
Very much, and Talon is known for having good prep and good game plans. And with this Haven pick coming out for Gen G, not any change in the comp, not really much of a change in the approach. Talon just walked all over.
No way. Outlaw like Clove and Reyna are mistakes that are here to stay. I hate that you're probably right.
A little bit of aggression coming out from Karon, for example, in a few rounds.
Yeah, I mean, so this was clearly sort of Gen G's idea of how to beat all of that Sentinel util, right? They just want to send Karon.
Yeah, look at him. Double TP into the backside of the B site. He's able to hide behind the fast lane. And for all those Omen players in ranked that never get in on the entry, that I'm playing Enit, I'm off my Sova drone or my Teo drone, and I come off my drone and you're still standing right next to me looking at me. Please, for the love of God.
You can't go in.
Side, man. Get in the side.
Yeah, I respect that he's getting in the side. That was, you know, Karon is at his best when he's aggressive.
Sorry, yeah. Good job, Karon.
So many people could relate to you in that point in time. Yeah,
get in the side.
Neon can literally outrun the stun. There's so many things that can counter the Neon.
Let's be real. This was all on the side of Talon Esports, especially.
Sorry, counter the deadlock. It's and also the economical price of the wall is just ridiculous. 400 credits for that shit is mad.
They were able to apply here.
I mean, this win is on the prep. If you ask me, I have some highlights where we can kind of break this down for you. Just
they should make Deadlock ult 5 orbs, but nerf the amount of bullets required to destroy the cocoon. I just think that Deadlock ult should be able to catch multiple players. Suddenly it's good.
They move, they take this space
together. Suddenly it's good then.
Just restrict. They force them and sort of
still not as good as Ray's Showstopper, but it's suddenly much better.
Much control of this round. Gen G aren't able to really play that.
I don't think head trips suck, it does not use the same way. I don't say that, look, head traps are okay, but are easily counterable.
This was a separate look where they lock Primi on this A
That's the main problem. You have to be very, very creative with the traps to get any value, and they can still get like completely countered. And also, what's the funniest thing? You can stun yourself.
Had a UAV, had a map hack, because they were always in the right positions, because the read was so good, the anti-strat was so good from this Talon side.
But you even see it from those two like mini-map highlights that the timings are always the same for Gen G. It's around the wall cycle denying information over.
Will I play any games today? I don't know, we'll see.
Very standard timings, 50 seconds to a minute 10. They're going to go and run their default. They're going to drone something, you know, every single time, and it reveals a lot about their intentions playing the Teo there. Primi given the map MVP, but I would love to give it to the coaching staff and to all of Talent. Like, they all played phenomenally. There was no carry in that game for Talon, they literally got 100% out of their roster. All 5 of the players played perfectly, and the coaching staff had a fantastic read. You literally could not have dominated harder there as Talon. Like, this is what peak Talon looks like.
This is my problem with Gen G, right? I'm sort of getting stressed out about this because these two teams are very polar opposite, where Talon change everything. They all the time are reinventing, pushing the meta, and Gen G love to do what works for them.
Yeah.
But then I think in this kind of matchup, Talon are always going to have the edge. That's why I predicted them today.
Yeah.
This was the same Gen G running the same composition that we've seen
All 5 players play perfectly. Yeah, definitely Cruz.
So it's no surprise that good coaching staff are able to pick it apart.
I mean, they've had good run on Haven so far in Pacific, as have
There was no counter-stratting in this game, by the way.
teams that just run the same thing over
Just
and over
saying.
again on Haven and have a lot of
I
success
don't know
doing it.
what are we talking
Absolutely
about, but there was no
T1 with this
counter-stratting in
Deadlock
this game.
comp, and then they've adapted it to be able to smash the Viper comp here from Gen G. Like, they are very, very good at figuring out opponents that just does the same thing over and over again.
And speaking of that, I just want to take a moment.
What? That's the entire problem, that Gen G didn't do what they always do. They were lost.
When they had that
How
match
can you
versus
counter-strat
T1 was
someone who's
thanks to
lost?
Cruz actually
And don't know what they do?
adapting or tweaking what the strategies were for Talon on that map. So major props, and this really comes out. I mean, Munchkin, come on, he is definitely one of the best IGLs in Pacific, and Cruz was
What
able
the
to
hell am I
outplay
listening
him
to?
on this map.
I think Cruz is thoroughly underrated as an IGL in this region. I mean, something Frost talks about so consistently in his interviews about how he feels like Cruz is the best IGL in Pacific, and I think we're slowly starting to see a lot more of that. I feel like his calling is consistently good, the anti-strat is consistently good, and he's holding his own in the server. So I'm very high on Talon right now, and I think if you're Gen G, you're a little bit worried about this map too.
I mean, yeah, going here into Icebox, right? We're going to see the data up in just a bit. This is a map that we haven't seen Gen G on since Champions Soul. That was the last time when they lost versus Sentinels. So we haven't seen them on this map for a long, long time. I highly doubt they're going to run that Gecko KO once again.
You can see it there. They banned it a handful of times as well. Have not really wanted it to be pushed into the veto very often. Over on the side of Talon, did recently play this up against who was it? Was it T1? Yeah, that they got a really, really good win over. So you can see defense win rate 100%, and again that might be a good little anti-strat, recognizing that T1 is a little bit too one-dimensional on that map.
Let's see what Gen G will even play on Icebox.
Over again. So I think for Talon, this is going to be a little bit of a different look for them, where they have something in particular prepped, but there's nothing to look at for Gen G. This is not going to be a game plan W this time around.
Yeah, that's almost a good thing.
Weird that Valorant doesn't have a honor system like League Post on the Discord.
That would be an
I
even
mean,
bigger
yeah,
worry
I agree.
for them right now. But ultimately, I think Talon are still feeling very good. They're clearly taking it to a map where Gen G are not comfortable. Gen G have been looking to ban out this map, so I think Talon are going to be feeling so good heading into this map too. So it's really on Gen G to show up now. Show us something a little bit different and have this well prepared, because if you're banning it, you probably haven't put a ton of time into it before now.
Well, maybe you haven't put a lot of time on the stage, which is also another factor, right? You might have been maybe saving it for a moment like this, for a moment like playoffs, but how many reps have you had on that stage, which is such an important factor?
Alrighty, let's see what we're going to get.
I think Valorant will benefit highly.
Talon are taking
Oh my
one
God.
step ahead here. They are going to swap to the Harbor comp off of, they were running Teo in this slot before, and this really changes things up a lot. Some teams running Harbor comp, in fact, a fair few in NA are running
texture
Harbor
on
at the
Euro.
moment, so maybe that's a bit of that NA coaching staff flavor into Talon once again.
Yeah, I love Harbor. Great for the retakes and getting that spike down. Over across on the side of Gen G, a fairly simple, more standard comp. We are seeing them stick with that KO.
The worst part is,
has a real
whoever
strong
wins
record
this
on
map,
that, KO.
we lose
Texture
overall.
on the Yoru, we
Because
saw his
texture
Yoru,
on Yoru
last week,
is
I believe it wasn't entirely
not
convinced,
good.
so he needs a better performance.
And then
every
also
day.
we have
Ultimately,
Harbor,
not too many risks on this Gen G side, only small
who I
adaptations.
don't think is a good choice, by the way. I think, I know people like to champion Harbors, like, oh, he's great, man. He's great on this map because so many American teams are using him.
Just like our audience are smiling right now.
You want to play double controller with Viper? Just play anything else. Can be even Astra. Can be Astra, can be Brimstone, can be Omen. Like, just use anything else than a Harbor, and you will still get the shit done exactly the same way. Like, saying that you can easily more plant with Harbor is like the biggest cope. No, you can't. It can get destroyed and you don't gain shit from the cope.
In the past, not to a huge amount. I think it's his 7th game.
Look, they didn't even buy Cove in pistol round.
Similarly,
What does that tell you?
the Yoru. So
The Cove is the most strong in pistol round, and yet the Harbor doesn't buy the Cove in the pistol round.
And you've got a bunch for Gen G. So you got to find those timings.
Well, that is a huge reveal.
Yeah, let's go, Foxy. Let's go. First death. Just fantastic stuff.
You can already see some of the ideas with the Cascade there to try to cover the retreat after the pick, but too quick.
Don't need Cove if they don't plan. Well, it would be useful for retaking. You know what I mean?
Their way up towards AR Gen G.
Honor system does nothing. I would disagree. I think a positive honor system would motivate at least some people, and you could get really good rewards for the honor system, and that will actually make a small impact. And every small impact is needed right now.
But Talon seemingly aware they're just playing outside the site.
Shock darts at the ready here for the plant. Lands right in Ash's face. And that is going to be a huge chunk of damage as he falls down to 25 health. This flank being noted and dealt with. Karan snapping on the shots, is able to find Kai. As Texture peeks over towards screens, and Jit Boys will fall as well. Gen G looking well poised to close out another pistol here for themselves, as Cruz will still be able to put that Sheriff to good use. Finds one, finds the timing on the Munchkin as he turns back. Suddenly, it's all being undone. Texture dead, Ash has fallen, and Cruz
If it would honor top fraggers though, it will be completely separated from behavior anyway. I don't know. But there has to be something done. There has to be something done because right now...
Oh, what a round to get it.
Right now...
Cruz hits the 1,000
It's just terrible, man.
Great opener by
It's just
Primi.
absolutely abysmal, like the way that community acts in this game. And Riot needs to do something because they didn't do much in the past 5 years. And the wound just festered.
Oh, above on the rope too for the final.
That one's on me, gang.
We just need Riot to free us from the shackles and bring in Face It. That would be a nail to the coffin. That is a sign that the developer doesn't care. The reason why Face It exists in CS is because Valve is absolutely doesn't care about the community.
Is the player.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's the reason.
Both goats in their own right. And it's Premi up and over the top, able to find one. Its Texture will get taken down.
We actually actively should not think we need like Face It or ESEA or whatever it is. Also, the main reason why CS has Face It is because Valve not only doesn't care, but also doesn't have a working fucking anti-cheat, man.
From the side of Gen G. Oh, Killua so far ahead of this. Is anybody on Gen G gonna be ready?
What do you think of full util K on pistol round? Because I get in Breach, where you can pretty much do a whole exec. But I think KO gets the same value. If I play in ranked solo queue, I would never buy full util in KO on pistol.
Fortunate for them, Cruz has just got a stinger.
It's just not impactful enough.
Just waiting for the toxic screen to come back up before they made their move.
Shock darts, however, still can find value as Munchkin nearly gets picked apart. Push in, Karan on the swing.
Never crouch against the shower.
Damage starting to be dealt here.
Actually, we need to do the new bingo, no? Guys, last chance to check the bingo before we start a new one.
Carves him up nice and quick. And that is going to be, you know, Guardian, Outlaw. Looks like Cruz is going to be stuck with a stinger carried forward here as we go into Talon's bonus round.
Yeah, this is not bad damage done by Gen G in the long run. Karan with some snappy shots onto the Sheriff. That Outlaw continuing to find value for Primi. And with a couple Sheriff spot, that Outlaw still in play. Going to be interesting to see what the buy looks like coming out.
The biggest thing Valve could do for the game isn't even competitive stuff, is bringing out complete map and agent editor. Give us the sandbox.
Foxy 9, so everybody else able to find the full armors.
There's no way you think that is something that Riot should do. There's no way.
Dark cleared out, shots do end up connecting here as Munchkin able to get the transfer down to find two.
There's a new bingo starting right now.
Close to being a 3v3 position here, but given the weaponry, Gen G a bit more of a comfortable position for now.
Pretty quick to move over though. Off just a little bit of contact, especially with that drone not seeing anything. Cruz as well now, sliding a bit further back. See if Talon can do any more damage here. Texture so low after getting hit by the Outlaw. Alarmbot's gonna.
Do we have Ash missiles? Yeah, we do.
Give it away here. there. Stealth drone as well.
Will the
Clear.
missiles be used to clear the
Needs
nanoswarms?
to be pretty clean for Gen G.
Let's see.
Premium position.
No, nanoswarms already popped. Ash didn't use the missiles yet. Is using missiles on the backside for no reason whatsoever.
For the plant to receive the damage. And shot from Primi. Getting offset a bit there by the movement. Not quite prepared
Well,
for it. So
actually, I
Ash
lied. It's not for no reason whatsoever because they pushed with it, so that's at least okay.
Spike now planted. Guardian and Sheriff here for Kahlua and Cruz. I see if they can spot anything out, but everyone from Gen G disconnected.
Oh, that arrow doesn't
around green.
was landing behind the building there, so it wouldn't even discover long. By the way.
Been over the top, spot out on the one. Does get a headshot across on the Foxy 9. At least will force potentially an armor rebuy. He's got the regen shield. Either way, solid cleanup. Just the one casualty here for Gen G as they deny the bonus conversion.
Valorant with Matter will be just people making Dust 2 copies. That is very much true. Also, it's really not needed.
Off to clear the knife. Munchkin able to find 2 very impactful kills. Car in there, swings out at the end. So, okay, not bad from Gen G, but I'm still seeing good reads from Talon.
I think you could just take Karen's yells and just put him over. Like
Also, remember,
he could be getting horrific.
it wouldn't work. There's no community servers of this game. You know why there's no community servers? Because Riot doesn't want you to have access to the source code. Riot doesn't want to have you to access to the codes itself. Like, they don't want to give you those things because Vanguard needs to be protected. That's the reason why we don't have that many cheaters in this game. This is why we don't fucking run into the Call of Duty problems. We don't run into the CS problems because it's all protected by Riot. That's why.
Orb secured, alt online for Munchkin. So maybe going to be able to bully their way to a plant. Foxy has to be diligent, making sure that he's tracking the lurks, but he's got the
Also,
turret as well
I don't even know how would
This is where the hit's gonna go. So now the wall gets set up.
intellectual property work in this way. Like, what if someone would actually make, like, let's assume that Riot allows you to make online servers that Riot hosts, and you would be able to upload a custom map that you made. I don't think they would be able to even to allow that if it would be a copy of a map from a different game that would be like an intellectual property. Like, let's say a Dust 2, right? Riot could be sued because of that.
Quick little peek back in, trying to see if he can find any extra punish, but widely Gen G are now well poised to go ahead and secure a flawless round.
Yeah, what a round for Ash. Gonna have his ult for the next
No?
round too.
I mean, that is just my general assumption. I don't even know if that would work this way.
Purview for most of that round, especially with Foxy being able to watch for the lurks, whether that be through mid or across the belts. He had that under control, so Gen G able to scale forward very nicely, use that Munchkin ult to get themselves through, so the ult cycle looking good potentially here for Gen G as well. It's encouraging news if you're a Gen G fan after how
One
rough
person made a whole
things went
agent
for
for
them on
Valorant, but Riot refused at legal issues. What do you mean?
this year. So we weren't really too sure what to
What do you mean by
expect.
made a whole agent for Valorant, but Riot refused at legal issues? I don't understand. What's the context?
And they're able to keep the oppo
What, they draw it in on a piece of paper?
behind us is my big question right now as we get a quick look at all the players. So a couple Guardians had to be bought down by Talon. And able to hang on that very important op, trying to set up for it. Do clear the knife at least.
Like blended stuff? Yeah, but what's the context?
Already doing a little pre-fire to check.
They did do what? They did a custom agent for on their own, and why is it then a legal issue
Drone potentially here from Ash.
that they did that?
Able to get that out early. Japoy's right there to back up Primi. Throw out that cascade if necessary.
Everyone can make a concept art for fan art. I can do a one as well. What's the problem?
They're just gonna hightail it out of there. Yeah.
Just burning the tailwind. Backpedaling here as quickly as they can. All coming up, and it seems like Gen G relatively happy with that pressure, but the lurk from Charon is going to be noted.
There's no lurk. That was an execute. There's no lurk. There's no pressure. Jesus Christ, man. The Gen G are lost.
Get the one and dones. Don't overcommit. Don't overheat.
Alright, on the swing out, finds the headshot. Extra dead. Solid damage dealt, ensuring that they maintain that player advantage, at least for the moment. But
The legit Gen G are lost.
Able to linger forward.
They have no plan.
There on Kahlua, now we go into a 3v3.
What the hell?
Clear out over towards Snowman. Old Ship Boys back.
What the fuck?
Getting dropped in.
They just used a dagger there. They know there's no one there.
No further ults to speak of.
Gonna have to be really good with this Harbor util and the Soba util and a shot
Nice,
from Munchie.
nice.
Top flash.
Nice.
Mechanically, that was very nice.
Perfection. Absolute perfection, one should say. As Ship Boy similarly going to be taken down, and now Primi is looking to hold on to the operator, see if he can find anything additional here.
Astral missiles, by the way.
The round just a bit out of touch, and they are in position to go ahead and find this punish as well.
That guy spent 2 years to make that Valorant agent. There's even a video.
Gun barrel just not quite
To what?
spotted.
Spend 2 years to make a concept of an agent and make it in the blender? So?
Foxy is there to shoot him out of the sky. 3 in a row. Gen G now in the lead.
Yeah, they're looking really good right now. Let's see when Talon wants to think
So,
about a timeout.
Well, I still don't understand the problem. Why are we even talking about that? Everyone can make a concept art for an agent. Like, I can do that as well. I can, and there's no difference if I'm gonna use a blender or if I'm gonna draw it on a piece of paper.
But that gives Gen G the confidence that they need, the safety that they need to push forward.
If they allowed modding, they would probably have something in place to say they're not liable for anything community created. That is not how it works. That is not how it works at all.
Not liking what they see. I mean, I think just a lot of the early rounds to me looked pretty good with their ability to take mid control. But that round, they seeded over.
He wasted 2 years and Riot just shut him down. Guys, for the love of God, either you give me source or stop saying stuff that makes no sense before explaining it.
Talon win easy.
Talon's first 2-0.
Shut it down because of what?
From Singapore, just won a full series, 6.5 hours for VCT Pacific. They don't care who wins.
Probably this guy thought he will make it, Riot will accept it and make him a community hero or so. Bro, I am like almost certain that you are on the money right here. That's the video?
How tight everything was across both.
How long
what
is this
you're
video?
about to see is
5 minutes?
And,
so he's okay. We'll watch it. We'll watch it. I am actually really curious. I'm just gonna assume is someone who is just having an ego.
Early flash to try to counter that lurk we saw in the previous round from Gen G.
Needing Jip Boys to start getting activated though. Not on the board quite just yet, which is why it's such a huge delay on trying to get that reckoning online. Still 1 charge off of it. It's triple stack to defend B. Seems like whether it's Haven or Icebox, Gen G favoring the B site today. As some noise made. Kahlua on the timing, looking for the hit there, unable to find it, turn back from Texture, able to find one as Munchkin also gets a piece of the action.
I hope Talon wins this because
to avoid the stun, avoids the fragment, stays
he didn't
tucked
actually
away,
see him.
Classic in hand, but now does have that reckoning.
They don't know about the harbor, by the way.
I don't think he's been spotted by anything. No one is lending any credence to his position at all until that very moment. Sorry, Jit, didn't mean to curse you. Foxy trying to readjust his cruise good for the wide swing. Eventually finds it.
But if I would have to name, if I would have to guess, I think Mr. Roshu, with his assumption, is very close to the reality of what's gonna happen there. Like, a guy probably spent like those 2 years. I'm not saying he didn't spend 2 years like making a Valorant agent, and then he sent it to Riot, thinking like they're gonna just put it in the game. He gets paid or get hired as a game designer, and they say no, thank you.
Beginning of these rounds, they're looking for aggression. They're looking for those players. They were just losing a lot of those lurk battles. The 1v1s, you know, if you saw the first kill stats from Haven, it was so heavily in Talon's favor. Texture though, on the exploration mission.
Okay, Texture, what's the plan here with the ultimate?
Hasn't even checked over towards 410, so doesn't even necessarily have that confirmed. As Fellows will flush him out into the open, but instantly hits the headshot. Does he get a big chunk of damage here in response, but the flash is out.
No, he just did everything by himself, I guess.
From the Raptors. Once again, given that they have this op committed, now that the pit is in play, I think Talon is going to have to save.
Yeah, you could try to use the Reckoning to clear it, but numbers already not in your favor.
They're going to swap over. Texture pop flash going to be sent, gets a full hit onto Jit Boys, and now the Reckoning cannot come into play. Shorting a bit of damage.
I see ranked Euros doing this old TP shit now. Wait, did he use the TP into the ult?
To be able to afford another purchase here to Talon, but It seems like in the end, yeah, updraft just to go for the exit. Munchkin gonna
Alright, they're gonna save, so I'm gonna rewatch it.
basically does clear.
The lurk battles, the 1v1s, you know, if you saw the first kill stats from Haven, it was so heavy.
Now that's ridiculous, guys. Look at the minimap. Look at the minimap. He just spent 150 credits to not gain anything.
First kill stats from Haven, it was
He just spent. Look, you see the amount of time over here? You see this amount of time that passed? That amount of time would have passed by running here. Instead of using the ultimate.
so heavily in Talon's favor. Texture though on the
How is he?
he's just a kid.
I can't believe his energy.
He's having fun. He's so into it.
We'll get pinged. Orb's gonna be picked up there by Cruz. I didn't even necessarily hear exactly what he was begging. But I heard him saying, "Please, please."
Yeah.
Like, there's no op that you were trying to get.
I think he wanted to. Yeah.
Maybe he was begging them to kill Primi.
Yeah, I think that was it. That's my guess. I would have loved to have gotten that op out of their hands. Couldn't quite get there. Now being a little bit tricky on the map. Gen G showing some looks towards B, but again, Talon has to play off site.
Talon's playing retake, but what is the retake plan?
Around 410, around
They have Viper's Orb, Killua's ultimate on Killjoy, and Harbor ultimate. They can do actually quite a lot of damage by pushing away the players. So first Killjoy ultimate, and then Harbor ultimate when they already pushed out.
Trying to figure out what's going on around them. Pop flash from
Yeah, those people are not ready for the shock darts, man.
Did not come through this time.
Wait, first Harbor ult?
And the lockdown.
No drone, no anything? They have a drone. They can just clear this.
Honestly, all three ultimates could just end up being invested here from the side of Talon. As there is the lockdown sent. Swing out Texture, trying to find any kind of damage that he possibly can before disconnecting back away from this lockdown, but ends up falling. The fragment to delay. Salvos sent. All of Gen G flushed back, and Primi looks at fill that space, pushing forward. Cruz trying to get the defuse up to half, I believe. Ends up getting taken back, and Primi.
Ash not using the missiles over here is 100% mistake. The missiles are already too late. The distance from the spike is way too high, and they're probably gonna get a half defuse because of it.
All of Gen G flushed back, and Primi.
Let me see.
Fill that space, pushing forward. Cruz trying to get the defuse up to half,
Yeah,
I believe.
does the half.
Take it down, and now the firing squad gets opened up. As the defuse is held to half, but this is starting to get away from Talon, and it's been
They spammed it out.
They're
But
so diligent.
100% doing the Harbor ult first before ulting with Killjoy is not the way. 100%. They had the tools to clear the space for the Killjoy to ult first. Once you ult with the Killjoy, then you do the Harbor ult to set them up because they're all in that confined space. Then you put that Harbor ult for the second stage of a retake. They just essentially use two utility pieces, two big utility pieces, the ultimatums, in a way that covered the same ground.
Trying to take some mid control.
Harbor first makes sense for clearing screens, right? It didn't check if the screens were already cleared. That's what I said. They had a Sova with full util to clear the screens first, so they didn't have to use the Harbor ultimate.
No matter the situation.
That's the main problem that I saw there.
Opponents' ults, they get the win. That's a huge one. Now you've got your own again to clear some site space. There's nothing confirmed on that drone. Not much information that Talon is able to work off of right now. Now they're going to start hearing the drone.
Man, we're actually gonna see 3 maps of this bullshit, man.
G trying to scale up. Grab the orb. Get the Poxy's ult. Looking really nice for Gen G.
In a forward spot, Karen is just back.
Oh, Cruz dying by flanking for no reason? Yes. We've never seen that before. No, Venia's now,
Will strike him down. Interrupts the plan here for a moment. Some time going to be bought. Trying to get back into a retake spot. Kalua dropping down. Catching Texture off guard, able to find him there at close quarters. Up and over the top goes Primi, the knife now pulled out. Foxy 9 going to be taken down. 2 players remaining from the side of Gen G as Ash gets spotted. He gets flushed out. Karen now with everything to do. Tries to set up for the bite. Tucks back into the corner, needs to hit the headshot and cannot.
Nice, good job, Talon.
Kalua with a 3K. Will finally break the win streak here. 6 in a row for Gen G as Talon find themselves a third
DRX plays today? Yes, after this match.
Kalua getting so aggressive in this round.
After this match.
You know, Gen G gets that 1 kill. Tries to get the plant down. And Kalua is just right there around the corner waiting. And then some good patience shown by him as well after he gets the first to wait for the reinforcements to arrive. Start finding some damage, and then Primi with the knives. He's so clean. Again, they're able to work those crossfires around 410 very nicely to isolate the Gen G players that are up close and put it down to just Karan, who cannot clutch it out.
This is Talon's.
Talon's timeout?
Okay. Wow. Puzzling, perhaps. Still in quite a big deficit here. So it seems like Talon.
All right. Paul, Sol, Sol, welcome back. Thank you much for the 34 months and welcome back, buddy. Hope you have a fantastic day. Thanks for the continuous support, my friend.
Either way, it's a second timeout commitment here. So
well, Frost is talking. Are they gonna now translate?
They are sending the team out on their own here for the remainder of the map, unless Gen G gets a timeout call and until we get to halftime.
Yeah, I mean, part of this could be just this. It wasn't the exact same comp, right? You switch out the Teo for the Harbor for this map versus what we saw against T1 for Talon. And they won 7 in a row on their defender side to close out the map against T1 of 6-6 on their attacker side. So maybe they feel like this is actually the more important side of the map for them. And they really need to get these wins.
We have scared, we have tech pause. This is not the AMEA, we're fine. Well, hold your horses, because if Pacific had one day a 7-hour break.
There's up still in hand here for Primi. The pit available from Thai. Munchkin with an ult command.
Guys, just look at this. Yes. Killua is putting an armor board, sees the missiles. Why is he not recalling it back? It just gets destroyed.
Swung out wide. Has the headshot now. Null command in play. Killua down below here at backside. He's trying to stay tucked away, but Ash scaling forward. Finds one. Plant gonna be interrupted. Killua able to find the transfer there. Gets rid of texture, but he's down to 8 HP. Technically still resable, 4 players alive, and if they can find the killjoy, that gives them the opener to go ahead and bring Munchkin
Killua
back
just
to the
allowed
field.
him to get res.
Jitboy's able to find one more of those. Karan will fall. Salvo's set his way. They nearly all line up. As for a moment, I thought we were going to be getting 100 Thieves beat PRX moment.
Yep.
Oh my god, bro.
Which player was it? I want to say it was like Asuna. Either way, Gen G.
I believe you're right.
Scrape by with the victory.
Oh, it's like...
Killua continues to
I don't know,
make
man.
this as close as humanly possible here for the team.
Well, he's being so aggressive, you know, for Gen G.
Why are they picking him?
Here, they've been so passive in the beginning of the
plant.
rounds.
It's 3v1.
First 30
Why?
seconds, 45 seconds, they haven't really scaled forward that aggressively. This time, they're able to catch Primi completely off guard. Killua, though, with a decent response, but it's too little, too late. Pass to Salvo is Primi, and he's dead.
And he is. Texture put him down very quickly. Munchkin finding Jitboys, and Cruz just kind of sitting here being like, well, I don't know what to do now. Swings the corner, gets some good damage onto Ash, but they need Tide to really deliver and to be able to find the one. So Killua now, Sheriff in hand, rotating over. Armageddon going to be picked up here for the final round of the half. As Karan not quite able to lock down this kill. Foxy9 will be able to do so, and a team ace as Gen G get up to 8.
Guys, I'll be very honest with you. I legit
Really starting to feel themselves. Our Gen G
don't see anything in this map.
Another ult off of that orb for Ash, and this is just clean stuff. Another nice flash, anticipating pressure. Now Munchkin really starting to get the download.
It is boring. I agree.
Really starting to anticipate their reactions.
It is boring.
This is when Gen G gets scary. This is something I talk about a lot, is if Munchkin has good reads on you.
I don't get why Jet pushes Ram while the others cover main. Should not be the other way around.
Because he's going to be throwing the right util, the right people at the problems. Didn't see it on Haven, but
I mean, the angle was definitely not correctly placed.
damage.
Let me say it this way.
Poxy down to 42.
The whole series is boring. Well, the first match was at least like we could watch like something interesting happening from Talon's side, but here it's just like snooze fest. Because Gen G is winning rounds, but they don't do anything special to win it. The defaulting doesn't really do much as well.
They also have an Armageddon, really just force position on the Viper.
That's what I was just thinking about. I mean, you have a lot of tools to clear this pit. It's quite early. They're going to go for it.
Okay.
Right on the edge of it, I think. Yeah, up on the
bottom
raptor.
above. Yes, he does.
Yep.
We're now going to be sent out. And Munchkin dead.
Okay.
As Nano able to find one Foxy taken down.
Yeah.
As Armageddon now going to be called in. Shoves them away. The site gets opened up. The flank, however, coming through. Primi swinging around the backhand side. As Hunter's Fury goes across, looking to interrupt, but Plant is already through. Karan escapes. Gets himself up and above. As Texture finding a nice shot. We'll take down Ty. Double swing out though, the drop down. Ash.
Guys,
Dead
tell
to
me,
rights, Primi
what's the
finding
best
Karan, all on
counter?
Texture to try to clutch
What's
it.
the
Gets himself up
absolute
to
best
3.
counter to Viper
And
ultimate?
honestly, he's going to be happy that he wouldn't. As it would have been an ace clutch. But that is going
It's
to be
an easy
Talon
answer.
now finding themselves a 4th round win. But the question is that enough with this composition as they move over to the attack?
Yeah, it is a big question for me. You know, this can be an attacker-sided map sometimes, depending on who's playing and what's going on, but like the way that Talon plays off
In
the
this
Reckoning
case, or in
time,
any case.
it's just a game of timing. The last couple of rounds, who can find the right one
Godson
to
got
catch
it,
their opponents
running
a bit off
away.
guard.
Yes, you don't have to do anything about
Lockdown
it.
as well, and Talon
You
able
can
to just
fully
kinda
fucking ignore it.
storm their way through, but
That's it.
you know, a big part of this so far for Gen G
There's no
has
point.
been
There's no
their
point in
ability to
fighting the
limit
Viper
Primi,
split.
especially when he's the operator.
Like,
I don't know if he found it.
on a different map, maybe there would be a point in going with the Euro ult and trying killing the Viper. But in this case, this is a map where you have different elevations and you can't. There's so many nukes and cranks on the A side that probably the Euro ult will not be allowed to kill the Viper, right? But in general, since you have the Euro ult, you can just attack the other side and just execute there. Even if there's more players on the other side of the map, you have a Euro ult to isolate them. So it's like, what's the point of sacrificing the Euro ult and the Teho ult and still die because of the Viper spit? You just throw it away because you're trying to brute force. You're just trying to brute force.
To see,
You know?
poor kill reactions. I do too.
I don't know, man. Did they have
can
the
you tell
time?
by the picture
Yes,
if
yes.
the texture
They had the time. Look where look where the Viper spit was being put. Here we go. The Viper spit is being put at 1 minute and 20. 1 minute 18, sorry. My bad. That's only 80 seconds to make a plan.
But for Talon, needing to find the opening pistol, needing to show us what this comp is going to be about. And they're going to be able to get themselves into sights without having these flashes. Obviously, the walls are going to be the solution, but how do they utilize them? That is the question. Foxy able to find 2, though. Just
It's a little bit FPS issue. I'm not sure what's
nice little
happening.
walkabout.
Is it me or is it the production?
Damage dealt to the remainders. Swooping forward, Cruz is able to find Charon, but now Texture up above, comes away with 2 more, and that's Kalua all alone in a 1v3.
I think it's buffering. Sorry for that.
No Nano.
Hopefully gonna fix it itself in a moment.
Kalua does have 1.
Imagine Harbor Cove? No, no. What do you mean? Better buy a Ghost than 2 Cascades.
Really identified, but it does narrow down his possible positions.
surely not another Talon clutch on the pistol.
And while with the 0 point, you should basically have a very
I'm gonna
strong
refresh
idea
it in a moment,
where
guys.
he's at. Salvo's now set to try to flush him forward, and
What is
Foxy 9 will
happening?
be good for a 3rd, try to fast track. I'll set to try to flush him forward, and Foxy 9 will be good for a 3rd, try to fast track.
Because Jit Boys didn't buy the...
Moment.
Yeah, he buys Ghost and 2
Talon
Cascades.
needing to find the cruise.
Foxy 9 down the tube, just winning against 2 different players.
Legit,
Meanwhile, the rest of Gen
the
G
Cove is the
was
best on
aggressively
pistol round.
pushing out towards A. I mean, technically,
Because
you can see him on the
it's
map.
so hard to deal
He
the
was already
damage through it.
all the way up on the belt. He was almost in their spawn. And by that point, it didn't matter because Foxy had gotten the kills anyway.
Yeah, no Cove on
So you're
attack.
able to just
I
take
don't
the other
understand.
direction, counter the B hit.
I really don't understand the purpose of the harbor so far. There's like legit not a single moment when I said, that's the reason why they use harbor. Legit.
Have this in the back of their
Would be
brains.
just better to
This
play
is a
any other
possibility
controller
of
at this
Texture.
point.
It's himself forward here and does get scanned out, so quickly we'll have to exit.
Showing a little presence there, but around these tight angles.
The 0 point will tell all, but Kalu at range able to find 1. Push into the corner though. Ash and Munchkin saying Arse Fingers hit a little bit harder. Into the meat grinder. 2 players dead. Decent damage dealt. Guardian will get
What is that, the
scooped up
KO
and
flash?
carried
I
forward,
didn't
so
even like pay
more
attention.
expensive weaponry is retained. As Gen G now gets it. So there's
Nice
Skin.
at the start. Wait, let me check.
So Gen G should have this in the back of their brains that this is a
No,
possibility.
no. He flashed through the
Forward here,
that
does get
flash
scanned out.
is going through the opening.
Attempted, you know, half.
It goes for the opening and flashes ramp.
But things get very, very challenging. Ash with a full rifle. You've got an outlaw for texture. Only one player with even half.
It's like an
armor.
aggressive push position.
Munchkin does not care.
Just kind of using the wall.
I really don't like though how Munchkin just uses the dagger instantly instead of using it to counter the drone from the Sova.
Falling down.
I really don't like that.
White dash at the ready, looking for the exec. Stingers in hand. As a drone going to be cleared out. Primi arriving, dropping down. Munchkin finding one, Karen finding another. Jit able to trade one, but Fox 9 instantaneous, just locking onto their heads.
Well, at least the map is going to be fast, so that's an upside.
Looking to similarly deliver a beatdown here on the Talon, just like they suffered in the map before.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. You know, just how different it can be map to map and on each other's picks. Both teams
I
have great
agree.
reads. One way.
I agree, but it's like...
Jeez, Foxy. He is really
This map is not indicative of anything. It's just, on this game, we just shoot better. But in the previous game, we just had no plan. In this game, we don't have a plan, but at least we shoot.
So reinvigorated since his temporary benching. He's been a force. Texture has an op, but he's putting it to good use.
Primi just not having much of a game here, not much of a map. Picked apart here off the rip. It's Gen G.
Isn't that icebox every time? I wouldn't say so.
Get ready to send us over to
But it's the problem is that the teams never try doing anything from
not
mid.
the most popular map for both of these teams.
No.
So very curious what sights we end up seeing there.
I do love Pearl. So I think that's going to be a great kind of gambit between these two with the IGLs. Looking so good across both different maps.
Ooh, okay, Munchkin not quite ready for the push. It's a slow creep up there from Jitboy.
I know the pain, buddy.
Gun barrel, I don't
The
think
shift
was
peaks
spotted
are the
by
worst.
Karan, but obviously they're only going to be coming from one direction. He's able to find the first, but cannot get the second. There's a lot of tap there on the Jitboys as the plant now gets ready to come through, and that's
Thank
going
you,
to give him the
Shaliga.
reckoning. And given the scoreline, they might feel the necessity to go ahead and invest that, but now he's all alone.
Cruz, you should have a leash.
And just from behind.
Unbelievable.
Texture slowly creeping forward, up to the back. And that is going to be Gen G. Now getting up to map point. Pearl looking like it's very much going to be on the horizon. Unless we can see an 8-round run back here from Talon, but it's a reminder that they have no timeouts.
It's very, very difficult now. Money's going to be bad for Talon. They're going to have to scrape together some buys here and there.
Not checking corners.
Trying to barrel his way forward. Ash accounting for Ty's lurk very nicely. That's another thing that Gen G has done is they've started to win some of those 1v1s that we weren't seeing on Haven. They're winning those anti-lurk plays.
Did you see the cascade?
Those were not coming through at all on the previous map. Jitboys has an ult, but so does Gen G. They have two.
Null Command can just go ahead and stop him from using it.
Exactly.
Get themselves into a post plant.
You can use Texture to figure out what's going on. This is going to be tricky.
Texture's going to be peeking, turns over to the right-hand side. What a timing from Texture.
Unbelievable stuff.
Finds one, Foxy, forward lurk, tucks back, gets around
And
the
they were
corner,
trying to
looks
fake
escape.
A.
Why
Faking
chooses to go
A.
in behind
Against
Solar's unit
a
rather than
Killjoy.
jumping across towards the site. This Cruz headshot is going to be found on the Munchkin.
To start, you're really deep, but Jitboys uses that cascade, so Gen G aware of what's going on over on the A site. Just going to be happy to give that overplay for retake with the man advantage. And there you go. Texture gonna rip the ult pretty early here. A lot of the other players not able to play off of this, so kind of curious what the plan is on the back of this.
As the flash through the cove. And tucks back, gets around the corner. Does still just have that operator in hand. Hunter's Fury going to be sent in. Cruz hunting, looking, Jitboys tagging. Finds Ash at screens, now a 3v3. Ball at the ready.
No one knows what was the point of the other ult.
Behind that kill, Jitboys sights up towards the rafters, finds one.
Legit, no one
Texture
understands
swap
it.
for the Vandal.
There was a 4v3
Running low on
retake.
bullets, running low on time. He's not ready for the close angle. Cruz in pole position, able to shut him down. As Talon will get themselves a 5th round win.
What
now
do we
leading
say about
7.
this round?
Yeah, this one, a little bit uncomfortable for Gen G. Munchkin going down early. pulls one of the
5v3
away, and
lost.
Hexter, I think,
5v3 lost.
ahead of the curve on this. Maybe he was looking for Cruz. That's another thing I have in the back of my mind, is that he was looking for that Hunter's Fury to see if he could find a isolated
Why
play
is
to
the
pick.
KO on mid for no reason whatsoever in a 5v3? Why is the Yoru ulting before even retake can start?
Crossfires nicely, finding a 5th round, but
It's crazy stuff,
you
man.
were saying need a lot more. Now it's 7 in a row. Primy up on the tube. Oh goodness!
And he's taking out a 4.
This gets lit up.
And now, I mean, he just
Oh
has
my.
the back pedal, and he's gonna die. Foxy just sprays through the smoke, through everything, finds the kill.
My God.
Another first down here
Genji,
for
can
Primy.
you just finish this game, please?
As the turret will finally be taken down. Texture holding underneath the angle here at tube.
Yeah, I love this. Trying to make sure that Ty has no ability to dictate the flow of this map.
Coming out, Munchkin able to drop back. Kauron looking for the kill, can't find it. Lua does take a bit of damage, but elimination not going to be found out. Munchkin could be bleeding out on the
He
floor. Foxy
ulted.
arriving, able to find the first, cannot readjust.
Didn't even realize.
There's Munchkin
What
no
would
open
he?
help for a res to come through here. Ash, however, good for another. The peeking on the op, just a hair off. There is Texture. Lockdown now, going to be invested. So even if Genji don't close out the round,
It might be a real player, bro. You never know.
flank from Ash coming around the
It might be a
backhand
real
side.
player walking with an
Still get rid of one of these
operator.
Critical ultimates here from Talon. Oh, and this timing could be absolutely devastating. Oh, shots, whips, and Ash has absolutely beefed it.
Oh no.
Now on Texture's shoulders. Lineups at the ready. As there goes the first dart.
Oh my
Here comes the
God.
second. Swap onto the Vandal. The tap, just looking to try to bait them forward.
No wonder he misses the
Now
missiles.
dropping down. Texture says, yeah, no, I'm going to hold on to the operator. Carry that forward into the next round.
We
And
could have
Talon
gone
begin the
already to
second
map 3,
lease
boys
on life.
and girls.
A few moments here that this round could have gone very differently for Gen G, but not able to
I mean,
stabilize.
but remember, whiffs can
the
happen.
aim is Ash. I mean, this is a great start again.
Whiffs can happen.
What
Like
Primi's
that.
doing on
That.
top of the tube.
He had good decision,
Foxy
good
not even
timing.
find that-
He just whiffed.
that
Unlucky.
third. Could be a very different story. Same here for Ash. If he finds Cruz, could be a very different story.
I mean, he found him.
Well, the hard way. Yes.
Just
not, you know.
Slippery. Just couldn't get a good hold of him.
Yeah.
Unreal. Well, Talon run this back. Ash is going to be kicking himself about that one for a long, long time. Still, though, odds in Genji's favor, as I think the drone should have seen him. Primy was ready, checking the angle.
Bait and switch.
Just immediately finds a shot. Texture finds the follow-up. Crew is going to be taken out. Re-peeks. Jit Boys back
Nah, it's
around
okay.
the
Dry
corner,
peeking is
swing
lovely.
Sets up for the
That's
wall.
why we have to
Time
control
shot,
this, by the
Ash
way.
is there to collect. And then starts getting away from him. A 3K
I
for
need to
Texture.
rewatch
Shot
this
basically
round,
finds the
bro.
shot. Taxi and Primy with Ash is going to be kicking himself about that one for a long, long time. Still, though, odds in Genji's favor, as I think the drone should have seen him. Primy was ready, in Genji's favor about that one for a long, long time. Still, though, odds.
He doesn't even look into that corner, so he doesn't even see him. But the funniest thing is, he's instant canceling because of the missiles.
In Genji's favor, as I think the drone should have seen him. Primy was ready, checking the angle.
Bait and switch.
Just immediately finds a should have seen him. Primy was ready, checking the angle.
Bait and switch.
It does not get any easier from here. You win today,
Guys,
you
I
play
actually,
Yeah, no.
I think I need to drink a Red Bull because I just lost all the energy by watching this
what
match.
happens in some ways, but a win today.
Hey, actually,
can
wait.
certainly relieve
We're
a
gonna
lot of
have
that
more than
pressure.
Fuck. I just
Both
unplugged
teams
my
gonna
headphones.
be
We can have.
fighting.
We'll have for like
Bro,
5
no doubt
minutes
about
to
it.
watch the.
Just have to see who's got the good reads.
To watch that video about the skins. No.
To me, it's
Sorry, about
been
this
a
agent,
IPL
right?
battle so far. You know, yeah,
Let's
it
do
helps
that.
when players like Primy and Jip Boys
Let's
are
see what
fired
this
up
guy
with
says.
talent, and
Let's see what this guy says.
It's a demo that I created for my very own Valorant agent. I worked on Cruz with my own development team for about 2 years, and unfortunately, he was never finished. I've debated for about 6 to 8 months on whether or not I even wanted to show this to anybody, but ultimately, I decided that I loved this character far too much to let no one know he even existed. So without further ado, this is Cruz.
Is the world that you're in okay? Or does it need a hero who never wore a cape to come and save the day? I patiently wait, counting all the different ways we get to stay the same. I need a change. Can you feel them coming closer? Won't become some fallen soldier. I'm slowly losing my composure. I can feel them taking over. Taking over.
Hey everyone, I know I've been MIA for about 6 to 8 months or so, and I'm hoping to kind of explain that with the story of Cruz. What you just watched was a demo that my team and I ended up making for VCT. I went out there and I showed the developers and other content creators.
This is insane though. I know that's a lot of work.
Just what we had accomplished so far with Cruz in about a year and a half total time. So the initial goal was to create a Valorant agent, one that my team and I could provide all in-game assets that Riot could essentially just pour over to the game with minimal work required, essentially doing the work of a development team in the hopes that myself could gain a spot as a Valorant voice actor, and then my team would gain more stable jobs within the gaming industry. I completely understand that these are borderline impossible goals, but that is what my dream was and my team's.
Unless you're a generational talent and you did it by yourself, you're not getting that job.
During that 2-year period, we did end up getting in contact with Riot Games for about 6 to 8 months.
You're just essentially a project manager that hired a team of developers to do the thing that you wanted to, that you couldn't. Let's see what he says.
Or so, where they were kind of going back and forth with their legal team, trying to see if we could do some sort of presentation. After that 6 to 8 months, Riot did come back to me and pretty much tell me that we were never going to be able to get a meeting with them. And the reason that they gave me was basically all down to legal reasons, which I completely understand. I did try going back and forth with them, seeing if we could do like a Discord call, a Zoom meeting. I also offered myself and my team sign any legal papers required, giving up all rights to Cruz and everything that we had worked on. But unfortunately, their legal team wasn't allowing us to show them anything. During this time,
I'll listen till the end.
I debated
before I
putting
say
in
something.
more and more money. Unfortunately, at that point, I really just couldn't afford to put any more money into it. And so at this point, when I pretty much decided that I was gonna end the project, I wasn't really in the best spot mentally, pretty much just because something that I had been working on for like 2 years essentially was never gonna happen. It did a number on me, to say the least. And I already know that for some people, they're going to think this is me being overly dramatic, right? About one project.
You're 100.
That was my dream. That was my.
You're over dramatic because you did something with someone else's product, and you thought you're gonna be welcomed with open hands when you don't even know what is the principal design perspective of a Valorant team. So it's like you have no idea what you're going into. Guys, when you are creating a game, right? When you are creating a game, Valorant, CS, Apex, whatever, the development team has an entire documentation on understanding how the agent's design, how the map design works together. This guy just made an agent and said, hey, hire me. Well, it didn't happen.
My goal just felt like that kept happening. Those of you who know my journey from having to restart my entire YouTube channel to doing the phase top 100 for phase 5 and then like the phase 1 and then the content house that I was a part of, it kind of felt like I was in this never-ending cycle where...
All right, it's understandable. He's just not very smart because he's part of phase.
No matter how hard that I worked, I was never going to achieve my goal. I understand that that's not the case, but in that moment when this 2-year project just ended, you know, I just felt incredibly defeated and I felt like a failure. That's a big feeling that I struggled with for a while now, just in a lot of things. And this isn't me looking for sympathy. I understand that I'm not a failure. I understand that, you know, I've succeeded in a lot of different ways, but that was just how I felt. And for a while now, I've really been going back and forth in my own head about whether or not I wanted to release this demo that we had for Cruz or to show any of the progress that we made on this character. But ultimately, I came to the decision that would have been really selfish for me to just let Cruz die and let all this work that myself and the entire team put together, because my team did work incredibly hard on.
Yeah, you probably didn't do much yourself. You just hired people to do this.
This project with me, and so I want them to get as much credit as I possibly can give them. Below you will find everybody on the project's information, and I hope that anybody watching understands why I'm putting Valorant behind me. Truth be told, I don't know when I'll be back to making content again. I hope that all of you love Cruz as much as I do. I just genuinely want to thank everybody who has ever supported me throughout my career. Thank you to anybody who's just listened to my ramble here, and I hope you have a happy new year. So what you're...
I'll be very honest with you. I think content like this is delusional, and I think this is, how do you even say this in English? He is sympathy baiting. Sympathy baiting. You made a moronic move. You made something so stupid, it's actually unbelievable. And then you try to get points. And you try to earn money now back because you did something stupid. Like it's legit delusional. And if anyone blames like Riot for this, like, you guys have to get your head checked. Companies need to start hiring people this passionate. Great video, super inspiring. Someone put effort into making a change they wanted to see in the world. Yeah, bro, very, very nice. Good way to be an idiot. Holy shit. And also, like, so he shared the demo of the Cruz? Yeah, we didn't see shit, by the way. We didn't see shit. There's not even, like, we don't even know what was the agent design. It was, oh, he has a fucking grenade and a desk, and he's like zipping around like in what is the movie called? Back to the Future. Guys, from what I understand, what he said is that he started doing this without telling Riot. So he started working on this and hired people to do this for him before he even like told Riot that he's doing that, right? And guys, I'm sorry, but this is just not understanding how real world works. If your dream was to make a Valorant agent for Riot and then be hired as a designer or something, you just don't make the agent. You pitch an idea, you talk, you ask, is that even a possibility or something? You know? That's like, this is like very similar to this 100-pager guy from VLR. You know which one I'm talking about? Very similar.
So it's really about Talon and what kind of pace they can bring on their offense.
Yeah, Talon was
very, very, very similar.
and Cypher. Solo initiator.
But that guy at least worked himself.
Primi back on the Yoru. And this is a slow comp that should be very strong on that defender side. But they're looking to just push and pull these rotates from Gen on
like,
this first half.
I will tell you my dream. Like, that something that I was like, maybe not a dream, just an idea I had, right? Just an idea I had. I wanted to, at any point of my life, if I have enough free time, I wanted to design a card game or a board game that would be possible to be skinned as a Valorant game, right? If I do that, if I put the time into that, right? I would pitch it as a finished product, but I would never have an expectation that this will be accepted, because I know how real world works. And if it would not be accepted, then I just have a game that I can just use at anything else, because it wouldn't be skinned in Valorant. But it can be skinned as Valorant. Like, the way that he did it, he just made like an expansion pack for Settlers of Catan and gave it to the developer of the games that use it. And the guy goes, no, thank you. Doesn't make sense for our game, thank you.
Victory away from punching a ticket over to Masters Toronto.
And I can guarantee you that this, for legal reasons that they cannot meet with him, is basically the Riot team saying, guys, this guy is bothering us. We don't want to speak with him. Just tell him some bullshit to fuck off. Thank you.
Swing. Need to be able to rotate around the map nicely here to avoid some of this. Primi able to get past the salvos.
Kahlua does it without taking damage.
Yeah.
Mid exploration coming through. Ty over here at Shops. On the peak. Does get noted.
They're just being polite? Yeah. They just said that, sorry, for legal reasons, whatever, or whatever, we just can't beat with you. You already showed this to us. Cool stuff. Fantastic work. You have put an insane amount of effort into this, and insane amount of money, because you hired like 10 people to do this. But that's it.
To put down Foxy 9. Now the plant can come in.
Yeah, that's huge. They were lurking on a couple different areas of the map where Talon, so even though they lose that mid fight, they were able to take a lot of map control. Primi was pretty deep towards A, so they had a great
It's actually not uncommon for board games or video games to be outsourced. No, it's apart from Mech and Minions, which is, by the way, Riot board game. Riot made that board game, right? Every single other board games from video games are being outsourced.
Timing's going to be important.
Be a bit of a death ball here. Texture somehow able to stabilize that. Shot finds Chit Boys. Crew's now dead. Site widely opened up. Still this flank coming through from Primi, though, can find some solid damage, some solid impact here in the round. Kahlua widely all alone, but Munchkin holds the angle, is wise to it. Gen G.
By the way,
with a very solid read.
Remember.
Pick up another pistol, taking the lead in that regard.
Remember that this guy made an agent that most likely has no direct correlation with the principal design of Valorant, has no idea how it will work with maps, has no idea what is the context of how it will work with existing agents, and how it will work with agents that Riot is working on right now. Incredible, like, it's delusional, but also it's upsetting to me that someone can now be looking at Riot like, oh, they're just... Riot is so bad, bro. Look what they did to this content creator that put so much passion and effort. It's...
baby, woo!
In his defense, if Neon, ISO, Clove, and Reyna made it into the game, all bets are off. But that's not the point.
And I honestly had no idea.
That's really not the point.
They both kind of have
like, what pisses me off is the sympathy baiting.
Whimsy about them, I suppose.
Oh, I put so much effort and time into something that I should never done in the first place.
It might be a stretch, but you could call it whimsy.
Well, this round is, this round,
like,
I was talking about their pre-map.
This is the same as someone posts a agent design on Reddit, but it's just like on a piece of paper, and you can look at it and be like, okay, cool. And maybe someone at Riot will be like, oh wait, this is actually nice. We can actually, we as Riot could maybe take this as an inspiration and work on it, and then credit you for the inspiration. You don't just make a product.
Turret clear.
You don't make a product for Riot to put into their fucking game. Like, what the fuck is going on?
Maybe let's set up. Oh, that's... Oh, the feet spotted out in a ton of damage. Pushed across.
That's crazy. It's just... But the worst is this sympathy baiting for me. So disingenuous, man.
Especially against a bonus. Some of those other guns that might not normally get the kills. Yeah, this is bad.
Crew's needing to find anything, but he cannot. Now the Nebula gets popped. He pushes forward. Chit Boys is there. Yep, gets into that smoke a little bit faster. Finds that punish. Texture. Eventually able to line him up. Is Relay Bolt not going to connect onto these players? No, actually does find one. Drop down though. Primi coming away with a kill, but Texture.
If he did it himself and it was something cool for a game that does community-based stuff, it would be a huge maybe. Yeah, but that's for a game that is a closed ecosystem and then have any expectations of it. It's just insanity, man. It's just insanity.
He's just playing stuck back here. Primi has to get this elimination. Run for the
but even worse that he, in that video, he tried spinning it in a way that Riot crushed his dream. That's what pisses me off. Like, that's what pisses me off, because I know people in his comments will be like, oh, Riot bad, you good, oh, you so passionate, you should have been. Why is Riot not hiring people like you?
Around the corner, and even though Chit Boys plays it nicely off the fake out through the smoke to get the kill, everybody else just doing a really nice job of swarming. Swarming in through, yeah. And a great play there by Texture with his fast lane to set up that push into halls as well, cutting off those players that were in his sight. He's got an outlaw.
Just imagining listening to nice jazz and that's the backing vocals. It's just the screams. Oh, that Texture gonna be out way too wide. Gets overwhelmed. Classic
Yeah,
Trim
Texture
able to
just
find that
froze
kill.
against an
That's
eco, by the
potentially
way.
a weapon recovered. And with the smoke, yep, we'll be able to grab that quickly. Exits back across the opposite side of the map. Does also have a dimensional drift available. Be a hell of a way to get themselves on the board here for Talon.
Yeah. What a start there. Maybe Texture anticipating that maybe one player was there he could just grab info instead. He was overwhelmed. So now it's on
Because famously game devs aren't passionate, Lamau. If they weren't, they would not work in this industry but simply somewhere else in tech. That is very, very much true, Technicolors. You only work in the gaming industry if you're passionate about the games. If you're in IT, sorry, if you're in tech, if you're a programmer, you only work in the gaming industry if you want to earn less and do something that you love. That's the only reason. Otherwise, you just do anything else that also is programming.
With the win, 4-0 to start, but a hell of a go from Talon to nearly pull off the Thrifty.
Yeah, I mean, let's see if that can get a fire lit underneath.
Read the abilities, another level? Wait, did I miss it or something?
The problem is that you've already lost the bonus. So things get a little bit messy behind that. And good delay
where are the abilities?
from Munchkin there off the rip, using that fragment to divide up the Talon forces, set up for the rest of the Gen G players to get there.
So the kids are Tony Stark type of ring 3 out of 10.
Through, clutches it up, having a whale of a day is Ash.
We'll ignore the icebox moment.
Yeah.
Everything else.
Everything else is
So, a grenade.
You know, one beef.
Wait, sorry, I need to watch this, your ultimate. We'll read it when there's gonna be like a break or something.
Primi just sees the site open and says, come on in. Water's warm.
Scouts it all out for him.
Munchkin's
All
got his
command
ult.
available for the retake, yeah. But for now, plant and play. As Ash just looking to scout around here, stealth drone to try to check. And not sure if it was able to catch a glimpse on Primi, but it does force him to go ahead and evacuate all the same.
You know what? I also I will have an assumption as well.
Lurking his way around the back, all of Gen G.
I have I know this is gonna be like me reading too much and me making shit up. Oh my god.
Quick return, finds the headshot. Jit Boy's now.
But I'm thinking.
Flowers, but it's already too late. The defuse is just being held around. It gets away from them.
Nice, they smoked the spike.
Some more kills, but Jit.
I have this worry. That this guy also probably baited those programmers to do all this work for him. Baited them into thinking that he is some big shot talking with Valorant and having a chance at doing that. Lied probably to them, convinced him to work like almost for free for him to do that. With a chance to get hired by Riot. That is my pessimist in my head talking about it. You know? Might have not happened. But by seeing how he created this video, I feel like this might have been actually that way.
God, it's so funny.
Being done.
Armageddon gonna be used aggressively here, forcing them forward.
Nice flash by Kayo, by the way. I don't know where it was put, but Munchkin just flashed all of them.
Basically, the round done. The spike is now stranded.
Gen G learning from their mistakes on this B-long push out. This time they've got numbers to back Texture up. And he dies again, but that's okay. You won that battle. The war for the rest of the round continues, but a man down.
I come across his trolls and it's okay, they never found any dumb shit there. I don't watch them actively. That's what I have with Asmongold. I don't watch Asmongold. The only things that I saw is like out of context clips that was just basically him saying some common sense stuff, and I was like, yeah, that's okay, you know. But from what I'm being told, like Asmongold is some really like asshole. So, and I hear the same about Pirate Software.
You're alone to try to play recovery.
I don't watch those people. And I only see out of context stuff that couldn't be like, it was like common sense topics, and I was like, yeah, I agree with this. But it's like, that's like agreeing with Andrew Tate because he said something correct. You know what I mean? Like, I think Andrew Tate has like this absolute very successful strategy of saying incredibly stupid right-wing shit, but then on top of it saying something so logical and common sense that everyone can only agree with this. So people can make like a clip out of context of him saying something okay because it's so fucking common sense that everyone should agree with him, right, about it. So people start listening to everything else that he says.
Playing with some confidence, playing with some pace, shutting Talon out of the round. Oh, the Nova pulse back there too. Yeah. Cringe post plan is correct.
Yeah, fuck it.
There's the timeout call.
Bro, this match should have been an email, man. What is going on?
The Jazz is not coming together.
No. This is more of a cacophony than a Jazz.
Wait, a break.
Yeah.
It's not really
Displacement,
like
explosion, immediate activation, left click, right click, singular bounce after bounce landing will be explosion. Fantastic ability info. No damage info, no like type of explosion. Okay. Hover to place like a sage wall, drone build nanotech ramp, crouching player hide ramp. Perhaps after a minute, destroyable like a sage wall.
My
Rides board for 1.5 seconds, 200% increased speed faster than the Eon. Could ollie updraft when using the speed boost when charging, or the player moves them back similar to ability. Is this English? Moves them back similar to ability.
with that, so maybe I'll do it.
How did they miss that one during the
Ultimatum.
production of the song?
Rides board for 10 seconds. Okay. Can shoot while on board. Oh, okay. Bloom was similar to being on a rope. Oh, okay. He can also traverse verticality to a limit. Function or control similar to Sova drone. Maybe a little less precisely moving to. Okay, guys. By reading this ability, I can already tell you that the developers were being kind to him by seeing all those Blender animations and shit. And like, this is really a lot of work, and that's super awesome that you did it. But after reading this thing or like listening about it, they were like, oh, yeah, did great. Yes, send us an email. Yeah, we'll definitely answer.
And Gen G
They gave him like the wrong email inbox, and that's about it.
lurks.
Look down. Yep.
You know where like a woman doesn't want advances of a man, and she gives him a wrong number?
Drone basically tells them everything they need to know. Flash set up, dodged. As relay
This agent would never be in the game.
No real
Even if there would be a pitch as an idea without any Blender animation and shit.
Able to confirm that
Never.
It's not for real. Liner zap and nearly finds some damage. Overdrive and play. Gets the transfer.
Oh, that was
3K
sick.
from Texture. Looking for that.
Those are all headshots. That was like 3 headshots.
Swing around the side.
Laser.
Can he get it? Yes, he
Never
absolutely
crouch
can.
against Jerry.
And that might just be the final nail in the coffin. This is Gen G. Move up 7-0, just swatting Talon aside round after round.
Mr. 4K has done it again.
He crushes
Give him the
dream.
people
I
what they
tricked you
want.
to do
I've
it, but
seen
yeah.
a couple signs in the crowd.
Nah,
for the
crazy
4K,
man.
They get it.
Crazy,
That
bro.
first two
Crazy,
with
bro.
the-
What a
with the
sympathy
overdrive.
baiting content.
Disgusting. Disgusting, those headshots. That was phenomenally played by Texture.
How about an agent who can build walls and ramps and you can do 90s and stuff? Yeah, I can think of that being done in the game, man. It would be great content. Maybe for a different game, I don't know. Maybe someone should do that.
Ty's ult, still have Jip Boy's ult, but those were two big execute ults that
I
you
like
wasted
them.
in that round. Primi one away from his at least.
Texture finding the one, quickly slides away. Relay to cover the escape as well as the Nebula pop. This is going to be another early player advantage here for the side of Gen G.
They just can't get a good read, can Talon. Texture's been holding long B, so they thought they'd try some art aggression, and he shifted over. Munchkin one step ahead of his opponent.
39 incoming?
Nah,
Nah, please 13-0 them. Please 13-0 them.
Have the read.
Close but no cigar. And Ash.
Korean cast is going insane as always.
Else going to be spotted
in
here.
the
Just
background.
Grabbed up here for Cruz. Work his way back over to join him with the rest of the team that's encroaching on this A position. Primi getting noticed by the 0 point.
That's dragging Texture over to back up the defenses on A.
Pass goes on. Primi looking to lead the charge and spot things out. Caron caught. Does end up getting taken down. As
Kung Lao hat on.
Take the turn from the flash there is Munchkin. Not getting spotted out, but Texture's position now going to be noted here. Dugout. Foxy9 strafing forward. Jitboy's going to be found. Munchkin peeks in from the window, says hello. He's able to take him down. Lockdown now going to be committed here from the side of Gen.G. The flank coming in from Cruz, needing to deliver,
plan?
but it has been red.
Yeah, I don't think you will in this. Do they have smokes? They don't have smokes. Okay, never mind. This is actually winnable. Wait, Primi just threw.
Oh, it's a catastrophe.
Oh, not many rank games.
I'm gonna butcher the name. It's Chufan.
So anyway, if you play ranked enough, you know that this is gonna happen. Look. This happened to me one time in ranked and never happened ever again because I know now how it works. When the timer hits 0, it's a wave. Once the timer hits 0, it goes from the middle of the explosion and has travel time. It doesn't affect everything immediately. So this guy gets detained even though it's 0-0-0. I needed this to have this interaction one time in ranked.
No.
I was just watching the lockdown and
I'm watching this.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, looks like we're being told it's just a gear issue on the side of Gen.G.
I think the more likely explanation is that he is not a very smart and generally believes everything he says. Wait, who are we talking about now? The guy that made that agent?
Yank that keyboard out
Check the dongle, check the polling array. Let's hope that everything's good to go.
Yeah. Hopefully we'll be able to get it resolved pretty quickly here.
Icebox Gamba still open? Oh my bad.
What a pace Gen.G has set here on Pearl. And
sorry guys, not doing prediction for now because it makes no sense.
Trust.
My bad.
I'm knocking on wood.
Trust. Thank God this desk is made out of wood.
Yeah.
The agent guy? I will tell you one thing. People who are typically don't have the common sense are incredibly confident. So they will do stuff like this and sometimes will be very successful. But most of them will not be. You know? It's like this confidence because you're just not thinking critically.
5 rounds away from making that happen. 5 round wins away, I should say.
I mean, it's just so fun to watch some of these teams, but Gen.G is just having a blast. I mean, obviously, but they're so loud, they're so fired up. You know, you gotta love the energy that both teams will bring, but
hey,
and we're in.
Alrighty.
That's how you do a tech pause.
Ash has not done.
Burned.
It's worth noting.
Oh my God, he hasn't.
9-0-3.
Okay, so maybe Ash MVP. We'll see.
He's had performances to try to back it up, so we'll see which way the votes end up. For now, 4 Guardians, a Phantom for Jit.
Taking that back.
About to face in towards this judge.
Oh wait, what just happened?
On the opposite side of the map is actually able to find that kill, but Texture does manage to find
What the fuck?
Pivots back across towards A, which has not yet been taken.
Just a smoke dissuades them from this. They set up the Vice wall inside of it, so if there's any lurks from Gen.G, they'll get identified.
I'll be lying if I said I paid my attention to this game because I just realized that they play Vice Cypher.
Just the Cypher though, so that's some good misleading information.
It's not the tell-all.
Yep. Gen.G hasn't bitten.
How is Talon playing Haven with Deadlock, Cypher, Teho, and they don't play Deadlock? Sorry, and they don't play Teho, Cypher, Vice, or Deadlock on this map. I don't get it.
Tearing them apart.
I don't get it.
So how much was the ocarina?
Any of you understand this?
No idea. She didn't tell me that.
Like, this map would be perfect for the composition that they played on Haven, and they could be playing the Vice instead of the instead of the
I would like to.
They could be playing Vice instead of the Deadlock as well, but somehow they don't play that composition on the map that is it's being perfect for.
Was more idyllic for like photos.
Yeah.
But it's just imagine like just old, just like night market type. You know, there's all these like paper lanterns lining the streets, and you're like going up these staircases and stuff that lead to the top of the top of the town and everything. And there's just shops and restaurants everywhere.
How the fuck C9 choke playoffs again? Unfortunately, I have no idea because I can't watch Americas. It's way too late. I'm an old man with 2 children, man.
What else has been beautiful?
Jesus Christ, bro. This is legit ranked. This is legit ranked.
No answers to be found by Talon.
None whatsoever. Now needing a Thrifty just to try to get the first round win on the board. Charon is just got him lined up here alongside Munchkin. So he takes away the kills. Primi spotted out. It's got to be scratching his head.
Yeah, this is heartbreaking so far. I mean, there's still a world where Talon turns this around, but okay.
Okay, Primi finding the first. Ash peeks in, finds the kill. Yeah, back away. You haven't died yet.
Yeah,
son.
yeah. Can't.
Yeah, fight for your KD, brother.
Run, the undefined KDA.
If you go 13-0, you have to go with 0 deaths. Like
Have
that's
eyes on it.
you have to do
He
it.
does get a gun. Spike now picked up. Tap to try to bait out any close peeks.
If you watch NA, what time would be that for you?
Taps.
First match would start at
Primi, what a transfer for the third.
first
Will
match would
say,
start at 11
kudos.
p.m.
A very nice and clean 3K.
I wasn't focusing on the game, but even
still
Talon even called a timeout. There were timeouts. I actually didn't pay attention if it was Talon or not. I'll be very honest with you. I'm not doing a good job at analyzing this match. We're just talking about random bullshit. You remember this Leviathan versus Furia cast that we're talking about mayonnaise and stuff? Yeah, this is me right now. Like, I don't know. I could actually eat mayonnaise right now instead of watching this match. It probably would be more entertaining.
I don't think in Pacific. Maybe in another region, and I just don't know. Maybe like EDG smoked somebody in China.
I don't remember. Yeah, maybe that. I don't remember when the Loud EG one was. I don't think that was a playoffs, but maybe it was. Okay, Jip Boyce is just getting tapped down. Cosmic Divide opens up the side a bit, and Munchkin
For me, it's midnight and 3. So you're 1 hour ahead of me. That means that you are
at the moment for the side of Talon, closest that they've been.
what?
Getting around win. 5 players set up here.
Right along
Gen G
the wall.
have to look for
Turkey?
the retake.
See a couple of them. No ults other than Charon's Cosmic Divide. Is Gen G just going to throw that out? But this retake actually very tricky now. You're going to have to explode out of this heaven position.
Well, Jip Boy's able to find one. Munchkin put down Texture. You can't see a
Where
damn
is
thing. He's
Texture
just straight
going,
off the side
man?
of the site. Ash is still
I
clean. Hands
don't know
comes
what's
away with
going
2.
on, bro.
Now a
Ash still
third.
didn't die.
As the defuse is being stuck, Primi. Noted. Here, no, not noted. Now in a position to try to go for the clutch. The hold on
Oh,
the
he
defuse. And Ash will
died.
finally be felled as Primi comes away with a Red Bull clutch. To go
Oh.
ahead and pick up Talon's first round
No.
victory. The 13-0 not to come to fruition.
No.
But it takes them and costs them everything.
Oh, Ash,
just
you,
to get the one-round
you
win.
dumb goofed. You just ruined your perfect stats, man. What are you thinking
so much in
about?
this retake. I mean, it looked like this was going to be so difficult for Gen G, but Ash just walking out, popping people, drops down, finds the third. Primi there to clutch. Flash at the end to make sure Ash just
Should have done the Aspas and just not even try, no?
Primi not going to fall to that. Cruz does have another Nightfall, but got some counter ults available for Gen G. They scoop up another one for Munchkin. So that's 3 in the bag. The ult cycling, everything going so well for Gen G. There's A+, no notes for them so far, really, in this half, other than that last
About to
round.
peek this. See, Gun Girl has been spotted. Yeah, see it. Kahlua, they're getting closer and closer. There's the final
This
shot.
is the
Kahlua right
third
in the
time Texture
across
gets
the
a
side.
kill
Ash
exactly the same way.
Caught by it, does still manage to take one down with him, Primi.
Second time on
floor.
Killua, by the way.
As Jit Boys bounds forward into that smoke. Goodbye Flowers, the
Wait.
peek out. Shot. Quite connecting. Overdrive.
Wait, bro,
Gonna be
that
followed.
ultimate
Still
is running away.
Wary about this potential flank, but now it seems like they can just turn their sights forward here to the players remaining. And that will be them melted down 11-1 at the half. Gen G.
Finger bang, bang,
so
finger
far out in
bang.
front.
That's
The sad thing is, this is still winnable for Talon before Gen G played against Haven Double Sentinel. I do think so. Unfortunately, unfortunately, this match is gonna finish 11-13. You know?
I don't even know if Talon brought the instruments for their Jazz performance today.
Unless,
This is-
wait, actually, no, sorry. This match might actually finish 1-13, or it will go like 39, 10-13, 11-13. Because the problem is that now pistol round is less utility, so the double sentinel doesn't matter that much, right? Because you don't have full util on those people. And then if they win the pistol, they win the match, essentially. Like, guaranteed. But now, if they don't win the pistol, then Gen.G will have a very, very big problems with doing anything about the Vice. Because they have nothing to do about the Vice wall, right? Textures on Neon, yeah. So I have nothing to do about the Vice wall. So how they will approach it? Will they smoke it off and try to pop it? Will they just brute force the way? Is Ash gonna destroy any Cypher traps? We'll never know. Let's see.
We'll see, though, what they have left in the tank.
But
Gen.G.
even if Gen.G doesn't really do, even if Gen.G doesn't do anything about the Sentinels, they need only 2 mistakes from Cruz overpeaking.
Again, lined up for some mid pressure.
Cruz overpeaking on defense, and they win the game.
Nobody from Talon there. So they get the space. There is the Vice wall at the bottom stairs of Art.
Because they only need 2 lucky rounds.
So that could be a point of contention. But Talon all over the map, not getting a read anywhere. So it has to be mid.
Wall set up here. Base of Art stairs. Primi.
Is he gonna swing when there's a Vice wall in front of him?
No, just goes for the peek and is able to find Foxy 9. Spike gets dropped. That's going to be a good amount of information here for the side of Talon.
Now let's see if this is going to be a reroute for Gen.G. They're just going to keep pressing forward.
Needing to find that similar impact, and with Primi in tow, they are able to find it. 2 remaining players locked off away from one another. And the wall will go down. Texture and Charon try to be the difference makers here. It seems
I'm not even angry anymore. I'm just disappointed.
Damn crisp, flawless pistol here for Talon.
Guys, I have a question mark. Did Gen.G use even 1 piece of utility this entire round?
So they get the space for Gen.G.
Let me just look. They put 1 star.
Nobody from Talon there. So they get the space.
1 star.
At the bottom stairs.
No drone. 1 turret. 1 dagger. 1 missiles. Where did the missiles go?
Space. There's the Vice wall at the bottom.
Look at the missiles. Look at the missiles, guys. Here and here. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
So that could be
Outlaw, Stinger, Ghost. Anything more than a kill, and it's going to be.
They didn't even go B.
A little bit of economic damage felt.
They didn't like.
Classics across the
They
board.
were trying to fake a B push on Pell, on pistol round against 2 Sentinels.
He's going to be on the hunt, looking for a little bit more, and eventually gets rewarded with the shot. Damage not suffered either, and that's going to be smokes down.
Yeah, nicely played by Primi.
Dude, Ash needs a fucking document, a VHS tape on how to destroy Sentinel's utility.
Into a Phoenix.
It's actually incredible that one of the best agents to destroy agent utility pieces on the floor is not being used to do exactly that. Like, I was getting mad at Sova players not using shock darts to destroy traps because they don't have lineups. Lineups, guys. I was mad that Sova players don't have lineups to destroy Alamo board here. And I was mad at Sova players not destroying Ascent Pizza utility because they didn't have shock dart lineups. Tejo doesn't need fucking lineups, man. Why is he not being used to destroy pieces of utility in crucial positions? No one will never know.
What's crazy
Captain Law, more weekend streams, please. Starting a new job next month, so no home office for a while. Sad guy. You will, even if you're not gonna be that often on the streams during the week, my friend, Captain Law, you're still part of this community, my friend. And congrats on the job, no? Congrats on the job, guys. In chat, please congratulate Captain Law on the new job.
They have to go for full armors with the Outlaw being carried over. It's actually, there's hope here for Talon in this round.
Quick exit.
They then destroy the traps by shooting them. Guys, that's the micro, that's the macro. They use missiles to clear corners and then they shoot the wires.
Trying to see if they could cut it off the wall, but manages to stay intact for Talon. So there is a lot of util you have to clear as Gen.G. You're trying to identify the open areas of the map.
That is very true. Are they doing it? No, no.
Entrance to the B site or at Art. It's going to be tripwires. Oh,
Charon just goes on the peak. Primi.
He got
shut down. Critical kill to be found. Cyber Cage set up here on the one-way. Texture relay bolt.
He didn't activate it. Oh yeah.
Boys. Able to get away from them. Avoids taking damage here for the time being. Kalua seeing a little bit here as Boys now on the angle, just being overwhelmed.
Oh, thank God.
From every
Thank
single
God.
possible front. Gets picked apart.
Where's second trip? Got shot down by a Guardian. I'm not kidding.
4K, but Ash will
I am not
find
kidding. The
headshot.
second
Gen
trap
G
was shot
did not allow
down
them to convert the bonus,
by a
and now
Guardian
they're up to
with a
match
random
point.
bullet.
I mean, you know, just a great opening shot. You know, on the other two maps, it was the first kills were the kind of part of the story. You know, with Talon dominating on Haven, Gen G dominating on Icebox, and that opener for Karan breaks things apart. Great push and pull from Munchkin and Texture and Alley to make sure that Chip Boys couldn't do any more damage. Texture comes dashing in, Munchkin around the corner being patient until his duelist had made contact. Texture already finishing the job. Primi gonna go aggressive, has his ult.
I'm happy that at least I was right about Gen G winning this match.
Alive for another round.
Just immediately, it's undoing the plan there.
Well, you better use this ultimate this round, bro.
Watching. Tiny bit of damage across.
Cypher died before the trip broke? No. He was alive most of the round. Well, wasn't he even the last alive? I think so.
Early baiting of the util by Gen G.
Finally.
Reactions come through from Talon and also make it a little bit hard to read. They're just going to double down off the back of that.
Also, not a fan of this wall in art, I'll be honest with you.
Spike's still sitting in mid, and they're actually going to go all the way into connector.
I think Munchkin really wants to try to keep the interest over here. They're pushing around the back. Dimensional drift to come out. Munchkin potentially at a risk here. But Primi's going to be able to spot out. Yeah, there's not much else over here at long. Jumps back. Texture looking to try to lead the charge to open up the site. Sliding forward, able to spot out one, but not before Karan gets taken down. Ash, however, finding
We had an unbroken trip beside default. I think he was suppressed, that's why.
Player advantage now here for the side of Gen G as they look to bring the series to a conclusion. And jump forward in the bracket.
They slip the defenses. Gen G gonna close it out.
Cosmic Divide called in. Cruz here on the corner. Texture tagged down to 52, and they're lined up for him. It'll end in the blink of an eye as Texture picks up a 3K, and Gen G look dominant on Pearl.
What a bounce back today for Gen G. It looked like it might be a rough go of it after Haven, but they came storming back, only allowing 9 rounds in the last 2 maps to Talon. Fantastic work by the Master Shanghai winners, and they are on the hunt for another appearance.
Still look horrible, by the way. Gen G with this form, who are they playing next? Let me take a look at this, because this match against Talon was really not a good match. Like, absolutely abysmal attacking side from Gen G. And if they don't fix that, I don't think they're gonna win the next matches. Why is it not working? Hello? Vila is just not working?
To see whether or not they're going to be able to punch their ticket to another international event. Missed out on the first one this year, obviously. They want a chance.
Hello, it's so laggy.
They can take down Boom and play like they did today. And then we will be seeing them back on an international stage. Very well done.
Incredibly laggy, what the fuck?
We will see them still in that lower bracket. Their road is not yet over. But for now, we'll send it down to Bella, who's going to be standing by and interviewing one of our winners.
It's Bella. Hello. 포쿠짱. 나니가 ski.
젠지.
젠지. Nice.
감사합니다.
Alright, it's Bella and I'm standing with
Why is rib.gg using this
man of the
font?
hour. Congrats on your win, and today was the Gen G Way reverse sweep.
Yeah,
Started
boom,
out on the
esports should
Icebox,
boom Gen G
but I
now.
wanted to ask you, you had the Icebox in secret mode, and then you decided to open it for Talon. What was the backstory on that? Was it especially for Talon 이제 오늘 너무 승리 축하드리고요. 오늘
How are DRX and RQ upper seed? Well, sorry, how are Boom Esports? Boom Esports is the top seed because they won against DRX in a match where DRX played with a flashback because flashback said, "I'm out."
공개하신 걸까요?
반론만을 이제 위에 공개하는 건 아닌데 이제 뭐 애초에 작년부터 해가지고 아이스박스는 애초에 젠지도 엄청 강했잖아요.
And also they're pretty good.
뭐 반론뿐만 아니라 다른 팀을 만나도 아이스박스 만약에 픽한다, 픽 당한다, 무조건 이길 자신 있습니다.
Do you have a favorite Kit Kat? I like the classic Kit Kat. Just the classic one.
It wasn't especially for talent. I mean, Genji has always been strong on Icebox, so you know, regardless of which team we face, we just thought it would be appropriate to open it up for the playoffs. And Foxy, did you know that you are the #1 KD across all this year's VCT regions? 올해 시즌 통틀어서 폭구 선수가 그 전 지역 KD 1위예요. 혹시 알고 계셨나요?
There's like, guys, there's like 25 different type of Kit Kats in Japan.
1등이더라고요. 근데 이제 정말 감사하지만은 저는 이제 라운드랑 해가지고 맵 뛴 게 별로 없어가지고.
Even in Poland, we have like 5.
겸손 라인. Very nice.
감사합니다.
But Japan has like.
And I found out that I was the #1 across all regions. But hey, this might be me being just humble, but I didn't play that many maps, so I think I got lucky with that record. And next is the undefeated Boom Esports that you're going to be facing right tomorrow. And Perry, Coach Perry mentioned that you guys might have something that you might reveal. In
Might be a negative PR, Cinco, though.
Special prepped for Boom tomorrow.
Yeah, when you associate it with a joke.
붐황을 만나게 되거든요. 페리 코치님이 플레이오프에 가서 좀 새로운 거를 공개할 수도 아닐 수도라고 전에 언급을 하셨는데
I put my
내일
phone
바로
number
이어지는 붐과의 경기 특별히 공개해 주실 게 있는 건가요? 스포 가능한가요?
아 저는 젠지에서 가장 나이가 어린지라 뭐라 말을 못 하겠네요. 네. 하지만 이제 붐이 전승했던 것도 상대히 제가 없었기 때문이라서 내일 꼭 이기겠습니다.
I'm the youngest, so I don't know if I can actually put out a little spoiler, but hey, Boom is only undefeated because I wasn't at the Genji's last game. All right, thank you, Foxy. We'll see you tomorrow, and I'll be back after match 2. 인터뷰 너무 감사드리고요. 재밌었습니다. 내일 또 뵙겠습니다.
오늘 와주셔서 정말 감사드립니다. 고맙습니다.
저는 내일 또 매치 2 뒤에 돌아오겠습니다. 얼른 가셔야죠. 내일 쉬어야죠.
Yeah.
We really had to take some time to make sure Foxy9 got to greet all of his friends on that stage.
Where's my fist bump, dude?
I know, Foxy.
What the hell?
Foxy, can you come over here?
I gotta say though, ice cold in the interview. Who were only undefeated because I wasn't there.
He's got a point.
Yeah.
He's got a point. That's not wrong.
I mean, after this performance throughout this whole series, he does make a really, really good point. But as you can see, Genji looking like their former selves here, having a lot of fun on the stage, shouting in very, very good ways.
Starting way too slow in map 1 and looking absolutely useless, and then becoming amazing in the next 2 maps.
Classic.
This is the most classic Genji game I've ever seen.
That's why predicting this region is just impossible, man. How are you supposed to... It's 2 different teams that played each other from map 1 to map 2 and 3. That's what it feels like.
Yeah.
But credit to Genji, they came out swinging here. At times we thought this might have been a 13-0. So, you know, huge respect to this Genji team. That Pearl was so prepared.
The stereotypes really did apply to this series, where the inconsistency of these teams, whether it be slow starts for Genji into really warming up over the next 2 maps, or Talon really dominating pretty much anybody when they have a good read and where they're feeling it, and then being very inconsistent map to map. I mean, this was pretty much par for the course from what you were going to get from this series, and I think it really does come down somewhat to the veto. I won't put it entirely on the veto, but
I'm in
you know,
Japan for Mayovka and Switch are by far the best one of any country I've been to my entire life.
Was able to take advantage of it. Talon absolutely smashed them. And then on the next two maps where there was a lot less.
I think I was not in Japan. My wife was in Japan, but I feel like Japan has incredible amount of different suites. But I think when it comes to suites themselves, I just very much like Polish suites. Like Polish suites are very, very, very fucking good. You know? But I had no personal like experience from visiting Japan.
They didn't even get to play defense. Like this is a dream defense comp. You got the double Senti with the Cypher Vice. The Cypher going to help you keep the middle of the map clean. The Astra as well. You got the Solo Fade and the Yoru playing the off angles. This is a nightmare to attack into, but when you don't even have to play attack into it, then the game gets a lot easier.
Yeah, there's probably a lot more that they could have shown, you know, if this game was to go a little bit longer, but this game was over in the first half, you know. We saw them, that game plan just was not working. Gen.G were not rotating, they weren't rushing too much and just consistently finding those kills on them. So big respect to Gen.G, of course. We will be seeing them play again tomorrow, and Talon head to the lower bracket.
Yeah, and this is exactly what Gen.G specialize in, right? It's the same story from last year, all the way to kickoff as well. So I feel like Gen.G, hey, this is where they belong. But going over to Talon, there were so many rounds where you could tell, hey, good game plan, good strategy.
Yeah.
And then it all just comes falling down at some point. There's so many rounds like that.
Yeah, I mean, one thing we wanted to highlight is how the team's using their ultimates in this game. So.
Yeah, I mean, this is a beautiful Yoru ult. You have the TP already set up over towards A main. You clear all of R, and then you TP over and clear A main. So you've got everything with a Yoru ult. Follow up Prowler to take the A site for free, and then you get yourself the spike down very easily, and Gen.G has a very one-dimensional retake all the way through spawn side. Now, you talk about the fact that Talon didn't get enough done on their attacking side. Those are the rounds that they had to close out, and they
I'll give you something.
Easily. Prowler to take the TP over and clear the TP already set up over towards A main. You clear all of R, and then you TP over.
You can do the same thing without TPing there by just running, and you clear also the smoke then, and you have still your TP being put somewhere else.
Ending in double doors.
Yeah,
that's
so
three players
far away.
committed to B long, and he's on almost the other side of the
He
map,
just
just
sends
holding
it.
his bloody aircraft carrier ready to go, just dropping a carpet bomb across B long. Like, how do you attack into that? You're attacking into three people in a bloody carpet bomb.
Yeah, but then there were also times where it didn't work out so well for Talon. So
What Japan does
for
with
the
sweets
next
is that they
replays,
combine different regions and flavors into something new. Imagine how amazing cheesecakes is gonna add French creme brulee on top and in the middle. Yeah, I know. That's why I said that they have so many different like
even the Steel Garden isn't enough because
different flavors of stuff, right? It's great stuff if people like variety. I personally like very simple sweets. I don't like cakes and stuff and like stuff like that. I like very basic stuff, so it's just not personally for me. But I definitely understand why people like Japanese sweets so much.
Create gaps, first of all, but second of all, just how slow the comp is. Like, if your Fade Prowler or your Yoru TP doesn't get you space and you aren't actually able to crack into the site, you're not getting in. You basically have to dry contact for the rest of the round or it's not going to work for you. And when Texture's popping off like this is one of the better games I've seen from Texture so far.
I'm gonna take a bathroom break. Be right back.
Definitely, and we got to enjoy a lot of his, most famous moments as well. But yeah, on that neon and everything with the finger guns out, Texture was just absolutely in his element today in the series.
Yeah, also Ash as well. I mean, I think these two in tandem really got the Gen.G team across the line today. This is some of the best play we've seen from Ash, and of course Texture, this is what we've come to expect from him.
Yeah, for sure. I think for Ash, to touch on him first, I mean, I was looking at the stats trying to, create some comparison between Ash and Yeoman, and there wasn't really statistically much of a difference between the two, which says a lot because Ash has been flexing into secondary duelists as well as playing the Teo. He should be getting a lot more KPR, a lot more ADR, and there wasn't much of a difference there. But it's really the eye tests and games like this from Ash that show you how much bigger of a ceiling Ash has. Like, his individual skill and mechanics are definitely on another level. You can see him coming off the duelist role, playing in it here. This is the perfect example of an Ash pop-off game that can add to Gen.G's ceiling, and this is a perfect example of a Texture masterclass. I mean, it's a match MVP here for Texture. Yoru on Icebox was phenomenal. The Neon, he's been playing it more than any other agent at the moment, and again, here on Pearl, he was fantastic.
Yeah, and I feel like this is Gen.G back on track. We were probably perhaps doubting them just a little bit in the group stage. Maybe they weren't feeling like their old selves, but now I say, hey, this is looking more like the Gen G that we all know and love. Hey, perhaps this is them making that run. Oh no, hope I didn't.
Well, they're close.
Maybe, perhaps.
One more game.
It's looking good. It's looking good so far, but that next game for them is going to be very, very interesting. Speaking of next games, don't go anywhere because we still have one more series to go. We have T1 versus DRX. You know you don't want to miss that. We'll be back right after this quick break.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
You ready? Are you ready? Yes. Are you ready? Let's go. I'm a winner, not a sinner. So you know I hold it down. Got the winner in my locker. Gonna get a touchdown. Make it rain, get the win, celebrate. At the end of the day, we're the best. Anyway, I'm a winner, not a sinner. So you know I hold it down. Got the winner in my locker. Gonna get a touchdown. Make it play, make it rain, get the win, celebrate. At the end of the day, we're the best. Anyway,
I need my DRX hoodie!
Welcome back to VCT Pacific. We are on to our second series of the day, and it's gonna be between T1 and DRX, both of these teams. Our Masters Bangkok reps, will they both be going to Toronto this time around? That's a more tricky question because it's looking more likely that it'll only be one of these teams.
Yeah, it's a grand finals rematch, but in the first round of playoffs. So one of these teams will be sent straight to the lowest today as the other one advances that one step closer to Toronto. We're seeing DRX here, of course, the Pacific champions, but they couldn't quite get it over the line like T1 could in Bangkok.
And this is what happens in the round robin format. You know, you can end up with these as your first round matchups. All it takes is a couple of upsets. All it took was for DRX to drop against Boom and for T1 to drop a couple of series, and all of a sudden we get the two teams in the grand finals who were our international representatives taking each other on in the very first round here of stage one.
But hey, any of these teams can go up against any of these teams. and
Sorry,
make it
posting a
fair.
tweet, guys.
I mean, that's what Pacific is, right? You can get these amazing matchups right off the bat into playoffs. But of course, DRX, they will be going up against T1. And we knew that going into stage one, keeping that sort of Masters winner title, it would be very, very difficult. They were the team with the target on their backs, right? Everybody would catch on to what they were doing. recently they lost to RQ, they lost to Talon. What does that
And I
mean?
need to change the
Yeah,
title
I mean,
on
this
YouTube.
is a team that nobody's underestimating anymore. So we've seen these other teams manage to come out swinging and take wins off T1. They're not untouchable. We know that about this T1 team, but their ceiling is so high if they're able to deliver.
Yeah, they're one of the shakiest teams to win an international event. Domestically, I think they're map-wise 19 wins, 17 losses.
Yeah.
Like they're barely cracking a 50% win rate in maps here in Pacific. So, you know, this is a
You need
team
the
that
white
is far
DRX hoodie,
from
fucking always
bulletproof.
out
They
of
are not
stock.
some kind of
I can
domestically
ask
dominant
if it's
team that's
planned to
gonna
be
win absolutely
restocked.
every map and slap the other teams despite how much
How much the
individual
hoodies
skill they
cost?
have on this roster.
I actually don't know.
I'm sensing some aura from the uniform change.
Yeah,
like,
it's blue.
It's blue.
What's going on there?
What do you mean it's blue? I think if I was DRX, I would take that offensively. I would say, what are you doing? You don't wear blue. Blue is our color.
That's us. That's us. Is it DRX cosplay? Is this a kind of, you know, a mind game of some
You
sort?
gotta take that personally. You tell that to the players backstage.
DRX has to have a red version. DRX has to have a red version just in
Dude,
case.
my intent is either
Colors inverted, but they have to
crap,
sync up quite substantially.
because both VLR and
this game. Either way,
DRX
though, for
website
T1,
doesn't just
I mean,
load
you're
in.
seeing some decent statistics, but nothing kind of blows you away here in stage one. They have
What's
had
going
a
on?
rough run of things in the round robin. I mean, they've conceded a pretty one-sided series to the side of RRQ. They've dropped maps all over the place, so look, we'll see what they're going to be bringing
This is
here.
Team Kit.
But, you know, question of who is going to be the best team inside of Korea. I mean, DRX have won the head-to-head over T1 here
Photo
in Korea
card
every
holder.
single time. It's only over in Bangkok
I need
that
to
we
get
saw
this.
T1 actually best them. So when it comes to playing domestically, DRX as an orc has been beating T1 a lot, but specifically these two lineups, both of the series that we saw in kickoff.
hoodie
DRX
is
was able to beat them in
$50.
their
The
hometown.
one from this year is
DRX will be
$50.
happy about this head-to-head again. I think this is a team that they understand very well. And even though T1 did come out on top in Masters Bangkok, that's a different place, that's a different stage, that's different pressure. DRX have won here
I really
so
like
many
this cap,
times now.
by the way.
You
Really
know,
like this
so
cap.
even in kickoff, they know how to win this game.
Oh, and
So
we have the Sunblock as well.
I really think that it's a big test for T1 today.
Yeah, saw at the bottom of the stats there that T1 has the best timeout conversion. I know it's our favorite stat, big time. And for everyone who says that Coach Autumn is a fraud, best timeout conversion, amazing stat, guys. Trust me, it's fine even if you take it going into an eco or something like that. It means he's the best coach ever.
I mean, listen to these guys, right? But hey, I do want to talk about DRX. I mean, we saw those stats, and it seems as though, hey, it should be smooth sailing for DRX, right? But obviously, we can talk about it. It was announced that Flashback would be moved to the Academy roster, right? So, does this mean, this of course means that the double duelist DRX and Freeing will not be going on your
This looks like a very classic communistic cup that we had in Poland in the 80s.
He's over there.
100%
Give me over there.
Who picked this guy?
Give me that.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, the prices are
You did. He's in your
actually
heart.
not that high.
I'm just
$50 for a hoodie?
just so that, you know, the shadow of Freeing is just.
I think that's okay, no?
Here's the thing, like, you've seen the double duelist out from DRX in 8 of the 12 games that they've played, I believe, here in Stage 1, whereas previously they never played double duelists. So I think that the solution to their role crisis that they've created
Yeah, but
for
the old
themselves
stuff
with
is sold
Flashback
out.
going out of the team is just to go back to what was working for them. But not only that, I think Freeing can flex into Senti. Estrella plays plenty of E-Nit,
Yeah.
so you could see a lot
Good,
of
this
double
hoodie's good.
E-Nit. I think that they just got to go back to double E-Nit, which was what they were playing all the way through kickoff and Masters Bangkok. It was 19 out of 19 games of double E-Nit and 19 games of Teo for Freeing. So I think that's the style you're going to see from DRX. But role-wise, I think they can be a little bit more flexible. You've seen Baines flex onto secondary controller. You've seen Freeing can go on the Teo, but he could also go on a Senti, and you could chuck Estrella on the secondary E-Nit.
Yeah, I do think one of the most interesting changes is now we've seen Estrella take over the mantle as, you know, the IGL. You know, they spoke about this last week. He's the one calling the shots now, and Mako is a little bit more free. So that does change a lot of things. I was very surprised to hear about that change, but I think it makes sense with Estrella moving mostly back across onto the sort of initiator type players and, you know, not necessarily being on that Senti.
The one map that I'm looking at here is Icebox for T1. I do not want to see Icebox from them in playoffs. I'll just say that. I don't want to see them play.
I'm trying to, by the way, I have a task for myself over here. I would like to create some DRX shorts for the team from the match today. So I'll try to find some interesting either utility setups, interesting executes, interesting micro decisions that we can point out in a short format, like 60 seconds explanation. If you see something that I didn't see, tell me in chat. Okay?
Most recently, I think the Bangkok result was the one where T1 was able to overcome DRX. So this is a map they played a lot against each other, but DRX has actually run the majority there over.
So
on
Lotus Fracture Haven. Okay, okay, okay.
I mean, T1 beat them
So
head-to-head
Lotus
twice, I believe,
first.
Since kickoff.
Let's do a
I
prediction.
feel like for all three of these maps, we have Lotus, we're going into Fracture afterwards, and potentially Haven. Each of these teams, they have their own styles on each of these maps. And I would say that this is another map that is going to be incredibly close, a bit of a roller coaster ride on both sides.
Hello, Kakarot.
For both of these teams, especially since it's playoffs. And for these players, you know, they do have something.
I wonder
else
which
inside them
composition
that
we'll be
comes out
playing,
when
because
it's,
remember,
when
we
it's
had the major change of Flashback no longer being in the team.
I can't really see why T1 would pick Lotus here. Like, it's kind of a question mark for me because I'm looking at their last 3 games on it and I'm not really feeling too confident. They lost versus G2, they lost versus RRQ, then Buzz had to drop 30 to beat Team Secret. So I'm really questioning why they're picking Lotus into DRX here when it's a comfortable map for them, but we'll see how it goes.
I mean, I think they just like this ISO. I think it's all about, for them, it's about enabling their individuals. That's a really big thing that they want to prioritize. We see that with a lot of the double duelists that they run. They want to get Meteor activated as well as Buzz. So I think that's why they like this map. I do think his ISO does not look bad there at all.
Yeah. I mean, these could potentially happen. I feel like it's going to boil down to how these
Flashback got demoted to the academy team. Do we know why? Well, it's the second time when he asked for a leave of absence during important moments and left the team on ice.
And we're going to send it to the stage for DRX
You
and
know?
T1.
I wonder if whoever made this animation for VCT Pacific Rise made it for 2 years with a team of developers that he hired and then gave it to Riot.
Rise Pacific. DRX.
DRX, the current kings of Pacific. Even despite all the adjustments they've had to make, they are still in top
Chat on the screen is frozen.
with this
Okay.
roster locked in.
Thank you for
The role
noticing.
set, the big question is this DRX ready to step into playoffs?
DRX narrowly
It's a go,
missing
Bane.
out on that top spot in the group, just losing to Boom. So now
Remember,
it means
Bane
they
is
have a
paying.
gauntlet to run. They have
Bane is playing in pain. No, seriously though. He had a abdominal pain. He went to the hospital and he has a start of appendicitis. Appendicitis. But his surgery is postponed to Monday, apparently.
Team that does not let that go.
So
that
they can- so
easily.
they can
First
play
day into playoffs, you
with
can
Bane.
bet the Masters Bangkok winners are going to come out swinging.
Yeah, we want to see them just
What
hit
is this
a
jersey,
different level
T1?
of form coming into playoffs here.
Are you guys copying us? What is going on over here?
Here in Pacific in particular, dropping maps all over the place, but this roster still has a lot of talent, and you know that when they lock in, they are the very best in the world.
Oh yeah, best team in Korea is the question though for this series, right? Especially since you have players that know each other so well, and it's always so fun.
Oh,
when
he's
you get
showing
these
him that
players
he's gonna
that,
kick
you know,
him in
get
the
to act on
Vedostek.
stage and get
Did you
to
see this?
be
Did you see
so
this?
comfortable. You get these players.
You see
have
this?
players
Look.
that know each
He's
other
showing that to
so
Bane, no?
well, and it's always so fun when you get these players that, you know, get to be very tricky.
I think that's one thing that's the most fun about this
Yeah.
partnership system that we have here in Valorant is I think that's
so get to interact on stage and get so well, and it's always so fun when you get these players that, you know, get to interact on stage each other so this series, right? Especially since you have
Wait,
players
need to
that
make a screenshot
know
of that.
each other
Ah, fuck it.
Like the back of your hand, right? Especially since there's so many layers to both of these teams. Of course, you know, when Mako, or rather when Buzz.
Gen and T1 jersey looks like a previous year's DRX jersey. Yeah.
The big
Yes.
storyline was that they were
They
playing up against
almost.
the former
I don't
team,
have.
right? So again, it is looking
Do I
like
have it with me?
50-50.
Wait.
Pulling up our
The
predictions,
previous year.
we feel like it's going to be the same as well, as we are evenly split here.
This is another game for me that's so hard to call. I'm slightly leaning in the way of DRX just because I don't trust T1 to be consistent when it matters. But honestly, this is another series where I really think it's a coin flip. It could go either way.
I totally agree. I think it comes down to mostly T1's form and how they turn up into this game for me. They've been very shaky and Pacific. I mentioned it multiple times with DRX. I think that they have some questions asked for them as well. They're still kind of bedding in this current roster. So quite frankly, despite the fact that these might be the top two teams, if you look at the kickoff results, I could see both of them capitulating here if some things go wrong or they don't find the right approach, whether it's individuals being inconsistent
Well,
or
okay,
changing
not
around
exactly
roles
same.
and things like that.
For sure.
But
I
very
have that
similar.
percentage, by the way, when we predict, because sometimes you can't really tell with just the prediction how close it actually is. It could be 49-51, right, in favor of one team. Right now, stepping into Lotus,
Whoa.
we have our agents. Ooh, this is
Huge
spicy.
changes. Huge changes for both teams. For DRX, this is what I was saying.
DRX
Green can be
with
thrown on that Senti.
Know
We've
Your
got
Rule.
double controller now
We have
with
Hyunmin on
Hyunmin
Raze.
Back on the Raze. Estrella, I've been asking to see him on the
Okay,
Viper.
okay,
It's a
okay.
role that he
No
played a
Taeho.
lot in RRQ, so I think that's going to be very
Oh.
comfortable for him. And a big problem that DRX had was that Flashback was not great at this agent on this map.
I don't know.
T1, new jerseys, new style, new compositions
No
coming
double
in.
doors,
We're
what?
seeing Meteor on the free. Sorry,
I don't know about that. I'm a little bit worried.
That is freeing, by the way. That's
Meteor is
freeing.
playing Teo. So, I mean, this is a wildly different look for T1. We haven't seen this from them, especially on this map, so who knows what to expect. All of the anti-strat from DRX is thrown out the window.
Yeah, that's what makes this so interesting and going to be so exciting as well as we step into our first map of this
Let's see.
series.
Let's
we are
see.
heading into Lotus 2 and both teams. they
Wait,
do
no
have their
ISO,
own
no?
Kind of, you know, special histories on this map. So we're going to toss it on over to our casters, Achilles and Pinkerton.
Oh, we
Take us
eating
through.
good today, guys. We eating good today.
Well, things are already getting a bit spicy here off the rip. No
Right.
ISO for the first time in forever for Meteor, and he's playing Teo. So this is some interesting adjustments from the side of T1.
This is actually
but as
incredibly
was
good for
highlighted,
us. I
DRX
think
also making some
I think
changes.
he's gonna be
It's
crap.
pretty back and forth in terms of, you know, both teams trying to make some adjustments here.
I think he's gonna be crap on Taeho.
Some new looks. I think it makes sense, especially for T1, who's kind of struggled on some of the maps that were really dominant for them. The ISO
Like
stuff
Meteor
seems to
on
have been
Taeho
figured out
should
by a
be
lot of teams, so let's try something
completely
different now. I
not
didn't
in a
have Meteor
position
playing
to
Taeho on
actually
my
thrive.
cards
Look, when I was watching T1 matches, I always say like, fucking Meteor, man, just let him play ISO and just let him peak. Because he's peaking the same way on other agents, how he peaks on ISO. I feel like he has this mindset that he has his shield open. So I think this is like, if I would have to judge it from like an outside perspective, I think Meteor is not the type of player that should be playing Taeho.
nationally with the Lotus comps for T1.
He is
the
just
Breach Taeho, a lot of teams
not
love to do
built
this.
for
Buzz
that
on the
type of
Aura,
gameplay.
He's been piloting that quite a bit this
And
year.
he's
Some
type
level
of player like
success for
Jing,
sure.
who should be just always playing
Let's see if
Raze, and
they
that's
can
it.
kinda string together some attacking set. I think this comp has a lot of legs
But
on
I
the
also have to
attacker
say
side.
that I'm a little bit
Even
worried that
against,
freeing is
the
not
double
on
sentinel
Taeho
that
himself.
DRX is gonna be bringing,
And we are
essentially
actually
with
playing
the
with a
Viper, but
Sentinel.
it's just about
But I may,
how well
I
they've
am
been able
assuming
to
some
get
changes
this
will
fleshed
need to be
out
made because of the
here
lack
the
of
last
Sentinels in the
few
previous
T1.
compositions that were hurting a little bit.
This is
But
all
we'll
just
see.
a bit of a ruse here by T1. Map exploration, but with a rebel control for
Is
DRX.
Meteor like Alpha? Yeah? Yes, I would say very similar. I would say very similar.
Still a paranoia and a paint shell over on this side of the map. There's Mako. Just setting up a smoke in case that C hit comes through. Paranoia now at the ready. Sends it
Yeah,
in.
it's like
Salvo
such a
is
good
ready to fly.
timing.
Swings out, looks for a couple shots across. Buzz does manage to find the headshot, but Paint Shell will be able to take down Sylvan, and Henneman double dips for a little bit more.
Oh,
Just
thank God.
barely escapes.
That was all set up for T1 to clear that back corner where Maka was, and that part worked, but Hyunmin not able to be dealt with. That's going to give a numbers advantage for DRX. Being
And Bane is in
spotted.
trouble.
Caught, does get fault lined here, tucked in around the corner.
Oh,
However, still
thank
able to find
God.
a headshot. The
Play on
face-off
contact
stacks,
now.
both players
Above 1
on
HP.
site.
Oh,
Dangerously
yes!
low, but Hyunmin hits one hell of a
Oh,
shot.
what a shot by Hyunmin, man.
Taken down, now it is
No,
all
the
Maki who finds
overpeak.
the first.
Oh, thank God.
Trying to
Bane
deal
also
with
hits
it.
a shot at 22 HP.
Still firing back. go ahead and secure the pistol for DRX.
Just a crazy good round for Hyunmin.
Revolt, thank you so much for the 13 months and welcome back by the month. For continue support, we have to go back to the match, so because replays, we don't want to miss those.
Balance with some early rotations and a delayed
Why is
hit.
Breach going for that fight? We'll never know, but thank you T1 for doing that decision. Thank you, Stacks.
My goodness. 10 HP, no problem. Swing the corner. Izu's looking up. Bane is down. And he's got his opponent on the
Estra
floor. So,
should be IGLing.
okay. So far, so good for DRX. But T1 has really struggled on pistols this year. They are like 9th in Pacific right now in like pistol win percentage.
We have 4 Bulldogs.
No.
Saw them running it back
4 Bulldogs, no region. Sorry, 1 region shield on
But
Bane.
then they came back over here and said,
Interesting buy. I didn't see often this happening.
At pistols. I mean, still a strong team even behind all that, but
4 Bulldogs here for DRX. And a Ghost, so change up on the usual buy.
Interesting that Achilles exactly talks about the same stuff.
this is back, you know, Zest is on the team and everybody's got Bulldogs. And
Not sure if the desk covered it as we were coming back upstairs.
Ooh, we actually ate this. Wait, Mako also has region shield.
Calling again today.
Yes,
It's a bug. Look, Mako has a region shield, but it doesn't show up in the UI. You seen this? Are we all on the region shields?
Over on that Viper. Suits him a little bit better potentially. Bane out with the haunt.
Oh
Trying
no.
to find something. Granted, he is the one player with the Ghost, so overall not too much weaponry.
Oh,
gonna be handed
no.
over, but Hyunmin now also dead. Mako swooping forward, able to find
Oh,
one, but this is starting
no.
to get a little bit too scrappy. His weapons are going to be picked up, and T1 have players.
This is actually looking horrible now.
Completely keeping Estrella distracted. As freeing on the hunt here on the site. Looks for a little bit more, but no, he's going to be taken down, and that is going to be
Oh,
a grip for T1 to
disaster.
go ahead and even things up off the rip. The eco goes their way.
Well, this is another
Change
thing
title. Thank
that
you.
was a big part of T1's game in kickoff.
How did
for
that
the
happen?
Masters Bangkok is
Bane gets
wing
killed
ecos.
through the
Hit it
first
all over the
smoke.
place. And
Double
showing no
dinked.
signs of letting up. I was kind of curious about how T1 was going to approach their lurk game, and I don't know if it's going to be consistent that you're going to have Buzz out there lurking on his own, but certainly
Was DRX the #1 seed? No, no. Boom was.
the opponent's IGL in check during that round. You know, with Meteor
Ooh,
usually
that's
being
rough.
that guy,
This is
and has
rough.
been for a long time. Kind of curious how that was going to play out. So just a couple Sheriffs and Classics for DRX. See if they can turn the tables a bit. Some Bulldogs, a couple rifles. T1 though, being a little bit cautious over towards the C site.
Oh, and Freak is just not backpedaling fast enough.
Nope.
Yeah, he was
They
trying
just
to
running it
shift.
Down. Buzz coming away with the kill now. 2
Is
charges
Boom good
away
or
from
missed the
having
DRX
the
match?
C-side
They're a good
completely
team,
opened up as
but
DRX
DRX playing
trying to
against
get over
Boom
towards this side of the
had
map.
to
Does
swap
have
out a player
showstopper.
day before.
Feels like it would be a bit wanting to try to
So
keep
it was
here in this
definitely not
round.
full form
Let's see if he
DRX.
finds some very solid opening
And now we
kills.
play without that player still. Like without flashback. So there was a change in IGL, there was a change in roles. Essentially, DRX again is a different team.
I suspect.
Yep.
Not because of our own choice.
There's Buzz pushing forward.
Nice, okay.
Mako with a headshot that you have to be worried about.
Nice.
Back this Hyunmin.
We
Now,
have
yep,
ult.
those are the kills that they needed. Showstopper.
How is he
however,
alive?
A bit too shallow. Sylvan at 64, still alive. Time getting away here from DRX. Now need to make a go of this, given that they had the
No, we're
only
running out
minute.
of time, man. Oh, we need that kill with this showstopper, man.
Just play for some exits perhaps here. Now starting to try to flood back forward, but that showstopper not being able to secure anything.
Maybe you should have pushed with that showstopper forward through the smoke and just not shoot it blindly. Maybe that was the better choice.
Yeah, that's
Hard to say now.
DRX. It looked like you might have a window into ecoing your opponents like they just did previously. Buzz with a nice opener. God, Mako. That's so good. Hyunmin as well, right through that smoke too. Then the crossfire's too strong. The salvos and the snake bite before that as well to corral DRX towards the back of C site. Making things much, much trickier for them. Good delay, good patience from T1. Now both teams able to mostly have the big rifles. Stacks still on a Bulldog, but things looking good. As
You guys know what I think about ulting into a
another
TP.
realm. Still seeing where these players are.
Oh, there's the trap play. There's the
That was well
execution.
played.
Buzz able to
That
find
was
one
well
straight.
played by Buzz
Around the
and
corner, able to go
Tehov
ahead and get
Breach.
the punish, so
That was
decently
really
well
decent
read
combo.
and countered from the side of DRX.
Although I think the missiles were too much, but
Smoke
yeah.
dissipating. Shots through. Bane just fishing for anything that he can get, but players from T1 get away with the spike planted unscathed.
Matter of shutting down Mako here. Being watched by Meteor.
Remember, this map is very attacker based.
Dodged it.
Izu holding at the box. It's again just a trade. Viper for Viper. Tap of the door. Mako still trying to fight his way
We're
in.
running low on time.
Sylvan at the same time going to be taken down, but the time is starting to tick. And Stacks holding here.
Oh.
Comes away with 2. Mako dead. As Stacks will find in the third. T1 3-1 was looking decent for DRX for a bit there, but Stacks starts going crazy.
In that 3v2,
I said only one player still had the Bulldog.
we
Stacks putting it to darn
didn't
good use.
go together in the
Estrella
same
there barely
direction.
ahead of that flash.
Or the player from the
almost
bottom
great
wasn't
timing for
going
Buzz to get
first. That
through,
doesn't make no difference here.
Just a
Like,
step
they
behind
should have been next to each other.
And Stacks ready for that last push through.
The retakes are looking a bit too slow because of their slowed down by utility, but we also are not moving in unison
You're seeing
together.
some of the classic ideas, a dimensional drift to set up the breach into the Tejo combos. So T1 kind of looking at what has worked for other teams and implementing it themselves nicely so far. One-way setup immediately every time these smokes are pinged out. I mean, we've seen it too many times this year where Mako will just TP up into him.
Yep. Well, look at the pain shell out. Get the gate crash away from Buzz.
Did they destroy the turret? They did destroy the turret on B.
Draws a lot of eyes from DRX to that position. Well, Mako still just strafing around, sending out the paranoia, but Izu out in front of it. He clipped to the very last moment. And Buzz is there for a little bit of added capitalization. He hasn't been able to find one there with the Stinger. There's Estrella not falling for the fake. Does he try to scale forward though? Yes, he does. And Sylvan is noting it, watching the walls. And will be able to find the last 2 kills. 4-1. Team
Alright, now this round is gonna be very important. And how we're looking with ultimates. Stacks has ultimate, and Izu has ultimate. Oh, that's gonna be a problem. So, most likely T1 is gonna do an execute with the breach ultimate, create the space, and then lock it down with the Viper Pit. Now that's gonna be a problem. So we have to counter the breach ultimate with the fade ultimate. But the problem is we're playing defense on a 3-side map. So will we have the fade in correct distance to actually do that? Let's see. The turret is being destroyed by the missiles and not recalled. I think that's a big problem. I think freeing, not changing the position of the turret is a big problem. You don't have to put it on the box. Just put it... Look. Just put the turret here. Put the turret here. Put the turret here. Put the turret even here. Don't put it on the box because the missiles are being are destroying it. I think this is a problem because Freeing just doesn't have a lot of experience on Killjoy and doesn't do that. Oh, he recalled it. Okay, never mind. Scratch everything what I said. He recalled it and has to put it over on already.
Oh. How does he win that?
I don't know, but he does.
I think he recalled it, no? Because
clearly,
oh, maybe it was that a cooldown after destroying it? I don't know. Would they see him?
Glimpse of the shoulder, but just not quite finding the timing. Swings
Oh,
out.
thank God, Mako.
Does manage to win the fight, doesn't take any damage.
Alright, T1 kinda is throwing this round because they didn't use that breach ultimate. But we used that fade ultimate way too early.
Buzz being able to avoid that.
Hello, Tommy Sek. Oh, this is not looking good. We don't have the fade ultimate now.
Does not hit anyone either. Mako now trying to push forward, fully blinded up. However, Buzz able to find him. Now Meteor gets involved.
Now imagine if we had that fade ultimate now.
Even though they have the read, they have the setup.
Oh,
They do not
shit.
have the round. 5-1.
Was a good play by Mako to run forward, but then he goes into a Omen paranoia and gets fucked.
Of the Nightfall, they just keep pressing forward, and I think that timing made Mako feel like he had to press a little bit. Got blinded himself. Started walking forward. Good throw by Sylvan with the paranoia. And everybody on T1 just storming in together and able to find their shots very effectively. Not really much of a response from DRX, and they're back onto an eco. Some stingers, a sheriff, a ghost. Showstopper again for Hyunmin on an eco, but some other big ults to contend with. The cycling
Winning round 2 on attack and planting in every round, just running away with the cash. I don't think even like we had the reposition of the turret. Nice. I don't think that's even a problem. I think the biggest problem is the ultimates that are gonna be stacking now and cycling, and that's the biggest problem over here.
Even with map control, I mean, DRX has been taking rubble control pretty consistently, but T1's a ability to refight for this space has been really nice.
Mitchell trying to delay, gets a glimpse.
Oh, okay.
Shots across.
We get one gifted.
Dead. Meteor just juggling the weapons back. There's Izu. Quite clearing the alarm bot, but no one there. Continue the pressure and find a punish with the.
I feel like all the changes have made DRX level of consistency at team play drop quite a bit. I am not surprised. I'll be very honest with you. Like, I don't think that's something that we should be surprised about. I think it's a big problem, and it's definitely gonna cost us. But at the same time, I am hopeful. You know, it's like DRX have been proving time and time again that doesn't matter which players are in the team, the consistency will be there. You know. At some point, we cannot just expect it immediately after changes. Like, that's not possible. Like, we had different players play different roles. Different players play completely like in the main lineup. It's a 5v1. Okay, I got worried for a bit. It's PTSD from ranked hitting.
Find themselves a second round win.
Oops.
What a time to come through, but it's just phenomenal delay on that C site, and T1 gets a little bullheaded
Good
trying
round.
to
Good round. We need more of
break their
those.
way in. And they're just getting cut down piece by piece. And the initial loss of Buzz, pretty devastating there as he's trying to TP out. Mako catches him right beforehand.
Sylvan, with all of the chaos happening here, they were not. They didn't even hear that he's just running around.
Stacks putting up a couple nice kills there, but in the long run.
True, makes sense if it means stronger team in the future, then it's worth it. Now, the thing is, the changes that we currently have in the team are not made because the coach wanted to.
Comfortable enough to do that just yet. This time they're going to use some util. If there was that alarm bot there, wouldn't be happy.
Flashback was meant to be in the primary roster,
places it a little bit further back.
but
That alarm bot spotted Izu earlier, kind of gave the early read for DRX so they can make those rotates. Like the change up from T1 just to be sure that their plans aren't going to be able to be thwarted as quickly. So back to kind of standard contact shift directions. It's the very stack style of play. Izu looking to do more damage over towards Rubble. This time they're setting up for the B hit. TP right outside in the cubby.
Oh.
Dimensional drift, but Gunman pushing forward.
Nice.
Gets the spot out. That's going to be easy.
Very important. That's the 5v4, and they are now currently in the ultimate. Nice.
Completely watched and noted. Buzz, however, around the back gets into upper and Bane. Up does get taken down.
Buzz still got a lot of value, but very good.
He sees the bullets fly.
Very rough round, by the way, because there was so much util used correctly and so much value out of the ultimates. Like we had Showstopper, Yoru ult, stun into Yoru kill, then Yoru flash into full blind kill, but traded. Very nicely done by both teams here.
Swings out, spots out one, knows that he's running out of time, and Mako is right.
See,
there
now
on top
the
of
difference
him.
here is,
Takes him
even
out,
though
DRX.
we kind of threw round 2, this game already had more quality than the entire best of 3 that we just watched between Talon and Genji.
You lose your Viper
And
early,
more planning.
Sees a lot of map control over. Bane catches Sylvan trying to TP in combination with Buzz coming out of the dimensional drift. The timing just a little bit off there on that B execute.
Flashback requesting for a break at such an important time is very bad attitude. We don't know exactly what's the reason. I have no idea. But the thing is that it happened twice now, and that is a bit of a bad look. It can be still random events. Can be something very important in his private life happening. Something traumatic. Something, maybe someone died. I don't know. Maybe some sickness in his family. We don't know. Which could be understandable. You know?
Space earlier for T1.
Maybe someone's on the deathbed and he had to go. I don't know. But
where they're going to be, because right now DRX is.
It doesn't look great for him, that's for sure. Even doesn't matter like what happened exactly, but it doesn't look good for him when it happened twice. Right?
T1 DRX. Great matchup that we've had. Obviously, yes, a rematch, as the desk was talking about, a rematch of the grand finals from kickoff. Team that faced each other in Masters Bangkok, with T1 getting the better of them in that affair. But here today, see if we'll have another DRX win in Pacific, or if T1 going to be able to replicate what they did at the global level. Straya has an ult, but he's sitting way back in spawn. I think they're looking for a TP play. They're pinging it out. DRX is wary that
One-way rubble again.
Sylvan might try to use his ult.
Well.
Oh.
We're talking about FNS now? No, no. About flashback.
Once again, Viper dead outside of A here.
By the way, Izu is dead for the 3 rounds now, while his ultimate was already open.
Been, I think, slightly noted
For
down
usage,
that
I
jiggle.
mean.
It's going to be him grabbing an orb, just looking to try to cycle up a third final showstopper here in the half. Salvo's forced to reposition, gate crash over across towards the door.
We
switch
knew
and
he's
buzz.
gonna
We'll go
do
ahead
it.
and stabilize the aim.
We couldn't
Mindset
destroy
in
the
the head.
TP because we didn't know exactly where it is. But Mako actually tried it. You guys saw that, right? He was spamming that position where that TP can be.
Approaching the main.
Oh, imagine using the eye now. Oh my god, imagine using time. Never mind, Bang's dead.
Some of these bullets, but Mako steady. He's able to take him down. 5 bullets remaining. He's continuing to push forward. Finds himself a 4th. Swaps the gun. Looks for a little bit more here. It's going to be freeing.
You can see how big of a difference actually makes playing Phantoms over here, right? This round is actually very indicative of how big of a difference a Phantom can make.
Struggles T1 is having with this change up of composition.
They all play Vandals on T1, but we are getting just so much value out of the Phantoms.
That's just Mako. That's just Mako. I mean, that's painful for sure, but even then, the answers are there for DRX. That's the bigger thing. And it's a great adjustment in position.
I'm happy to see Bane back. He's so good. He's my favorite DRX player. I love him. He's like upbeat, very positive, and also I really like how he plays his agents. I really liked how he played Brimstone. I think he had very good muscle memory on him as well, and very good proactive type of play.
So, let's see if
so he is unfortunately playing a lot of flex positions, so he doesn't have that efficiency anymore on those agents, but I hope he's gonna get them.
Timings here.
I really like him, and I think he's sick. Like when it comes to mechanical skill as well. Okay. Estrella ults.
It's going to be sent, but should get the scout out. TP going to be interrupted, and Snakebite cannot come through as he does get suppressed. I know roughly where he's at.
Oh,
there you
yeah,
go.
that was
Spam
rough.
eventually will find him. Pit now
There were only so many spots you can be at. I don't know if I like that Viper pit, I'll be honest. Okay, I like this one because you can just avoid it. It's not on the spike.
Got that lockdown to try to flush them out.
It's not on the spike, no? Where's the spike? Man, why can't we see the spike on the minimap?
So far back, our DRX.
I was saving.
I think you're right.
We cannot know. We actually don't know about the Viper pit not being on the spike. Yeah, it's not on the spike. So we had no idea that this happened. So we just saved because we assume that Viper's pit is covering the spike and it's almost impossible to retake.
T1 will go ahead and break this
That's actually funny.
Get themselves up to 6.
This is a really nice pit though by T1. It
Who won, Gen G or Talon? Gen G won. The match was horrible to watch, I'll be honest with you. 3 stomps.
Yeah, that's really smart by T1.
3 map stomps.
Down quickly.
First map, Gen G, and Gen G looked awful overall. Like, but he had 1-2-1.
DRX.
The attacking side of Gen G just leaves so much to be desired. It's actually crazy.
Said Australia, and I was like, no.
All of Australia is coming.
Oh, yeah. It's like when Twitch plays Pokemon. Everybody in Australia gets to make a decision.
Those are the good old days.
Yeah, it was good. I do miss that.
Okay, well, off is going to be passed over to Freeing. Trying to hold down that C site. Sylvan swinging out, and Sylvan dead.
Oof.
Now gets the bad news. In the meantime, Chaos over here at Rubble. And T1 continuing to try to fight their way forward, and Zax is able to find one. Gunman going to be taken out. Rolling Thunder now sent across towards the A site, but backpedal and Mako.
Can we get a replay of that? I don't even know how he got that.
Again, get him right before it closed.
I think it was again for the Viper wall.
Meteor still trying to push forward. Mako.
Oh, he's on a turn, no?
Dude, if Mako cannot see you, you are as good as dead.
I think you had 3 kills without getting a singular enemy in his vision.
Daredevil.
Yeah. The man with X-ray vision.
Yesterday's EMEA was horrible. Yeah, thank God I wasn't watching it.
Unbelievable. And with the push out, Bane is there at the ready.
I joined into Meteor, so is it good?
To say the least. But DRX now
I mean, he's kind of invisible, and that's the problem for them.
Battles. Yeah, very odd indeed. Let's see this.
Yeah.
Oh, he actually saw them.
Unreal.
Oh my god. He's just using those doors so effectively. It's like he's been studying how teams play that.
What is stats of Meteor?
position, and with that
7-5.
toxic screen down.
Like, look, I'm happy that Meteor is on Tejo because that means that he's less in gunfights. He's like more laid back, like kind of like a breach player, you know, which is good for us.
Was trying to show some presence over at A, but the real bulk of T1.
I just hope he doesn't play ISO
C.
ever.
Operator moved back.
Nightfall on a time.
Wait, we Nightfall on A? What? Oh no!
Bad news, realizing that it hadn't connected on to anybody, and Izu this time is able to win out
Oh
the fight.
no! We wasted both Fade ultimates essentially in this game.
Once again, the salvo is going to be sent to try to flush him forward, and Fraying, yep, tries desperately to bounce over them. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Kill comes in.
I don't like that. The wastefulness of the Fade ult is really a big problem on defense, but we cannot really change anything from that now.
Knows that he has the C, so wants to scale forward to try to get the pick. Goes for it. Buzz comes away with 2. Estrella now last one standing in a 1v3. Just a bite to his name.
Yeah.
The spot out on the 1. Buzz looking for a timing. Flash goes in behind, but Estrella still a bit panicked, a bit frazzled. Cannot find the punish.
Most zero combos I've seen in a single game. It should be standard. It should be standard, guys. It should be a standard, right?
Trying to pad those operator stats before.
All right. Well,
someone let him know.
Look, sometimes it's hard to. Sometimes you lose track.
Sure.
You know.
I've been there. Yeah.
You think back to Shanghai. You had Lakia sending the Nightfall in round 11.
That's true.
Thought it was the end of the half.
That's a good point.
Estrella didn't think it was the end of the half.
Huge win here for Izu. Had a couple nice 1v1s that he was able to best. Combo again with the Ort into the Tejo salvos. Breach stun, very, very effective. Stacks. Not having any of it at the end. Well, a kind of wild half. I mean, it just felt like for DRX, it's like, can Mako
Alright,
kill
let's see.
two
Pistol round very
angles
important.
and smokes? Yes, then win round.
Kind of. It feels that way. Let's see. Who would you want to grab coffee with? Mako, stoic but a good listener, or Stacks, the biggest chatterbox? Most people probably say good listener.
I'd rather hang out with Stacks. I'm just being honest. I like Mako. He's very, very nice, but Stacks is hilarious.
No. No.
No.
Yeah, I'm glad that other side is covered up. You know what it says.
Yeah.
It said something about a tech pause.
Yeah, let's just not let that be. Let's not
Hello,
will
Squirrel.
that into existence, please. Also, liking the T1 jerseys they're sporting today. The Make-A-Wish Foundation ones. Those are really nice. They got like the lettering on the back was really cool too.
Reminded me of like a very vintage kind of style font.
Yeah.
Like a Fallout
Yeah.
type, you know what I mean?
Yeah, like something you'd see out of like a old fantasy movie almost. To me.
Fantasy?
I was maybe a harder look at it, but I was kind of getting like a, okay.
What
Old
the
50s
hell,
TV
freeing?
font is what I was.
How did you get that one?
Okay.
Well, freeing. Able to just find a very nice shot here. Wonder if that was on a jiggle. Either way, hell of a shot.
Can DRX win? Well, we hope so.
Might have just been a timing thing, or who knows. Meteor sees that.
Why is Buzz having a vitality gun, buddy?
Stacks is going to go clear that. Buzz trying to do everything he can to keep them from going this way, and actually he seems to have done well enough. That turret clear. Maybe DRX feels like they can
Fan of vitality.
T1 a little bit. It's a 2-2 split. They're just going to leave B open, and if it's B, they'll play for retake.
He's a fan of how they play the game? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I was like,
Here. Need to hold the line. I'm not sure that they're super
Going B.
concerned about this. Yeah, it looks like it is going to be B.
Yeah, just a quick little pivot through the door.
Freeing, you have an incredibly important task now.
Lurking, swing from freeing.
Oh no.
Okay, a little
He
bit
dealt
of
damage to
still
both
a
of
good amount
them.
damage. Buzz and Stacks both tagged up. 99 health between
Oh,
the two of them.
shit.
Aftershock to try to flush Bane out of the corner. Does so, but
Bane gets a kill, that's
has the
good.
kill on
Now
that
he's
swing,
back in
goes
that
right
corner.
Back into the corner.
Straight up.
Izu gets Hyunmin, I don't know where from.
Big kill.
Estrella gets the flank on the flank.
Izu's able to find
Bane
the
gets a...
Bane redraws Meteor.
This was a 30-70
enough.
duel
Now
that
it's
he
all on Izu.
shouldn't have won, but he won it, thank God. Because that just essentially wins that
Seems
round.
like widely Izu may be content to stay tucked here in this position, go down to the spike. That will be DRX.
If Bane didn't get that kill, it's a 2v2. And it would be very, very hard.
Can escape as Izu is trying to find the punish and will be able to take a straight down with him. The spike will swallow.
Nice.
Up on, Bane.
Important pistol round. Incredibly important pistol round.
Survivor.
You don't see that every day on the pistol round.
Let's see this. Okay.
Oh, yeah, perfect timing.
If it was a jiggle peek, that would be gorgeous, but it was just a slow little creep out from Sylvan that gets punished with a headshot.
Yeah. Great lurk from Estrella. Keeps Buzz from being able to open up that extra angle onto DRX.
Mind it though, it is 2-0 on pistols for DRX. They just
Who's clapping me?
drop the go-round follow-up.
Yeah.
So it was a solid 50 from T1. They can do that again.
We get 3 Bulldogs,
Spot to try to close this out.
Now Sylvan's doing a little.
an Outlaw, and a
jiggling.
Ghost on Mako this time. I don't know how many region shields we have because there seems to be a bug. I see 1 region shield on Hyunmin,
Push out just being shut down.
but we've seen
And I
that
don't think
other
we're gonna
players
be
also
seeing a
had
repeat
region
this
shields, but the UI didn't show it.
A bit of a timing play there for T1.
Then again. Stacks. Oh my god. He's trying to make a go of this meteor. Down to
Bro.
backpedal. Salvo's nearly online, but Hyunmin
We lost
is
1
into
gun.
the sight with the 3K.
That's
Now it's down to Izu.
that is minus 2.4,
Already
minus
damage dealt.
2.50.
Only 1 player.
Any more damage is gonna be
So the outlaw
brutal.
for the moment going to be left on the ground. Let's see if Izu can make that even more costly here.
We
for
didn't do
DRX.
like a Navi buy, which is 3 rifles and 2 ghosts.
Just gonna have to read the angles.
Slow creep forward.
Okay. Oh, Hyunmin's 1 off.
Snappy.
Oh,
Locks on.
now
Gets the
that's a
headshot
big
here, tied up
thing.
at 7-7.
Will we use it this round? Let's see.
Yeah,
Let's
I
see
mean,
what's the
some
plan.
ideas by
Because
T1,
this
but
might be incredibly
Just pulled the
important now.
trigger on that push out a little bit too early, and with that outlaw there to cover the long range, not going to get hit by any of that U-tilt. Safe initially. Stacks just crazy good stuff with the classic. That was all.
Are we
it
gonna
was for
push C
T1.
to take the orb?
into
Let's see. No, we're pushing
bonus,
A.
7-7.
Will we take the orb and
Very
come
crucial
and,
round
and
here
go for that
for T1 on
for
this
that
defender side.
showstopper?
Players vulnerable
Is
to this
Teha
outlaw.
destroying?
Their
He
map
destroyed the
pick, too.
doors.
Yep.
Guys, Meteor is giving us space. He
course,
just
yeah.
destroyed the
It's
doors.
either Haven. They decided not to go for Haven, which is interesting. They saved it for last, but
Curious if we do go that distance.
Let's see.
I think it's fairly likely. If they bring out the ISO there still, or if there's going to be even more.
Are we going for this
For now,
showstopper?
though, Hyunmin pushing forward, able to
Don't
go
a
ahead
lot
and
of
get a
teams do that?
showstopper behind this
I don't know if a
outlaw,
lot of
so
teams do
force
that,
them
but
to
it's a mistake. It's a mistake for
slowly start
defenders.
working their way across towards C
Specific
side.
also when they have no fucking
Wrapping around
sentinels.
Reinforces this alongside Sylvan.
they're really, once again, trying to take as much space as they can. Stack's about to clear the turret. Last time the reaction from DRX was to pivot the other direction. Instead, we're going to send the showstopper to try to get in towards C. Sylvan
Pretty
still
shallow.
hanging
But
out.
Sylvan's
Oh.
still going to be taking a decent chunk of damage. Down to 55, as that's going to be the C's now also connecting onto him.
But we didn't push.
Kill, however, not going to be found.
30
So
seconds
just
left.
shield,
What are we
so a
doing?
bit more health
We joined the
behind.
rotation towards B, but we're gonna go towards C anyway,
Should
right?
have seen him here. For
Ah,
push
the
out,
crossfire.
Crossfire setup, looking good. Bane strafing backwards, still able to find one. Looks for a little bit more, but Meteor cuts him down to size. Freeing now, last one
Well, we
standing.
actually get the
Grabs the
plant.
spike and get the plant in. 1v3. Just that outlaw in hand. Nope, swaps over to the Bulldog. Gonna prove to be difficult.
Okay.
Finds the first. Fully flashed up, stuck in behind the box. Buzz. Next closest. Trying to
Yeah,
find
the
kill,
angle is
but
not good.
does.
See, this is a very good example. Look,
Narrow margins.
I will show you something.
T1.
This is something for you guys that want to see, like, from an third-person perspective. What is the difference here?
Behind the box, but
Look, right here. We're gonna go frame by frame, right? Pay attention how fast Yoru sees the opponent before Freeing sees the opponent. This is the moment when Yoru already sees the Killjoy. Killjoy doesn't know. Still doesn't know. Still doesn't know. This is the moment where the Killjoy sees the Yoru. See how big of a difference that is? That is like 80 milliseconds. Where you are faster than the opponent. If you would have been peeking from backside at the wall over here, you have a higher chance. So you have to backpedal and then peek out. You know? Like it's those small decisions. Oh shit, my bad. I don't know what happened. This was some fast opening.
No longer has to concern DRX.
Like peeking close to a wall is very, very risky.
Still, and you have the Viper smokes.
Okay, Meteor. Thank you, Meteor. See, guys, what did I say before the game?
So he's been so good in those.
What did I say before this game?
Still playing at
When I saw Meteor on Tahoe, he's gonna still play like his ISO,
Yeah.
and he's gonna pay the
He's been
price.
really on point in those 1v1s.
Lockdown, bit of a fake here.
Well, Izu has to run out. Just hold him.
At a glance, finding one, but eventually he's going to be
Hold
forced
him.
out into the open here. Wall raised, paint shells sent, redraws.
Oh
the
no!
weapon.
Oh,
Unable to find paint, but Dash is there
disaster!
at stairs to go ahead and capitalize.
Oh, disaster!
Freeing out once again. Left to try to
Shit.
clutch this out.
Yeah, we didn't play that well. We just needed to not hold it in that moment. We just need to hold it when he's running away. Oh, fuck me.
For the moment, he's going to pivot back in, holding the door. However, is Sylvan. Has the headshot in T1.
It was such a good plan, but we just didn't play it correctly.
With DRX's economy in the dumps.
Yeah. This is what looked like it might be a bit of a disastrous start, but still Sylvan finds a really nice timing. Catches Mako trying to get out of dodge. And Izu as well. Finding a good timing for his first peek. Waits for the smokes. Buys some time. Stacks and Sylvan playing that very diligently at the end, especially Stacks, not challenging that angle where the spike went down. Knowing that Sylvan is coming from B, he can just hold the line there. He doesn't need to go for something risky. And, you know, if they happen to go B, they're probably not going to be expecting Sylvan to be that close. If they go A, he can wait for Sylvan to come. They can team up, go for the 2v1. And DRX finally going to pull the trigger on a timeout for the first time here on Lotus. Curious to see what they want to do. I'm seeing some decent ideas, honestly, from DRX, but at times, the T1 players are just finding their moments, their timings to get the better of some players as they're trying to make their way, you know, in that last round in through the door. There was the
I think DRX didn't play it bad. Izu just played it well.
So just some
Izu got
off-kilter
alerted because of the first peek.
potentially.
That's why. If we
Termi and company
don't
want to address.
hold that doors during the first initial phase of the Killjoy ultimate and we just wait for someone to run out,
Despite how back
then he wouldn't have been
this
alerted.
map has been the whole way throughout.
You know?
You got a lot of trust in these IGLs on both sides. Tons of experience between them.
It's like the first step creates the mistake.
Buzz misses the shot, freeing again here at B main.
Jesus.
He's nasty.
Yeah, instant hit.
Oh,
but
he
can't get out
dies to
because
the
ends up getting taken
aftershock.
down by the aftershock, but that's still solid damage dealt here, considering that they're the ones playing on the Thrifty. Sylvan, send out the paranoia, connects across onto the players entering here at the door. Be able to scale forward, however, as Gunman catching a glimpse.
We have the paint shows.
Players up at top rope. That stinger in hand, spotting the head, sending out that paint shell. Still
Wait, that's
somehow
not killing
has not been
him.
cleared. It's going to be Estrella.
Those paint shows would have been lethal.
Suddenly this round starts looking a hell of a
Because
lot
of the
better
Fade
for
ultimate.
DRX.
First good Fade ultimate of the game.
Mako out wide, some random spray through the smoke. A boom bot to go ahead and ensure the drop is opened up.
Dude, how is Estrella still alive? We don't know.
Been trying to pressure Sylvan out of position,
mind.
can't do so. Easy
God
on the
damn it.
entry into the site. Finds Estrella, the bite here at the feet. The turnaround from behind, Mako unable to find the punish. Bane now dead, and Mako all alone. The plant not for him. Stack for
God
three.
damn it, man. That was a
Thrifty
chance.
from coming through. Some decent, solid early kills, but T1 just a bit better on the trades. Now we're up to double digits.
Freeing just out here ego peaking and winning time after time. Oh my god. Just steps far enough out. But then, if you do that, you might be paying a price because the breach, Teho can trap you in pillars, take you out pretty easily. Heads on a swivel. Nice job by T1 there. Not a lot of util to work with in that post plant. Made it pretty scary. The fault line had just come into cycle for Stacks as they were starting to finally break through. Other than that, they didn't really have much, so T1 going to be going on a fact-finding mission.
Euro fought for Rubble, then TP to C.
Anything at Rubble, yeah.
Izu half HP.
Free fire. Let's see main jiggle.
What else do I have here? Stacks' ultimate, Buzz's ultimate. If they combine that for a retake, it's gonna be so hard to play.
He's got a tough task ahead of him here.
And he will just go ahead, back away. Little jiggles. Yep, it's able to break those.
Wait, they're using the ult now.
Buzz the same time, setting
They're hunting, freeing with the stun. Oh no! Look how they move on the minimap.
Trying to find the catch. There's the stun. There's the punish. Nicely called here from the side of T1, just ensuring that they can get that player advantage here.
Setups have been great.
It only took 2.5 years to actually see a team doing that consistently, by the way.
They have the player advantage. They have a rolling thunder, and now that gets sent out. Mako back level, however. Able to find Buzz. Izu held at bay behind the wall here for the moment. Hyunmin able to find Stacks. Aftershock from beyond. Does go ahead and claim Hyunmin, but DRX still in a good position. Now T1, I think
nice. Oh, we needed this one so badly.
They had that dimensional drift to try to rescout the site.
We needed this
DRX
map so badly. Holy shit.
Still down by 2.
Mako just such a fierce opponent. Back to
Because
his
we
normal job
lost
of just
fleeing to the
being a
Yoru
controlling
ultimate breach
player.
stun.
And he is making life a nightmare on these lurks. Just shutting Buzz and Izu out. And that rolling thunder might not anticipate that Hyunmin had tucked in that close again after it.
But I'm actually happy they used that Yoru ultimate on freeing instead of doing the retake with the breach ultimate. That would have been so much, so
He
much.
just holds the line. Catches
Like,
T1 off guard.
more
Nicely done by DRX, but man, Mako has
more powerful.
been a real difference maker. 16 kills for him. Now an eco 4T1. Some sheriff's a stinger for Meteor.
Sylvan also with the vitality gun buddy? What the hell?
So Gunman gonna have the showstopper to boot. Things looking rather dicey for T1 in this round. They're reacting well to this A hit though.
To try to just clear out that boom bonnet, but it's all just a play distraction.
Wait, did they just use the tail ultimate? Yeah, they did.
The stun, well, will connect. Drop down though, straight up. Go ahead and keep.
That's great win for us. That is a great win for us. Meteor just griefed the team.
Did not give up anything for free. Izu now, last one standing to try to see if he can make a little bit more impact, a little bit more damage here. Went for the timing shot of the Jiggle Peak, but just cannot connect with the head.
Oh, this is tough, to say the least. Can you find any more damage? But trying to wait it out. Nope. Yunmin, good for the final one.
It's very good. Very good for us because now they don't have like any impactful ultimates apart from Viper Spit, but Viper Spit only impactful in defense if it's used being in retake. Otherwise, free side map is just hard to look down.
To set up his teammates. He's jumping in, Bane's covering. He's jumping down, Estrella's covering. He's throwing paint shells, Estrella's covering.
yeah, that's how it should work. That's how it should work. Very good.
Just great. But that's great teamwork, and that's what you want from your duelist. Selfless play to set up for the guys behind you.
I just realized we haven't seen a Jet all day.
That's going to be T1 taking their final
We
timeout.
have seen Neon Yoru on the first.
Certainly on their map pick.
T1's victory.
They're cheering for the victory. Yeah.
Wait, did we not really see it?
From Hong Kong.
No. We have seen Jet.
And they came to
We have seen
Korea.
Jet. We have seen Jet in
Welcome.
first match.
Big Meteor fan.
Primi Jet, yes. 100% on the second map.
Good. We are too, even though his Tejo's a little. He hasn't looked as comfortable, I'll say that.
I mean, you know, first time.
For sure.
First time bringing it out. It's going to be a little off, perhaps.
No doubt about
it. We'll see how it develops and whether or not he's going to be playing that as we go deeper into this series. Given that we do have Fracture coming up as the second map. Previously, of course, we'd be seeing Meteor playing the Vice there.
Kind of expect.
We have good proactive ultimates. Hyunmin
Stock standard on Fracture
into
maybe, but,
Mako
I mean,
taking the
obviously
space
hasn't
with
been
the
their best
ultimate
map.
and then
It's been one
locking
they've
it
kind of
down
avoiding.
with Estrella's Viper
Buzz does
Spit.
have the
This is doable.
He's over at C Mound. The Rubble fight goes the way of
Mako
DRX.
just takes so much space
Tucked into the
aggressively.
tree
Holy
on
shit.
The door. Haunt not gonna. Well, he does clear it. Okay.
Just TPs into
For a
that
second there,
smoke
he might be
like,
able to dodge
instantly.
it, but now he has to fall way, way back. Difficult positions. There's a pivot being made. Prowler, Boombot, good paranoia though from Sylvan. Stun there.
Okay, Aftershock's gone. Now we go with the... Do we get damage?
Splash across on the Buzz, takes him down to 55.
The Buzz got some damage. Now we have the lockdown with the Viper Spit. Is that counter to the lockdown? There's counter Viper Spit, but I don't think that takes...
Counter pit.
That's what I was just thinking.
No, you can't. You can't. You're in the V-Link. You have to take V-Link first. It's very hard to do.
Splashes go flying. Estrella tucked in on the side.
What a good positioning by Estrella. Holy shit, are you seeing this? Oh my god, that is so smart.
Find one, he'll get out.
Alright, that's a save. Let's rewatch that. Look at Estrella. He is doing the Viper Spit and then have a safe spot on the box. You see this? He is currently sitting on the box, so he's not in your typical position. And now he's able to jump up.
That's what I was just thinking.
Jump up and make sure that he's not in the pit, so people cannot kill him because the pit is the win condition. So now he's backing off. You see this? He's fully blinded, but he's now on the box.
Go flying.
And now goes back. So he just kinda outplays the first wave of the retake. Very well played. Very well played by Estrella.
Don't get caught. Keep Estrella alive. Protect the VIP here. Oh, that's
nice. Well done.
Jump spotting it, yeah.
Well done.
Really smart. Stingers, Sheriff, and an op.
Yeah, the op is a problem.
I mean, given that they pulled off a 30 before, it's certainly within the realm of possibility. But Buzz right now is not on the correct side of the map to try to really find impact. Gate Crash is just arriving over towards A.
And again, though, I mean, DRX is just having their way with this site. I mean, having very good control over this space, even with the Tejo breach.
He's not connecting, but Hyunmin in around the back here.
Not a fan of Ray's position right now.
Yep, finds the
Okay, never mind. We got...
coming through that door. Stacks.
I mean, he shot after they landed, but holy fuck.
The follow-up from the remaining players.
Was lucky anyway, no?
Once again, it's just too damn good. The Stinger's not finding value.
What the hell?
Lost on the floor. As it's going to be damn near flawless, it would seem here, barring Sylvan finding some very solid impact here, which will not be found. DRX now back into the lead with 4 rounds consecutive. 2 away from
So we either have tomorrow or Monday another watch party?
Man, they're just doing a great job. Scaling into sight.
No. Monday there's no matches, no?
I think it was like the millisecond that he stopped.
If we win, we have tomorrow.
Good timing.
If we lose, it's not up till until like
Watching some Rays players and
next
how they land
week.
and shoot. That was nice, but yeah, like Hyunmin in particular has been really impressive on this attacker side for DRX. Back up into positives for the KD.
I hope we win because I am not able to watch party on May 3rd.
But he's been leading the charge, and he's been set
Because
up
I'm
by
gonna
good
be in
control of
France.
space. And then with finally T1 taking control of A Rubble, the response as well from Izu to set up the pit at C.
I'm
Really
gonna go
try to
wee wee
funnel
baguette.
DRX into B if possible. At the very worst, you can go back, shift your weight into A, try to shut down this hit. Buzz and Sylvan though. Buzz dodges the Nightfall. Sylvan definitely can't.
Just on the 1. Spots out the TP now, looks to try to reposition. Hyunmin on the hunt, just sending himself forward. It's a tiny bit of damage, caught a glimpse of a
Viper
couple
Spit on
players, but
C.
cannot find anything realistically here. Not found quite just yet. Tuck in behind from Meteor, just staying stagnant in position, hearing all this movement, waiting for a timing. He could try, turn back, find some impact. Finds it there as Bane will take it down. Stacks at the same time, coming away with a couple kills. It's Mako now, last one standing, having to back off.
30 seconds left.
Tiny bit of damage going to be taken, but it looks like T1 well set to go ahead and continue to tie this up. Mako with the attempt at the wide swing, but cannot find the shots. 11-11. Make a wish.
Poor France, not only have to deal with the French people, now with Lothar as well.
Since they're wearing the Make-A-Wish shirt.
I'll be there only for 2 days. They'll figure it out.
Okay.
I'm complimenting you. Just take the compliment.
Okay, but it sounded like you were being condescending.
Oh, no.
So-
Not in this case, sorry.
Okay.
Normally, you're right.
I misread.
Yeah. Normally, I am condescending. You're not wrong. This is one of those rare exceptions. So
Doing anything fun? I'm going for a Star Wars Unlimited tournament. Like a really big one. It's probably gonna be like 600 or 700
All
people.
right, well, you've got some big alts. T1 maybe could get themselves up to map point, but like these rolling gunners and dimensional drifts haven't been super effective for T1.
What? What do you
especially on
mean,
this
Paper
defender
Fan?
side.
They got a really
To
big
find
kill
some real
with.
value out of it.
I don't know,
DRX
man.
has had good
I think
answers
Buzz so far
to
had
those
really
ults,
good
even if it's just
ultimates.
losing one player, or in the case of the Rolling Thunder, tucking a player and drop. Gonna use the lockdown. I don't think there's any hope in hell that T1 can clear this.
We have to go in
Run.
now. Run.
Push into the back corner. No detains. No minor jumps forward. To get
What an isolation!
Gentleman on the swing. Able to find
Oh,
one. Looks for a
no.
little bit more. Tiny bit of damage going to
Oh,
be there.
no.
Onto Meteor, but he is able to hold
Oh
his ground.
no.
Buzz trying to lead the way. Flash up for the moment. Jumps out of it. Shorty in hand.
Oh,
Mako gonna be
no.
taken down.
Yeah, this
Player
is not
advantage
looking
down
good.
Here for the side of T1 as they scale their way back in, gaining control of the site. Everyone from DRX pushed back, disconnected here at Mount. So they're waiting for the tap. Buzz just goes strafing through the smoke. He's able to find one. Spray now coming through, but Meteor holding for the defuse, and he is going to hold it to success. T1 take the round away. 2 players surviving as they get up to map point.
That's great by T1, saving that Yoru ultimate for the right moment on that retake.
Yeah.
Smothering Mako
Yeah.
with
The
util, stunning
breach
him up. I mean,
ultimate
Hyunmin trying
was
to
the
get ahead
most
of the curve.
important. If we get a kill here with Hyunmin,
timing meant
we probably
a
have a
little bit
chance
sooner,
at winning.
maybe. He could catch Meteor off guard, but Meteor
The
ready for
Yoru
it,
old
and
bridge
they
combos
know
are
they have
good.
to get out
Yeah.
ahead of this.
They are.
Make sure the
They are
plant is
very
safe.
decent.
Distracted Mountain. There was no post-plant mollies or anything like that left for DRX at that moment, but still.
Are
with
you
the
able
angles
to
that you
switch
can take
between
from
weapons in your ults? If I have a short and a stinger, if I ult with stinger, can I swap the short before exiting? Yes, you can.
And it's gonna
You
be
just
the
have to like
last
spam the
timeout
number before you exit or
of
during the
regular-
exit.
of regulation.
Yeah.
It's DRX trying to find a way to take this to overtime.
Let's go. Overtime.
Kind of what
Par for the course, honestly, for what we were expecting coming into today.
exactly. I wasn't expecting what happened in that first series. I don't expect it to happen here. It's obviously not.
Bit more tight-knit, bit more of a better understanding of each other between the 2 teams. Obviously just an immense amount of history across the board. Now, we'll see if this is going to be good enough for DRX to get that 12-12 scoreline. See what the economy looks like here as, yep, okay, able to go ahead and get everything nicely together. Still had a decent amount of cash behind.
Yeah, not too bad. A couple away from another showstopper already for Hyunmin. Meteor, love to get that Armageddon in there. Oh my god.
That's a seize on to Buzz. Let's wait this out. Oh, TP. Okay, wall still raised. Mako just strafing in.
Oh my
Winning the
god,
fight.
Mako!
Stats. Shut down.
That was peak confidence.
Oh, captain by captain
Holy
no longer.
shit.
Mako. The very solid opening kill. Stun sent Buzz swinging onto the corner. Able to find one way and backed through the smoke. Buzz absolutely destroying the shorty again. Looking for the kill, but Estrella somehow able to come away with that. But Meteor
That is so
moves it
unlucky.
wide.
Wait, 1v1.
And we are just down in the mud. Freeing brings us now into a 1v1. The door being watched. Sylvan chasing, freeing, shooting.
Oh.
A 3K of his own reply, and there it is. The
Oh
timeout call. I don't think it meant a damn thing.
What
But
a round.
We're going
Holy
to
shit.
overtime all the same.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
Oh,
Just this little
boy.
sidestep from Mako, throws, stacks off, and then you think round's done.
Bro.
3K for Buzz.
Bro.
And he goes hopping the corner because he had hit with the fake out flash onto Estrella, and Estrella is able to
This
recover in time. I don't think he
shift
turned it
got him,
well
guys.
enough.
This shift the shift peek
Straight out,
works.
straight
The
in the
shift
corner,
peek
'cause he
works
had hit
against pro players.
with
Look,
the fake out.
look. He's shift peeking, right? He never lets go of the shift. He's just shift peeking. Look, he's shift peeking. He's shift peeking, and this is literally what happens to me. This is literally what happens to me, bro. This is literally what happens to me, bro. When someone shift peeks me, that's exactly what happens to me.
Huge reveal from that haunt.
A big thing out. Made up and over the top here. Not gonna get a catch on anybody, but ooh, freeing. Oh, no, walkabout. Not gonna be able to find anything at Mako this time in Tree. Loses out on the fight. He's TPing forward. Buzz is there, ready for the punish. T1 off to a roaring start here in overtime.
2 huge reads on both sides of the map by T1.
We pushed into a
Them a ton
default.
of room to work with. What does Astray have to say
Not
about
good.
it? Is that all that util?
Fight not being thrown. TP in a little bit deeper. Holds the door for one, but cannot get disconnected from the fight fast enough. Sylvan going crazy with a 3K. And this Buzz will find the finisher. T1 will find map point once again.
Yeah, I think Sylvan probably feeling a little bit grumpy.
We pushed into a default when there was a freeze time. That was really not good. Both freeing and Mako are a little bit.
Good read by Buzz to get ahead of Mako's TP. Sylvan, phenomenal work.
All right, let's go. Let's go.
Just barreling forward with the Vandal. T1, one more round.
Thought maybe we would see the timeout, but
yeah, that's a good point.
Not called.
Thought maybe an early one, but you know, if Termy likes what he's hearing in the comms, then he'll just let it go. If he's hearing what he was going to say anyway,
gone.
good to go.
Yeah. Oh, the bounce, the TP forward, the fight now into
Marco's crazy. Oh my god.
It's Gunman's kill.
The teamwork is so good.
Mako comes up with some nonsense from time to time, but that was not one of them. But he will be able to find a follow-up.
There was no nonsense. He was just making space. Seize.
Quite a bit of damage. Sylvan still firing back.
Nice. Look.
But that was
Look. I want to show you this. How he takes this space. They both move into this area. Both Mako and Raze. Mako creates the first kill, and now he needs to create the space. So he takes a very awkward angle, and he runs in forward. You see this? How he creates the space for the second player behind him? He is running in. He's not stopping. He's not crouching to not line up, but he creates that space. It's so important. Stuff like this is so important, man.
Come swinging.
But you watch Mako, you would have watched someone doing this like a streamer in a game, in a ranked game, and you'd be like laughing at him, running and gunning, what is this, man? Oh shit. Wait, I need to refresh because the frame stuttering happens when I like freeze and go frame by frame.
Gone way out towards A. And that's pulled a ton of DRX players over, so
look, 4 players in spawn.
Gonna have the confidence.
Oh! Why is he turning around to open the doors?
And that is the
Let's go.
severed.
Let's go. That's a big one.
Stacks trying to creep forward. Just a glimpse there on the Bane. Continues to scale.
Nice.
Right with the crossfire angle. Not sure why Stacks thought he was
Don't
gonna be able to get away
overpeak
with
now.
that.
Just play your own positioning. Don't overpeak.
Very uncharacteristic. Freeing again, good for another.
DRX now looking to get themselves map point for the first time, potentially in flawless fashion. Just Sylvan and Meteor.
Was that a bait? Was that a bait?
Try to be the difference makers, misses the timing. The kids
I think that was a bait. I think that was a bait that there's no one holding the site. It was a very stupid bait, but
done it before.
I guess
30 seconds left.
We all remember that split. A 1v5.
Meteor was just like, you know what? It's 2v5. We'll try something stupid.
Yeah. It's OT, so no ult.
You saw the lag.
Just doesn't have the time.
No,
realistically.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Question is, do we see a timeout call from Autumn to try to extend this even further? Right now, timer continues to tick down.
Wait, by the way, in CS, because they swapped to ML12 like we do, what is the overtime? How are the overtime rules now for CS? Anyone knows?
For my likes, you know, a lot of players trying to work the map by themselves and just getting outread by DRX.
OT still 3 per half? So they changed the entire match, but they didn't change the OT?
I don't know what Stacks is doing. That one's ambitious.
Is
no
it
matter
because
who
of
you
the
are.
economy rules in that game? Think so, no? Because they have like one economy?
DRX on the attacker side.
That is just
They're
stupid.
out their
man.
moment. Sylvan tasks to hold Mound
That
down
is
by
just
himself.
stupid, bro.
Ooh.
Essentially, they play a quarter of a game in one overtime.
We'll just go their separate ways. Meantime, DRX aggressively scaling forward over towards C. Smoke out or picked up here by Hyunmin. 2 away from having a showstopper.
That is just stupid, no? Guys. That is just stupid.
Be one of those rounds where you play for 2 orbs. Pretty aggressive positioning by Meteor. Not much he can do. Has to just back off.
Stun and salvos at the ready.
Imagine.
Oh, there's gonna be a good combo by them. Oh, okay, never mind. They did it too early, way too early. Thank God. Thank God they butchered it.
Line from Stacks, not really
They
connecting.
fought it there on site.
Follow up though. Seed Danes looking for any kind of damage they can get. But
What is
all of
happening?
it for now avoided. 36 seconds remaining here. DRX, the clock, window, but Fring finding an entry.
What an
Swoops in,
entry!
finds
Oh
Izu.
my God,
Something's gonna
Fring!
be
What a
good for one
timing!
point to
No,
get out
Mako, this is
Go
the
ahead.
moment when we need you the
Flank
most.
deals with Mako.
3v3. It could have been a 4v2, man. Do we have ultimate? One away from Hanmin.
So Hyunmin still not yet having the showstopper online, but it's one charge away.
Second. We have eye. We have eye. We have eye right now.
After shock to try to clear it. Double position. Salvos as well. Sent Bane flush forward. Veil stuff.
Nice!
On a Stacks, the showstopper now. In hand, Meteor backpedaling frantically over towards Waterfall. Paint Shell now at his feet. Damage avoided, but needs to try to clutch it out. He's just tagged up and about to be taken down. The shorty of that distance, not going to do a damn thing.
Nah, that's not a stinker long range. Let's go!
And Three from Mount will find it. 15 to 13, DRX. Extended to OT. And take
Oh
down
my
T1
God,
on
what
their
a-
map pick of Lotus.
What an important map. Holy shit.
You know, DRX.
Let's
Bringing new players in,
go!
having to swap things around.
New lineup.
Quite a bit in this
New
stage, and it
agents.
is still just business as usual. Yeah,
Map
it's
of the
close,
opponents.
but you just
And yet we
took
win
the map pick away
against
from T1 here
T1.
in the playoffs. That is a
But I'll tell you again, hopefully T1 agents are not listening to me. Thank God they're putting Meteor on something else than ISO.
Overall, very solid start here for the side of DRX.
Incredible,
They look to reestablish
like,
themselves.
most important player, I think, for our team, Mako and Freeing. Like, the way they played this map single-handedly just made it possible, I think, to go to overtime. Like, there were so many impactful kills by both Mako and Freeing. It's actually kind of
just
nuts.
doesn't seem like they've got that same magic.
You know?
They've got that same kind of confidence and preparation, and all of those things seem to be starting to kind of bite T1 in the butt.
Hello?
This is again,
Refresh.
such an important match. You win here, then you only need one more to get to Toronto. If you don't, then you got to win 3 in a row.
Hello? Oh, here we go. 5 first kills, 4 first deaths. 5 first kills, 4 first deaths.
Off to a good start, but we said the same thing.
Yeah, it kind of felt like this. There was a lot of openers, very important. Very important for the game.
Squads. For now, though, before we get into Fracture, we'll send it back over to the analyst desk.
Woo! Let's go.
Absolutely right. We could be on another roller coaster similar to the one that we had earlier today between T1 and DRX, though I feel this is a lot more closely tied together as we saw in those last few rounds and even up into overtime.
Yeah, you never know what's going to happen in this crazy, crazy region. I feel like anything can happen, but DRX do manage to steal T1's map pick away in overtime. I think this game was about as close as you could get, real back and forth.
Yeah, DRX, I mean, they change up their comp here. They are a team that does like to just change things up by a couple of agents. They're very confident and comfortable just changing up their approach map to map to map. You've seen it. If you go back through their agent comps on plenty of different maps, and even the next one coming up of Fracture, you'll see them continue to tweak things. And once again, they looked quite comfortable moving into this comp. It was phenomenal to see Mako back on the Omen, finding all of these little timings and things like that. I kind of pointed out, we've seen in the past when they ran the Viper on this map, Flashback not looking very comfortable, but it's something that Australia has played plenty of coming on from RRQ, so I think this is a comfortable looking adjustment to their comp. Freeing really started to get it together a lot more. He had a bad start to this Lotus game, but he started to put things together as we head.
How it's bad as we can watch 3 maps of good Valorant.
Also, I'm surprised at the change up for T1.
Yeah.
This is finally
We want 2-0, guys. We want 2-0. We want 2-0. We want to preserve informations. We want to win convincingly. You know, that's what we want.
And the breach was quite good for Stacks. What I'm more surprised about is that you saw Meteor on the Teo instead of Izu, because I would have expected them to play Meteor on something like a Viper, where he can just play a little bit more lurky. And you can see this is his first time playing Teo this whole year, or playing Teo at all. But also, it's the first time not playing ISO this year.
-5.
That double duelist comp with the ISOs, and look, he looked a little bit uncomfortable on the agent. I could see maybe why they might have thrown it in, because you saw it from Freeing actually when he used to spam the Teo before. It is this agent that you just throw out your missiles, or you throw out your Teo drone, and then you're put into a lot of aim duel situations where you're
That
actually
is
able to kind of play
absolutely
out
not
the
true,
mid-round
by
with
the
your
way.
gun out. And maybe that's something that could have fitted Meteor, but it didn't really look like it translated into what they wanted to execute in this game.
Yeah, I feel like stylistically there's a bit of a clash there, right? So he's either going in first and he's sort of leading that pack as the duelist role, but you get a lot of setup when you do that. Or you're on a Sentinel where you're allowed to take your own aim fights, take your own
That's true,
space.
actually, yeah.
And this Teo is somewhere in between the two, which I don't think was natural. But if we have to talk about someone who did look natural on this map, it's got to be Bakao. He's back! He's back, baby! The go controller!
So good. Mako was just owning this entire map. He was just in his element every single time. Just look at these rounds.
And I mean, I think this is a nice change, especially when we consider now Estrella has taken over the IGL. A big part of that has got to be to unleash Mako again. I mean, he's been back and forth between that IGL role or not, but he needs to find the consistency that we've seen from him in the past, because everyone knows this guy can be one of the best controller players in the world, and I felt like he was showing shades of that in this first map.
I mean, going into kickoff, this was the thing that people theory crafted, is that Freeing was going to IGL and Mako was going to be unleashed. That didn't end up happening, but with Estrella coming into this lineup, I expected the same thing, and then we heard that he wasn't IGLing there initially either. So look, now you're actually starting to see a little bit more of a transition to Estrella in the IGL. This is the second series in a row, I believe, that he'll be IGLing, and Mako, you know, to see him on his, for me, his signature agent. I love watching him play the Omen. It's fantastic to watch him play that agent. Don't mind him on the Viper on certain maps, but particularly here on Lotus, the way he's able to find these TP timings, and you know,
I was a bit skeptical about Estrella, but he has proven his worth for me. Well, he's IGLing, we don't know because we don't hear it. Even if we would have heard it, we don't really understand it, right? Because it's Korean. But I do think that the team looks coherent. And because of that, I think his IGLing helps. I don't even never knowing what he says. I think the team looks like the IGLing just makes sense.
You're getting
you know?
paranoid. You're getting a U-tilt thrown at you from the other side of the map. What choose your path here? Do you,
you
run
know that
into?
Meme? You know the meme? Just hold the site, bro.
Just, are you going to run into a Yoru coming out of ult with a shorty in his hand, or 2 missiles? It's like, pick your poison. You're screwed either way,
I mean,
man.
this is why Freeing had such a slow start. I felt like he was getting bullied by this T1 composition. It is so hard to hold the site as that Killjoy there. So props to T1 for making it hard, but also props to Freeing because he got himself back in that game and managed to look a lot more solid, especially when we get to that overtime.
Yeah. Are you making any regrets right now? Any second thoughts?
No, I think everything's going okay right now. Like, I think most of us have got Meteor.
Yeah.
For Killua, yeah, Freeing's doing okay. We'll see. MVP's gone to Hyunmin, though. I do have him on my team. But you could have definitely given it to a lot of different players. Shout out, I think Stacks had a pretty damn good game on the breach. Been a while since he's been thrown back on the breach, on this map in particular. So that's good. I love seeing Stacks on the Flash init. Like, he's decent on the info init. That's fine for me, but I love seeing him on Flash init.
Yeah, I think Stacks on the breach is his home, to be honest. I think that
breach
is
and
where
KO for me. I love seeing Stacks playing those, or even Sky. But why would you play that agent right now?
What? Who?
Like, Australian agent?
Hey, I do miss seeing a lot of Sky plays lately. But, you know, maybe she'll have her time once again.
The problem is with Sky, talking about this thing. If she ever gets a rechargeable flash, then she instantly gets insta-picked again. Because rechargeable flashes with info is too much. It's just too much value. You cannot pass on an initiator like that. That's why also Teho is so valuable, because he has recurring, incredibly efficient utility and other pieces of utility that are so good. Rechargeable dog, that's even worse. A rechargeable dog is even worse than the flash, because then you have always 2 flashes for info and you just spam the dog every 40 seconds. It's too good. It's too good. If you have just a piece of util that can do 2 stuff at the same, two flexible utility that achieves a little bit different tasks with the same piece of util is too much. That's why the flashes that give info when they were rechargeable were too much, because they were just being spammed all the time, right? So if that would happen, Sky single-handedly just becomes insta-pick again. And that's why Teho is almost insta-pink as well. And if I would be coaching a team, I would be playing Teho on every single map. I would be playing Yoru Teho Breach most likely on every single map, you know? So, yeah. I think it's a bit of a problem to balance Sky, because maybe you could add a 3rd flash, but then that kinda makes it almost like a rechargeable flash, right? We'll see. We'll see. But I feel like it's pretty rough spot to balance Sky to be feeling like she's gonna be impactful, because the problem is one of her skills is just not impactful. Imagine this. If we don't have a heal, and instead of the heal, we have anything else. What if we have another recon utility, just one, but that is not a flash? Like, what if it's an animal that just like acts like a ward or something for like 20 seconds, right? You like anything that has like any kind of proactivity. Suddenly, she's a valid initiator, because she has many more pieces of utility that now can achieve the initiation, right? Maybe it's kind of like a boom bot, like an animal boom bot that sees invisible stuff. What about that? Right? KO has rechargeable knife, Teo has rechargeable missiles, Breach has stun, Sova has recon, but you get the idea. But the Initiator have rechargeable utility except Sky. Yeah, but none of them have as much of an impact as a flash that is a kill thing, apart from Teho. You see where I'm going at? Teho is broken because he has a broken signature ability, and on top of that, 2 other pieces of utility that are incredibly powerful. Sky doesn't have that. Sky is like a balanced Teho. You know what I mean?
T1 sticking with what they
Human on Neon.
We are seeing Meteor go back across onto the
Vice on Meteor, okay.
This is what we were hoping to see coming into this map. So
Teho on Freeing, Breach.
Performance from Meteor heading into this fight.
For sure, he's definitely a lot more comfortable on this, so hopefully those stats do pick up, especially for all.
I think it would be a mistake to give Sky a rechargeable flash again. There needs to be a different kind of rework there.
Thank you very much. Here we go. We can only hope that Fracture is going to deliver on all the same fronts that Lotus did. Maybe another overtime, perhaps. We'll have to just wait and see. But yeah, T1 expectedly back to something a bit more stock standard, a bit more comfortable and known from them.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, with DRX having the confidence to pick this map against them, not having played at this stage, I don't think. So this is going to be quite interesting. Yunmin on that Neon. Curious to see what he can do with that. He was doing such a good job on that raise. Just opening up angles, setting up his teammates, setting up himself.
We're starting on attack.
Beautiful stuff from him.
We have a 2-2-1 split. One North player standing in the camera, watching what's happening.
Quick little slide across.
Yeah, that Teho drone is way too long, man.
Stealth drone.
Way too long. That needs to be nerfed. I am patiently waiting for that Teho nerf. I think it's gonna happen after the playoffs. I hope so, at least. I really hope so. This shit's broken as fuck.
He's getting ready to come through. Stacks looking to slow things up. Sends up the fault line. Ping not finding anything.
Oh, yeah.
Back's hitting a hell of a shot on the gunman.
Yeah, now it's rough. Now we cannot entry. That's it.
Shuts the door here in DRX's face.
Yeah, DRX thinking they'll have
Yeah,
time.
not a fan. Not a fan of this kind of initiation through a choke point with the neon. It's very like all in. You know what I mean?
Takes Mako down, and things are looking very good for T1 to find their first real pistol win here of the series, as Sylvan will find two. And that is freeing now all
What if the Sky
alone,
Flash has a
supposed to be
45-50 second cooldown? So essentially almost the same? No difference.
for reasons like that.
Coming Gamba? Oh shit, yeah, I forgot. Sorry. I'm gonna give you a... This is like done. First prediction DRX. Second prediction, I'm gonna give you 1 minute to vote, okay?
Flown his way.
Fracture.
Makes the wise call to slowly drift
I'm actually gonna
across
give you
towards
2
that
minutes to
east site.
vote. You have 2
Wall
minutes to
and
vote.
however, are still set up.
Here we go.
Yeah,
Sorry,
so
completely
He's
forgot.
going to be delayed enough. T1 going to be able to make their rotates over.
So there's the wall
The
pop.
DRX changed him, don't recall Estrella. Yeah, we changed players. Estrella was hired this year. Flashback was also playing in the team, but Flashback, for some private reasons, didn't want to play for the second time in a year and got cut right now, and he is in academy while Bane came back to the lineup.
Heard the footsteps.
Here crossing, gets the final shot there, tries to straight back
nice
over
try.
towards the Stewart, cannot make it out to safety. T1.
Gecko, the
go ahead,
Pokemon Master,
get the
someone
fuse
we
and
don't
get their
talk
first
about,
pistol.
does even get picked in pro play. Remember the 10s on Vine, but not anyone else.
You know, they see
Gecko,
Bane leaving early,
look,
and they're expecting that rotate back towards A. And
Gecko
Stacks hitting that opening
is
shot.
great.
Very important.
The
When he's
lower,
able to shut Gunman
the
down
lower
there.
skill level
That
there
stalls
is
up
in the
everything.
lobby. So at a pro
On the side
level,
of DRX.
he's not really good.
Sylvan, nice
Why?
work with the classic,
Because
find
shootable
two.
utility is just
Trying to
garbage.
do what he can, but just a little bit too much of an ass there. Couldn't get the kill quickly enough on the Meteor. Got caught trying to switch over to the salvos.
Yes, Stocks and Buzz were part of DRX.
Just going there. Stinger and a Sheriff.
T1 and DRX are friends. Like the teams are
Players
friends.
flying down about 1,400 here. As George is going to be lobbed out, popped.
Human actually forced. That's interesting. Oh, let's go!
Connecting, buys enough time.
And we got a gun. That Guardian is recovered, no?
Before they lose Mako in transit, but still are able to find the trade up. So now player
Was it
advantage
Guardian?
in
Wait,
their
what happened
hands.
there?
Buzz pushing, eating some damage, finds the headshot.
What?
gets the
Fuck
transition
fuck
across
you,
onto
Buzz.
Estrella as well.
Fuck you, Buzz.
Just like that, T1 are back in the driver's seat.
God damn it.
Guardian recovered, however, from Bane. Still an opportunity to do some damage. But he himself tagged up to 35. and the
Oh,
first
there was a
shot
chance.
not quite connecting. Buzz eating a little bit more there. Noting the player out from tower. Both player positions.
Oh,
shifting
that
down.
was a
Bane
chance.
Taken down, freeing now. Needing to do it all. And for a second,
Mm.
looked like he was going to be able to find a little
Was it the
bit more,
first
but
kill?
three
Just
players
your
surviving.
typical Stinger
T1 will
user,
close out the
the one that
Yeah, a
actually
lot of
likes the
damage done
Stinger.
there to T1 though.
You know?
Armor's gone for both Stacks and Buzz. So, all in all, not bad at all for DRX. Able to find those early util connections that keep the players of T1 off balance. Meteor stunned up, able to be taken down. Quick trade there for Bane, but
Jesus, the double kill, man. Oh, he doesn't get two, he gets one there. We might actually win this round.
continuing right where he left off on Lotus, having a very strong day as the duelist for T1.
Yep, he and Stacks.
Yeah, Stacks too had a nice map.
Near the end of that, I have to look back, but he was top fragging for the longest time, so might have even finished it out that way. For the moment, it's going to be deathless at 3-0 and 2.
They have a full bonus. 2 Guardians, 1 Bulldog, 1 Stinger, Ghost. That's still a pretty good buy.
For Bane there. Going to be a little bit further ahead of that stealth drone. Same reaction as we saw in the pistol round from T1, right back to A main. A little bit further ahead of it this time though.
Oh, for shots. Flying through it. Free.
Okay.
Able to just break things open. And then Aftershock going to be disrespected and ignored as Walt dissipating Hyunmin, wanting to try to scale forward, but it's going to be Mako who's able to find it. Hyunmin widely just drawing their
I'm a
attention
little bit like how do you say it? Anxious about Hyunmin's mobility. Like he seems to be that ADHD neon type. You know what I mean? I don't like that. It's like
Still drone identifying.
it can end up like in a pistol round when he's just
DRX looking for a
miles away from the rest of the team and we get no value out of him because there's no trade. Let's hope this is gonna get better.
Puts him out again. Meteor with the Guardian. To be some very clean shots to try to get some damage through, and there you go, one to the head. As everybody just backpedaling away, Mako gonna stick around to look and see, make sure that they can't.
Mako got a orb, no, that doesn't impact anything.
Onto Meteor.
Freeing,
be able to escape. So single casualty,
freeing some really good fucking opening kills though.
Yeah, just really well prepared for T1 to be where they are.
Look at this.
Just holding that angle the whole time is freeing, and Buzz just kind of walks right into it. Mako there, able to back up Hyunmin nicely. This time around, ooh, not much HP left there on Mako, but got out all the same. And he, okay, I was gonna say.
Freeing has ultimate. Okay, what do we do with this?
Really get that
Are we actually using
Phantom
it?
in hand, all Phantoms for the side of DRX. Seen a few players kind of swapping between the guns.
If I would be using the Tail ultimate, I would probably use it like this.
Freeing is Vandal. You're right.
You know, like cover this space like this.
I was gonna say Meteor was swapping
In this
Low.
direction.
Didn't seem like he was comfortable on the Vandal. Switched over to the Phantom eventually.
Armageddon
No,
now they're
completely
trying to
different than what I would have done.
One can just try to fill space on the back of this.
And this is the problem why.
Going off a timing,
See?
sprays down in towards A main, finds one, Spring
it-
falls, Mako similarly dead.
It allowed the defenders to leak into
Finds
it.
another, brings it back to parity, a 3v3, but HP bars
So 3 versus 3, so actually advantage towards the attackers.
tagged up. No one at full HP.
But the Vice is dead. That's great. We can see the setup of the Vice for the future rounds as well.
Sylvan quickly gets into position.
Oh,
with the jump, but it's
Sylvan
Freya.
just way too far away. That is awesome for us. Oh no.
He's able to find that kill.
Oh
He's
no.
not in position, he will die.
Yeah, there was no chance. He was already low HP. He would have dodged it if there was no stun. That was a great stun by Stacks, not gonna lie.
It's gonna be so tough. I mean, look how far back DRX is playing. Gotta push these angles and win these fights.
Aftershock should tell him that it's going to be on the right-hand side.
Oh,
Bang just goes
bang.
crazy.
Whoa.
What a snap to get the first.
Holy.
Most down stats.
Mechanically impressive, no? The first kill?
Yeah, I mean, this looks like it might be T1's round. You get a bunch of kills off the rip.
3v5 it.
Yeah. And then DRX able to punch right back. Win a couple fights. Shift over to the other side. Estrella was a huge
Bam.
one against Sylvan. Sylvan there.
Jesus.
100% the right play to try to challenge that, but
It's a smile of a man who just pounded his way through a round despite having appendicitis.
he is looked pretty solid today overall. Buzz trying to follow up off the stealth drone, seeing if they can catch a change of ideas from DRX off the back of that. But Meteor's dead.
That he is. Stunned up, flashed.
You know what I mean?
On top of him.
Do you guys know what I mean?
Plant coming through is straight at dodging out.
About the new
bullet
movement?
spray.
Pain's going all the way across the rope.
Riding towards that north side. There's Buzz just dropping down. Overdrive going to be popped. Hyunmin fully flashed up. Does end up falling. Izu able to find that with the Sheriff. Swing onto the door though. Stacks. Getting a headshot. Putting one back in kind. Diffuse now. Held up
Was
the half as
half.
the Molly hits the floor.
We have the stun.
T1 somehow get this back in a somewhat winnable position. Still odd stacked again.
Oh, thank God that audio ping was very easily heard. That was way too close, by the way. They got the half.
Effort in the thrifty attempt
Oof.
here from T1.
That was
but
scary. That was
DRX
scary.
not to be denied.
Yeah, they're doing a great job, but you know, T1 is constantly applying pressure at the other side of the map, at the north side in the beginning of the rounds. And DRX is kind of aggressively taking space now. And they're just, I mean, yes, weaker by 4 T1 in this one, but plenty of damage done. Maybe even a world where Diffuse gets a little bit closer, but you know, Bane felt like he had enough time to go for the wraparound. Didn't end up mattering, but now you've got the operator.
Ooh, where'd that molly goes? Tower?
One away from his ult. Stacks has his. Sylvan has his. Seemingly.
Where'd that molly go?
DRX.
Double reclear up into Arcade. And that's going to be free and caught. Do they know that Hyunmin's in position? The
But
answer is
still,
no.
1 for
Let's see if
1.
we'll
This
find
is
one.
good.
Jiggles on this.
Oh, wow. Oh, that is what a round.
Chaotic. Smoke dissipating over here at main. Stacks able to find one, but Kenman comes away with
That
the
is
attack will
crazy,
fall.
no?
Kenman currently on for an ace. Buzz around the back, clearing out the cam, clearing out the trip, but it's just an op in hand.
Well, round number 6. We have to rewatch
To the
this.
site. A lot of this is going to be on the shoulders of Izu.
Oh,
He does get the jump on Bane. Has the salvos, has the Armageddon.
Now that is bad.
Does he opt to send it? The answer is going to be yes. That flush is straight up forward, but the flash fully connects.
Dude, Estrella got him.
Now into the 1v1. Stuns exchanged. Connects onto Izu. Estrella holding the corner.
Nice!
The shot instantaneously.
Oh, the
Close
round.
but no
This
cigar.
round was
Economy broken.
amazing,
DRX now
man.
up by 2.
That's brutal for DRX. That's a round again where you have a bunch of ultimates and they don't really find
I
enough
really don't
effect.
know where that molly from
Instead,
Mako
you're just
went.
getting picked apart.
I will have to check
A
it.
couple good moments, but what a flash from Estrella. Then the cleanup as well. That last one, yeah, very nice. Bane has the neural theft. Meteor has the garden, but it's accoutrement by 4T1 again.
Oh, they got in for bottom 1 player.
Trying to do something.
Oh, trying to get a catch.
Oh, are we greedy?
It's going to be a repeat confidence play from Meteor.
Oh no, Bane!
Why not?
Oh, you have to be aware of this. Like, if they're on lower buy, they're gonna try stupid shit like this. You have to play smart.
Yeah.
Oh.
So good with the Sheriff.
DRX doesn't use an offside that much. Is it because they have a neon?
Better than most.
No, it's not even that. It's just that this map in general, you focus much more on the south side, and then the north side is the one for lurking and shit. That's the typical way that this game is being played on this map. I'm not saying it's correct, but I'm just saying how people approach it. You know?
Green gonna get closer to the Armageddon. DRX slow creep up.
Next around the corner. Dead.
Okay, that's an important kill.
Straight through his Estrella. Finds that kill. Fast lane now set up. Stuns out. As Buzz being
What happened?
focused
How
here
is
a
the
little bit
Strela
on the
dead?
salvos,
Oh,
but
fuck me.
as the smokes are
Oh,
dissipating,
fuck me.
T1
That neon
just rack
wall
up all the
just
kills.
allowed to get that kills, by the way. Our
Must
neon
just
wall.
absorbs all
Our
the damage.
neon wall just did that.
30 seconds.
And that's going to be T1 pulling off a Thrifty. I mean, Mako, 25 seconds. Try to make anything happen, but it looks like it's just going to be the call to save. Checks back in around this attacker spawn. Nothing to be seen. He'll try to hold on to the weapon. The T1 bringing it back to touching distance.
That is madness. I'd love to see some of that back from T1 player angles. Because that is crazy spicy. Buzz is going to go down to Mako, but
I think you care too much.
no,
Pull off the Thrifty and get one away from tying it up.
not at all. That's just all of a sudden, it looked like this was going to be not too bad. I mean, yeah, you lose Bane early, but clear stacks out. You're executing on the site. Sylvan just finds a great timing to hit Estrella in the back. And all of a sudden, there's 3 T1 players barreling down on top of you as DRX. And it's a Thrifty. Just one of those timing trap plays that T1 loves to run. You're just stuck as DRX. Plenty of money, though. Still both ults for the same players. Buzz has an op again. Gonna be forced off by the stun.
I think it's can get back onto the angle, but Smoke's now called in to obfuscate. Still drone, checking, not spotting.
Those are
And we
Sylvan
get-
smokes, so
We're getting
play
a
for
lot of space
another
though.
push across the ropes. It's kind of been DRX's MO.
Buzz
so
is in
T1
like
gonna
in a
lean into it.
peculiar spot because he needs to like hold two
shut
angles,
this
but he
down.
has cover because of it.
That's a shock holding back the Sands position. Buzz the peek at the
Ah.
man. Has a shot. Jiggle peek out, sending the relay bolt, catches a glimpse there as well of freeing. There's a tiny bit of damage going to be taken. Tries to go for the reposition, and I don't think he's going to be ready for this one. No, he's
Nice.
not. Free. Able to get in on top, coming away.
Nice,
with just
swimming with a free K. Come on, Mako. Double swing, double swing, double swing. Oh, yeah, isolation. Oh, well played by Meteor, by the way. He well played. He played it well, really well.
Reestablishing a 2-round lead.
Like he tried isolating the double swing. Did you guys see that? How like that was really well mechanically done, and he almost made it happen, man.
And DRX just can't find a way to add some extra numbers.
Almost
over
through.
towards
I don't
that
think it was
A-game
throwing.
balance.
I think it was a
Buzz is
call.
on a really tricky position this whole time.
They
where he's got
just
a couple
went,
different angles
don't
to
risk
worry
it.
about. Does a
Like going
decent
to
job
side
in the
being
beginning, but
isolated. Go,
nobody
let's
else
go
on
double
T1 is
peek
able to get
when
to a
we
spot
where
to
we
help
know
him
where he is and it's not
comfortably.
planted
They're
yet.
trying to push through
I think it
from
was a
A-Link,
fair call, but
but
he
they're stalled up.
almost outplayed them.
That kind of gives DRX the advantage they need to claim that space.
I wish they deleted
Open
Neon from the
things up.
game. What, before Reina?
One fought tooth and
I would
nail.
rather delete Reina, I'll be honest with
Back
you.
to the ecos. I mean, granted, they've been having some success with them today. Seen a couple big eco wins for T1. It's not a position you want to be in on a consistent basis. Now freeing as an Armageddon to boot. They're going to go all the way through sewers. They haven't done this yet, so trying to catch T1 a bit off guard.
Bit of a change up, but that peak from the north side about to come through. Izu.
Oh, he's gonna meet it.
Closer
Oh,
across, peak tells all.
he was spotted, no?
Spots out multiple players. Meteor now
He was
reinforcing
spotted.
this spot as well. Flash not connecting. Looks for the transition there. Stun does come
Okay,
through.
1 for 1.
Will peel off a kill. Bane now striking
Advantage.
in from behind it. Sylvan caught off guard. Buzz arriving frantically, just dashing around with just a classic in hand.
So hard to
Ends
see
up
what's happening,
falling,
man.
This is DRX gaining control of the site. Stacks will take the rope towards that north side.
Bring back 4 solar orbs with assist mechanisms in place.
Freeing
For Reina,
to try to protect them here.
what she would actually be. Sorry. You mean with assist mechanic? Never mind.
Everybody just
Would that change? That would not change
the
anything.
neons.
Like, if you get more than you need to get 3K to actually for that to matter. So, what's the point?
Stun connecting. Question is it going to be cosmetic? The answer is no, it is not. Or rather, yes, it absolutely is. Sorry, I mixed it up. Because my brain's about as scrambled as both of those players as Freeing comes away with 2 headshots. I can't believe it.
Neither can I. Just looking forward to esports Doug Malding. I mean, it's just madness.
That's
He
crazy.
plays this really nice in the beginning of the round.
How does he get?
He is like, what? He's like, what just happened? He was surprised, man.
He can't believe it. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't remember the saying. Timeout will, at long last, be called. It feels like. I mean, 6-3 for a while. It's so back and forth, but I hadn't seen any intervention. T1 will finally pump the brakes.
I mean, some of these rounds have been so close, one way or the other. I mean, great reads on both sides. Sometimes it's just coming down to who can have that bigger impact in the heat of the moment. Some good pressure applied on the north side of the map by T1 has consistently given them some ability to react pretty well to DRX, but DRX is just fighting back. Got some great ideas and great teamwork today. a big Meteor fan.
Wanting an ace clutch there from the Teo.
Yep. I mean, that's something Freeing has done.
Yeah.
I was reading the screen. I was curious. What college did you attend?
That is not an unreasonable ask.
You mean like
well,
which college physically was it, or like
We've seen
what
it, so
kind
we're
of like
Within the realm of
subject?
As
Because I was going to my college here in my hometown in Poznan.
lock down this position here for now. Stun on the corner, obviously not going to connect. The drone will look to try to force him back. Slide in, Hyunmin.
Okay, there's a trade. There's a trade. There's a trade.
Does end up dying
Ah,
as Sylvan holds down
Sylvan.
the site.
Ah,
Cannot
okay, there's a
escape from
trade.
the Armageddon. Zach
Nah,
Sylvan able to find
Snack's
the
good
trade
this
and
try.
make sure that they
1v2.
have the player advantage.
Freeing, you got that?
As
Ah,
Freeing
shit.
will not be able to find it. Stacks and Buzz going to be the last 2 standing. It's T1. Go ahead and get themselves a 4th round win potential to still yet run this back to a 6-6 half.
Yeah, this is a really good round for Sylvan and Stacks. Find some good timings. Well, great util dump, a crunch coming through from the B main ramp. And all of a sudden, Sylvan comes alive from the site itself. Just has to eat the altar. He's gonna get shot one way or another,
The
so
college
just
that
goes
I
for the
was
shots.
going to is
Comes
now
through with it.
named differently than it was called in the past. Now it's called
Nice timing
Collegium da
himself outside
Vinci, I
of Gen.
think,
And then we get a timeout call from DRX.
if I'm not mistaken.
Love it.
Well, basically back-to-back here. We'll see what the adjustments look like. Still in the lead, in a position to at least have that tied up half, but Termi wanting every possible advantage, it would seem.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a back and forth between these two teams. You know it would be.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Just
go
know each
there and
other
find
way
your
too well.
yearbook.
And both these coaches.
You know what's funny? I didn't even pick up
phenomenal
my
job this year.
my master's diploma
Kind of
from them.
interesting things going on at T1. You know, didn't. It looked
Were
like
studies
maybe they were
conducted
gonna
in
be a
English,
weaker team,
Polish?
and they
Polish,
came
Polish.
back and Autumn got them through to a trophy, and then DRX has had some kind of player changes and things like that they've been able to just...
They've been going through the ringer lately.
Yeah.
I mean...
And look at their...
The, Flashback now being moved down to the Academy team. Right. This being the permanent core 5. Bane is playing with appendicitis.
Yeah.
Like, it's been blow after blow.
What is the master's in? Audio visual marketing.
Bane's still going neutral here in the K&E department. As Meteor missing the timing. Trying to advance the smoke, but Estrella catching a glimpse, and as that Stinger point-blank range is able to put him down. DRX with a lower investment, still looking to try to get this one across the line, but Sylvan does come away with 2. Estrella freeing, both going to be eliminated. Bane picks up another as clear on the tripwire, gives away Buzz's position as well as just him sprinting forward, and Mako is not ready for it. Sun out Bane just lingering here within the smoke.
Bane got 2? Yeah, what happened?
Buzz now.
How did he get? When was the second one? Am I stupid? Did he get 2 for a smoke or something?
The wraparound being threatened here. Buzz completely surrounded. Is dancing.
Nice.
It's going to be Bane through the box.
What happened? How was that second kill happening?
To guarantee DRX the lead at the half.
I mean, it's just crazy how some of these rounds basically come down to timings. I mean, if Estrella...
There be noise when he was sprinting.
It just must have been the footsteps. But still, timings like that, where if Meteors
that's kill. Okay, they just aligned in the. Okay, never mind. I just didn't see the first kill on
from a bunch
stacks.
of different angles. I'm waiting for someone from DRX.
Okay, where's this lineup going?
Hold in B tunnel.
Entrance of.
Buzz has
Entrance of tower here. Look, they do missiles, and Brimstone Molly.
DRX still wins the round.
So no one can stand in tower. That's essentially how it is.
See what they do. This time a heavy presence from DRX on the north side of the map. There's going to be the Vice Wall, though. They're going to be tripping, so giving some info over.
Oh, no. Sliding forward, looking for it.
Oh,
Mako
no.
does end up finding the kill. His orbital strikes are going to be stacked on top of each other in Sylvan.
That was a nice crunch by T1. That was a nice crunch by T1, not gonna lie.
Desperately looking for this thrifty, and now it's looking likely. It's backpedaling away. Estrella just stuck with a shorty in hand.
Not the best idea, I would say.
This is going to be pushed to oblivion.
Not the best idea, I would say. When it comes to that shorty.
Things get chaotic again, and now we go into the half with DRX up 7-5.
It's just madness. Both orbital strikes here. Trap him in. I mean, nice play by Sylvan. He's always feels like he's always good for 2 in these rounds. Just can you get a little bit more consistency from the rest of the squad? Well, Steel Garden, great. I mean, that was
7-5 on attack is actually okay.
It's been just so chaotic.
I would say it's
That's
okay.
not what you usually expect out of these two teams.
I would say it's okay because this map is pretty defender based.
Oh, I think they
not by much, by the way. It's like kind of a reverse of Split. Like Split, I am considering like 52 to 48. But Fracture, I would consider like 48, 52.
Their way back. Perfect synergy. I think you got to go with Freak's Tail.
Yeah, I would say so.
For me, it's just...
It's Freak's Tail, yeah.
Because Hyunmin, like, I don't really...
He's good on everything.
Yeah, I don't really think about any particular agent with him.
No. I think he's really solid on most agents that he plays.
Oh, come on. What kind of option is this? I crave this win versus who's the best team in Korea now?
I mean, I always take who's the best team in Korea now myself.
Yeah.
But that's kind of an odd second choice.
That's like, would you like a gourmet meal or a pile of dirt?
They have glitter on the T1 logo on the...
Which one would you like to ingest?
On the jersey.
There's not much of a decision to be made.
No, I tend to agree. Well, T1 trying to keep the pistol success rolling. Again, it has been a real pain point for them.
Did we lose both traps? No, Bane. DRX. Yeah, Bane lost both traps. Really Oof.
Tell them a
that
ton.
is rough. That is rough.
But
that we lost both traps to it.
Suspicious that either the players are north or they're in B main.
That is rough for the pistol round.
Into Meteor, or excuse me, Hyunmin starting to make his way into Meteor's back.
Look at the defense in spawn.
Buzz is all the way up on the dish. almost in a drop.
Meteor trying to stay tucked. Oh, not quite checking for the angle. He's able to find the kill. Stun here onto Estrella. As it gets awkward, and Meteor capitalizes in the chaos.
No. Oh, that is a
DRX
disaster. That was a disaster.
Meteor just no fear, continuing to storm into the back lines of DRX. They have no choice
Neon
but
stunned
try to
herself and the teammate by accident there.
In a huge way, but side is completely surrounded.
Which
Meteor scaling
one you
forward
like
through
the best
defensive
sentinel for
storm.
this map?
Smoke down after shot.
I think Vice
Sit
is the
here.
strongest here.
Mako will catch a timing, finds the headshot. Stack's going to be put down. Looks for a little bit more, does find Meteor. The salvos come through and the time is just not going to be there.
Yeah.
T1 taking that first step forward towards running back this map and taking us to a third. They will go ahead and
God
close
damn it,
out
man. We
another pistol.
badly needed this pistol.
This is just a little bit of an unfortunate timing for DRX. I mean, Meteor reads it nicely, anticipating that there might be pressure behind him, but this stun catches Estrella and Hyunmin as he's trying to jump around and dodge Meteor. Meteor is not gonna make it easy for you. Mako trying to do what he can, but very nice for T1. Again, pistols desperately needed for them, and they get both here on Fracture.
Yeah, winning both pistol rounds is like 75% win rate of a map. Let's see how it goes.
Keep in mind for the future. As Bane, okay, situated in tower, just has a shorty here. Spot out the camera.
That's pretty typical. Player's going to be up there on an eco with a shorty.
Meteor v Mako about to come through. Okay, never mind. Just a couple shots to the box and will opt to back away. Meanwhile, this side of A site completely opened up.
If Green were to trip that wall, yeah, Meteor was right there.
Meteor, once again, going on a bit of a walkabout as the plant comes through. Potential 1v1 versus Bane over on that side.
What is the goal for us here? Are we trying to contain them?
Wary of it. Silva taking a forward position, pushes up, does still get stunned. He's been able to collect one, but will die in response. This is very similarly going to be taken down. And it seems like from the rest of the round from here can play out pretty smoothly for T1.
Certainly seems that way, especially Bane having that shorty. Trying to find the opportunity to use it. Just going to wait the timeout.
Pretty much always played Cypher this map, but seeing T1 play Vice made me reconsider. I mean, you could have played Vice already on every map when she was like, before the nerf, she was giga broken. After the buff, I mean, when the phones were 10 seconds long. Like, that was insanity.
Players surviving here from the side of T1. That will tie us up at 7-7.
It is pretty crazy how back and forth this has been. I mean, it's pretty similar scenes to what we saw on Lotus. Both these teams just so good. A little bit of damage done, but Stack's just watching the long angle. Position revealed. Bane goes down. So far, Meteor being a real nuisance by himself over on the B main side.
All right, let's see. This is the important round.
Answer for that from the side
This
of
sets
DRX.
up the tone for the rest of the half.
Maybe lining up to get that cam a little bit deeper, checking to see if Meteor's over there, but this time
Are we losing again?
zone over
A
at
trap?
A main.
I think so. Shit.
Orb ult grabbed for
Yeah,
Stack.
in 2 rounds, T1
And now they've got a rolling
destroyed more traps with their missiles than
pretty tricky for
Genji
DRX.
in the entire best of 3.
Really far forward though is Bane.
Rolling Thunder, pushing Bane back. Cage coming up, but Buzz on his heels, spraying through, trying to find what he can, but it's going to be Silva there to collect it. Hyunmin
No
drifting forward, runs
bullets.
out of bullets. He just
Oh,
strikes him down.
fuck me.
Guardian shot to the head, and suddenly T1 in control of the site. Spike planted and up by 2.
Oh, okay. Stray
We have
finds a stray.
missiles. What are we using them for? Corner and tower entrance. Let's see. No, entire tower. Okay, an aftershock for the corner, but we didn't push yet, so we didn't gain a lot by this utility.
Towards his arcade side with Buzz slowly drifting
I
through the
didn't
sewer.
like that. I didn't like that at all. They're saving.
Not going fast on this. They're opting to go for the
Okay.
save.
That's why we didn't push.
Backpedal away, and T1 is going to gain the lead.
Just a great rolling thunder there. And the follow-up from T1. Perfect. They just go storming in off the back of it.
That is a problem, guys. That is a problem.
And try as they might, DRX players just could not find any safety. Sure, you get one, but that's got to feel good. T1 converting their bonus. All of a sudden, DRX kind of maybe wondering, ooh, was this the right map pick?
Uncertain. That is a huge win. I mean, obviously 3 weapons carried forward, but for Bane and Estrella, not going to be having too much going into the round. You can see just a classic full armor here for the Breach. Passing that weapon over to Hyunmin.
Just grab the gun off your fallen comrades, maybe, but a little bit of info there. Buzz, he's often going to be tip of the spear, but you do see him kind of run around on his own.
And it's funny because we guys talked about
DRX, just that one player there.
about how the north side of the map is not really that utilized that much. And now you can see how T1 actually goes for the north side of the map a lot.
Reinforcements. Notice that vice wall again. The real question is they want to just fake trip it. Yep. And then just go back in.
And they're already CT. Bane knows about it.
He made noise. Yeah, Ping's coming down on his position. Seems like they have this well read.
But look how they're positioned. They faked pushed A and they're going into B.
More trepidatious to try to go for the attack here. This is such time. Double face forward on the Meteors, looking for a timing, but he's unable to find it.
Okay, that is actually very winnable now. Only Bane doesn't have a gun, but we play a 5v4. Does Bane have any util? Not really. So he just needs to either be traded or go in and like try to get a gun after teammate gets a kill. This is the first step. This is the second step. We're a little bit ahead.
Unable to find it. Buzz now striking in from behind, however. It will find one as Mako will get taken down. Stacks here on the verge.
Okay, we know what the other player is. They were just salted. Nice. Good isolation. Really good round by us. Also overcooked by T1. Legit overcooked by one. They had entire A site. They had entire A site, and they went B anyway.
T1 is all over the place. Buzz is on his own over at A site.
No idea why, but I'm very happy they did it.
Meteor's lurking around A, the bottom side of A and B. And then the rest of them are just kind of slow pushing through arcade, and then you're able to get this retake to go quite cleanly. So that is a very solid round for DRX, and now you're back to 8-8. Hyunmin's got the overdrive. See if he can continue to be a nuisance. Izu.
Bro, Bane needs to start recalling his traps. This is really annoying. This is really annoying, man. Bane needs to be on site, wait for the missiles to drop, and reposition his traps.
The vice wall.
This is really a problem. And this is why also Vice is so strong. Her wall cannot be destroyed by missiles. Has to be pushed by a player.
Okay. I mean, she said everything for me. I didn't have to
say it.
Yeah. The Vice just doing the commentary. This boy is forcing away, but Sylvan covering fire comes up with 2 dead in the third. Just using Buzz as a bit of a distraction. Now the plan.
Did recall last round? No, it got destroyed last round as well.
Bane's still a world away. Mako, the only player nearby. And it's going to have to be another save as T1 will once again gain the lead.
We are pushing into A main, destroying that wall from Vice, but we're leaving A completely open, and they're just taking it for free.
Round changes that you see.
So far, T1 legit every single round is attacking north side of the map, and we are not adjusting to that.
To dissect it, not get caught in the trap, and yet when they try to make a move,
this is why this map is so interesting, and I don't get it why people hate on it.
It's letting Buzz do some of the hard
It's
work
not your typical like gameplay, you know. Like we have to see a team adjust here. A team wants to go north, we have to adjust our defense side completely because they're not pushing into A main.
There's anybody lurking around, but it is a never mind. Caught Mako.
It's the one gun save.
That's painful.
That it is. I mean, Mako maybe enough to pass over something like a Guardian or a Bulldog going into that next round, but now it's not going to be able to do that. Sylvan lighting him up here. Huge 3K from him, and a timeout call now. Final one from the DRX camp.
I mean, this is a tough map to read right now. T1 is doing a great job of every round looks way different. They're making little micro adjustments with the lurks and with some of the player positionings. I mean, very difficult for DRX to kind of get info and make some reads off of it. Estrella really being put to the test as the IGL. Meanwhile, Stax is really putting on a pretty good show. I mean, granted, the counter punches have been good, but this attacker side definitely a little bit more tricky. Yeah, it's Fracture. You've got a lot of space to work with. A lot of it's just making sure that you're getting your players in the right places at the right time, trying to keep track of the movements of your opponents. But again, T1's not making it easy because sometimes they'll send Buzz out on his own, and obviously you never know where Meteor's going to show up. You got to kind of wait for some of that initiator util to be thrown at you to start thinking about making the reactions, and a lot of rounds it's been a little too late. This time, gonna use the salvos. Buzz looked like maybe he was going to try to accelerate, but takes a pause, waiting to see if anybody's around the corner. Getting pushed forward by those salvos. Just making some noise, some distraction. Kind of the name of the game here.
Fault lines out. It's offering hovering the Armageddon there for a brief little moment, but given the economy, you need to be absolutely certain.
Not in this economy.
Just gonna be push up there.
Oh no, it's gonna be again a ultimate play, no? They taking the orb or no, they didn't.
Here to Bane, who's alone in tower for the moment, but
And they know he's in tower. Oh, it's gonna be so rough for Bane. Such a hard position to be in.
Able to find one Meteor, gonna be taken down, but eventually Buzz closes in the
I think we have to start playing retake.
He's still hovering this ult. They're gonna commit for this.
Oh
boy. The Armageddon getting sent in. It feels like this might just be a bridge too far. No one going to be dead to that. Hunman does have the overdrive. Maybe he can deliver on this front, but it's only going to be for the one kill as Izu out from tower.
I don't like this.
The enemy Neon. Point blank Buzz. As Vine's freeing. Mako dead. T1 now up to double digits. And it feels
It's
like
rough.
DRX
I feel like we're not.
overcooking and overcommitting.
We are not
I completely agree with you.
adjusting the defense.
I don't mind obviously throwing
We're
the
not
overdrive when
holding
you're on an eco, but
north.
the Armageddon to try to
We're
push
not
players
fighting
into
north
it.
side.
Bane finds a nice little
And we are not playing retake, so we're losing players on the sides,
but T1 is just coming
and
at
we
you from
always
so
play
many
with
different
numbers
angles, and
disadvantage.
they're toying with the timings. Like Meteor's clearing the trip, and then they're looking to see what the reaction is going to be off DRX. They don't just clear the
Which
trip
team
and
do
go.
you think has the best PEL?
Figure out exactly what's
No
gonna
idea,
happen, and
because
Bane throws
DRX
up
plays
the
with a
smoke.
new lineup, and I can't remember the last time I saw
Scaling in
T1
off the
play
back of
PEL.
that. Gonna use those salvos once again to bully this arcade angle, but last round it was kind of a slow push up. Now it's over towards Dish, where there is a tripwire waiting. So spreading the map a little bit, our DRX, to try to get a little bit more info, to try to get ahead of this game. The T1 has been plagued, which is go all over the map.
Oh
and
no, they have
try
a
to guess
Vice
where we're gonna
ult,
come from.
breach ult. This is rough. How do we play around this?
Gonna wait for
Going
their
down the
moment.
sewer.
Yeah.
Do they just try to fake this? They just send the Steel Garden, but looks like he's just gonna slowly creep across over towards that arcade side. Sun sent, salvos out.
Bro, how are we gonna play that?
As Rolling Thunder gonna be sent, looking to try to re-clear in towards halls, but no one there to receive it as they try to go for the pinch. Little strike. Oh, splitting them apart.
Nice. Oh, that was really well done. I'll explain in a second what just happened.
Swing around the Rosie here. Sylvan gonna be able to find one. but
I'll
Blanco
explain in a second. Oh, that was very smart. That was very smart. That's actually a fantastic short to create about.
noted. Isu should be known as well. Finds
Oh
a hell of a shot. Puts
no.
the operator on the floor. Smoke now dissipating. As his own Armageddon gonna be called in. Mako forced to try to reposition.
Oh, thank
finds the
God.
shot,
And he
pops
lives.
down with
What?
5 HP, survives.
I have to show you. I have to show you what just happened. So look at this.
Towards halls, but
T1 has the entire site, but we know, based upon the audio cues, we know that they pushed from here from Dish to A lobby and just left this unattended essentially, right? So Mako knows that, and instead of using, he knows where it's being planted because he hears it, but instead of ulting in your typical spot, he actually ults here to isolate the player. So essentially, even though there's no smoke, because this smoke will dissipate in a moment, the ultimate acts as a smoke and make sure that this player is isolated from the rest of the team, so they can kill the planter without being worried about it. See this?
Oh, splitting them apart. That's Stacks.
That is so good. That is so good. Whew. That's a really good round.
Opens up space for Freeing to quickly clear through spawn.
Oh no.
Swing out, Buzz.
And after that, we just lose a 5v4 advantage like this. No.
In danger.
Freeing!
Actually out from tree.
Let's go, Freeing!
Who spares him his life.
Nice, he got spotted. He got spotted. Yeah, let's go!
Gentleman Will can take it down, but it's now all on Izu.
We get the half?
All
No.
that he has to work with comes from the flash. Stun going to be committed here.
We have the smoke, we have the smoke. Nice.
Swing out, Straya holding the line, able to find it. Operator can be recovered. DRX tying it up 10-10.
And this is why it's so.
Would that be worth as a 1-for-1 still? Sorry, which, what are we talking about? With Adam? I'll be happy to answer you, but I don't know which, what do you refer for? About the Brim ult?
Big opener, I mean.
For what? To kill the planter? There was no guaranteed, no guarantee that it will kill the planter. And this way you make sure that you get a 1-for-1 for sure or 1-for-0.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Like, I think it's much better to do that way that he did than just the ult on the planter.
Now, you've got the Rolling Thunder.
Because regaining the space as well.
T1 does have the Steel Guardian
Like
still.
regaining the space from that spike is more important than getting a kill with that ult, you know?
They're still going to keep pushing forward. Are they going to challenge this?
Reposition coming
All
through.
smokes are
Media
gone.
trying
This
to
is their
approach.
commitment.
In from main. Tucked into the back and Freeing again has Buzz's number. Rolling Thunder going to go across as well as the Steel Guard and everything in the kitchen sink being thrown here at the site.
What is
Straight up.
happening? How did we die to Aftershock?
Able to catch him. We can only anticipate that he was stunned up.
All smokes are
Right now,
gone
the action grinding to a
from
halt.
the attackers.
As Noise gets cut. 4v4 with still Bane across the opposite side of the map.
With Meteor creating that extra angle, T1
Do we have any
still keen to
ultimates?
try to break
Bane has
through.
ultimate, but he cannot leave his post.
It's gonna come down to timing and util placement. If Stacks' fault line, Izu's salvo's off cooldown.
We have Freeing's rockets.
Sylvan, no more smokes though.
Trying to flush him out, but fast lane saved. Gunman keeps himself covered. Be tight angles here to try to use that operator, and he's losing teammates. Does manage to find one, swaps to the shorty.
Nice!
Takes down Sylvan. Stacks. Last one alive here for the side of T1. Brings it now into a 1v1. Bane does have the ult depth. Could
Does
try
he
to
have
go for the
ultimate? No, one
reveal,
away.
but should have a pretty good idea.
Please ult,
Stacks'
please ult, please
position.
ult, please ult.
As there's a swing out. Bane will shut him down.
Oh, let's go, Bane!
DRX reestablish the lead. 11-10.
Yeah, this is so back and forth. I mean, when it looks like one team has kind of found themselves an advantage, might be able to take the round, the other one just punching right back, and this time DRX.
It's more to control the side.
trapped
Look,
in a corner.
I'll show you on
The
Valoplant.
initial entry, you know, Buzz just sacrificing himself to try to clear space.
Hello,
and Stacks and
Hilberto.
Meteor able to follow up somewhat, but then Hyunmin, operator Shorty. Just
When
doing
the
a great
Brim
job
ults
behind
like
that
this,
pillar. And it's gonna have to
he
be a
is
timeout for
essentially
T1,
making sure
'cause they need to figure out a way to
that
get
the
this
attacking
attacker side to
players,
find the success they were having at the beginning.
that the attacking
Now they're trying
players
to get a different level of trickery.
have
where
to make a
they'll Make
choice.
some contact somewhere, take a pause. and then try
Either
to
they
set up
go
for their execution.
here and are stuck in those
setting up
positions
those
where they
crossfires,
cannot
but
have any
by
cover,
the time they got to the
or
site,
they
the
go
biggest
like
problem was
this,
Sylvan's
and this
out of
guy is
smoke.
now isolated.
They couldn't find
Right?
that opening, couldn't create that.
So either of
easy
those
entry that
options
they really needed.
are
He
great
had to rely
for
on
the
Buzz just
retake.
throwing himself
Because
out there
the
and
retake players are coming
figuring
from
out where your
here and are
opponents are
fighting
based
this
on that.
area. But if you do it the other way around, so this Raze is planting, Brimstone ult goes like this, then the players from main, They just go out. And they will just, this guy will try to fight. This guys will try to fight. This guy dies anyway. But those people will try to fight. And this guy will try to fight. And you have suddenly a very risky move. But you buy yourself time with this ultimate because no one can fucking cross it. And you isolate gunfights and retake the space already. Which is incredibly important because then you're on site and those players from A need to go back to side through the same choke point. So you essentially get the choke point for yourself by using that ultimate.
You're looking at potentially having that orbital as well as that Armageddon online.
That's going to be very favorable ult cycling for DRX. T1 obviously needs this round, but
Toggle on the camera, Buzz riding the rope, and instantaneous with the headshot. Takes out Bane, Izu. And that Bulldog to good use finds
I don't like the
Mako.
way that Bane is holding the tower. I really don't like it.
Buzz is just doing a great job up in tower.
They're just calling it save.
Yeah, you have to.
Yep, they're just going to be sprinting away.
Almost down.
It's okay, T1. Timeout call, working a treat.
I watch G2 on Haven when they have breach ult, they go A but never use it and take the side for free because the opponents are expecting them playing offside. Then they use ult to prevent retake.
See if you can punish Bane up in that tower. And then you find that second kill.
I didn't watch it, so I can't really say my opinion about it.
Easy peasy for T1. God, what a match. Both these teams just so good on their adjustments.
We very well still could be going to overtime here.
Certainly feels like it.
We'll just wait and see.
That's
fine.
Yep.
That flash was meant to be on, like on the ground pointing up, not like pointing like this.
Flawless rounds. As T1 tie things up. Don't have to commit the ultimates here. Managed to maintain those.
A little bit of stress there for Termi. They are
Been having a lot to deal with.
Yeah.
A lot on his shoulders, a lot on his plate. But still, I think with overall a very good approach to this playoffs here, considering everything that's happened, saying, look, even if we don't make it to Toronto, if we are able to become better from this playoffs, from this stage, that's still something to be proud of.
Oh, they should 100% be proud of the way they're playing. To me, they look very, very solid. Rolling Thunder, only connecting.
Oh shit, Thing's dead.
Pushes him into the open and into the salvo. Izu there to capitalize with that util. Player advantage now coming through. Bane quickly trying to rotate over. Hyunmin trying to watch over towards this dish side. And one on the north here from T1. Just a stinger from Mako. A neural depth available if they can try to find a corpse. Flash out, Meteor fully blinded up.
Oh, fuck
Regains
me.
vision. Mako can take it down. Easy with the peek out from the door, able to find the trade up. Estrella now dead.
Are we saving again?
Bane dodging out the stun, the aftershock, forcing the reposition from
Yeah,
Hyunmin. It seems
this
like
is a
once again
save.
the call to save has been made.
Yep.
DRX gonna have to try to play this out in
No,
overtime.
no time. There's no time.
Victory.
There's no time. You have to save.
T1 will get up to map point.
Again, just another kind of quick hit, set play, execute off the back of the Rolling Thunder. You kill a player on site, get that spike down ASAP. I think that might have been something
I don't
that
think
Autumn
Freeing was
had to
expecting,
say is
which is a mistake by the way, because he
overthink
definitely
this.
should
You guys
have
are-
been
we
expecting
saw that
the
one round where
barrage
they came
of
up through
ultimates
dish,
on
went all the way
site.
through A main, back into the hall, and didn't plant when they had the opportunity to. Kind of cost them around. Just be decisive here. Have some confidence. That's been one of the big things that Autumn's been saying a lot in some of the post-match interviews. It's that the team needs confidence, the players need confidence. And that's something that T1, if they have, he feels that that is a key to victory for them. As simple as that.
Well, it's certainly been warming up, but take a look. That Neural is still available. Mako now in Orbital Strike online as Hyunmin swings out, finds Buzz.
That's
First
important,
kill
first
going
kill.
away on DRX as they look to take us into yet another overtime.
No drone to check that way this time. Instead, they're going to use it to check Arcade. They're not going to see too much.
Is retaking too hard? They need to put more people on the side. I think we should actually play more retakes.
It's just a reaction from DRX based on the conditioning from the last couple rounds. Where it
But
had
you
been
also,
quick
I
hit
also see the
from
mini map,
T1.
so it's easier for me to make that call.
Wisely changes directions. See if they can get this plant done cleanly.
Trips cleared out. Smokes starting to dissipate, and there's a stun into the orbital.
Did that get a kill? No,
Stacks
Stacks has 30 HP.
The plant interrupted here for the moment.
Not sure if I like that stop from the plant. Not sure if I like that.
Attempt here from the side of T1. Is now Armageddon sent to try to counteract the positions. Meteor, however, taken down.
Wait, how did Human get another kill? I don't know.
Stacks dead. Looking for a little bit more free.
What the fuck just happened here?
Here we go again, ladies and gentlemen.
Bro.
Izu gonna look to try to pull off an absolute miracle, but he cannot. Mako swoops around from the back. The defuse will come in, and that's gonna be us going to overtime once more.
Jesus.
Just unbelievable. The back and forth between these two teams is just incredible.
Beautiful Valorant. Beautiful Valorant. A little bit.
DRX,
But I'll tell you this. It's very hard, even for me, and I'm saying that even because, you know, I like this, and I love analyzing the utility being used, but the observing doesn't help, and also the minimap doesn't show the missiles. It only shows the missiles for like the first half a second, and then it disappears. So even by looking at the minimap, I am not exactly sure what is happening. So it's very hard to judge without rewatching those rounds. It's incredible. You just know that there's a barrage of utility being used, but I cannot tell you exactly what everything that happened. I can tell you some glimpses, but I cannot tell you everything instantly.
That's where T1 was putting a lot of pressure on their defense. And then flashed up.
But both teams are playing like really well. Although I do think that DRX a little bit weaker on the defense. The adjustments to the north side attacks from T1 were not well done.
Right on top of the orb. They're coming from the other direction too.
There has to be more top-down view used by the observers. Like it has to be.
Scale for it. Slides in. Meteor immediately assassinated. Stacks is able to trade it back. So Hyunmin dead on the ground. 4v4 now. Push out Estrella.
Nice.
Able to capitalize there for a brief little moment, but eventually he's able to find the kill.
3v2.
One back. Player advantage is here for the
We
side
have the
DRX.
ultimate? No. Estrella's one away.
Setup. Izu with the timing. Catching freeing. A bit off guard. Is stunned. Not quite connecting, and Izu's down to 7. The salvo sent to try to make a go of it, but Flash at the ready.
3 seconds till stun.
Towards main.
You have to go in.
Not in
He
for
got
them.
the half. This is not good.
The slow creep up is there's the stun. Izu says, I guess I just try
Let's
to
go.
hold this one to completion.
Oh.
But DRX did not allow for it. Match point is theirs.
There was a dumb chatter in the Sliggish chat said that Neon is a worse Eurus. I had to send him the agent's compendium. There's no way that that person with that opinion knows how to read.
SSB crunch. Bane finding a nice timing to pop through the smoke. Coordination. Utility great here at the end. Just not a lot that Izu could do in that position. Hyunmin will grab an op. Found some success on it. Looking for that early pick, but Sylvan maybe over here to back up Meteor a bit. T1 remembering what happened last time.
Meteor on the jiggle peak. Hyunmin going out a little bit wider, and this time the shot not going to connect. In the meantime, Buzz is going to try to...
Nice, Bane!
Going to judge the change up here in OT, catching him off guard.
That's a cool swap up. And now he got a gun, actual gun if he wants to rotate. That is a good adjustment.
That's so frustrating.
He
for
got
T1, I'm sure.
he got like 4 times. He got 4 times fucked over in the tower.
Just grab a
And he's
shotgun.
like, you know what? I'm just gonna change my fucking weaponry.
Around the north side, over towards this A site, you still have Sylvan lingering back, trying to make.
He actually thanked me for sending that? Oh, really? Okay.
Not going to do much.
That's
but
cool.
DRX are getting a good sense of this. 3 players in position to get the punish. The op about to be set up over at the rope as they have to come down one by one out of drop.
Look at Mako
to try to Goomba stop Mako.
Oh, he's not getting stunned.
Line not connecting. He tucks back over.
Nice, Hyunmin. 5v3, guys. No. 4v1.
Gets rid of Stacks, and it's now
Gets
all on
hit?
Sylvan.
No. He got hit.
25 seconds. A 1v4. T1 have asked this man to clutch in the past, and he has delivered, but right now it seems like it is going to be a bridge too far. The time dwindling. DRX playing around with their numbers, with the clock. And Sylvan.
Let's go DRX. Let's go DRX. Let's go. GG easy. Easiest 2-0 of our lives.
Back and forth today.
Like,
but DRX just
so
a little
easy, man.
bit more in the tank.
Just like that.
T1
2-0.
can't quite get
Just
it
like that,
together
2-0.
when
Just
they
like that,
need to.
2-0.
They
Just
had
like
some
that, 2-0. Just
opportunities.
like that,
They
2-0.
had some chances at that
Don't look
point,
at the scoreboard,
and they
please.
could not convert. DRX
Okay, don't look at the scoreboard.
tooth and nail the whole way through and just had a few more answers.
It was never
And
close.
Estrella comes over to DRX and they get a big win.
That is actually really good
Show for
sign.
them,
Really
and
good sign
continuing
for
to make
DRX.
T1's lives a nightmare here in Pacific.
We're just starting with this lineup of 5 players and we're winning. Big win, big win, big win, guys. Really big
Very
win.
difficult. It doesn't matter who you got to go through in the bottom of the bracket. It doesn't matter what's going on. I mean, Stack said it that Pacific is basically
Really big
seemingly a
win.
masters in and of itself with how good the quality is of players. And who knows, maybe it'll be DRX.
So we're gonna be playing against RRQ tomorrow.
Very well could be. That's got to be a bit of a relieving victory, you would think, for the org. And for Bane in particular, kudos to him for persevering through it all. But it's time to send down to Bella.
Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go against RRQ tomorrow. Let's see what Bane says. Remember, Bane had abdominal pains and has appendicitis.
Fracture OT. It was like a deja vu
He has a
of
belly
the kickoff
ache
finals,
that he
and
needs
it's
surgery.
DRX again with the win. What's your take of today's intense game of it being so neck and neck? 킥오프 결승전 보는 듯한 그런 치열한 경기를 오늘 보여주셨는데 오늘 경기 승리 소감부터 간단히 부탁드릴게요.
그냥 일단 이겨서 기분 너무 좋고 확실히 T1 정말 잘하는 상대여서 이렇게 계속 연장전 가서 이긴 뭐 어쨌든 이겨서 기분 좋고요. 그냥 저희 팀원들이 정말 자랑스럽습니다.
I'm really happy that we came out with that win, and T1 is a great team. I think that's why our games maps all today was all neck and neck, and I think it's just that my team actually pulled through for the day. And we all heard that you're not feeling well, and the physical and mental stress burden to play and come through for your team at such a crucial time must have been very heavy on your mind. I wanted to ask you, was there any extra motivating factor that made it possible for you to come through as well? 오늘 몸이 좀 안 좋다고 들었습니다. 그럼에도 오늘 정말 멋진 경기력을 보여주셨는데 좀 특별하게 끝까지 집중할 수 있었던 그런 요인이 있었을까요?
그냥 지금 몸이 조금 안 좋긴 한데 여기서 제가 만약에 빠져버린다면 정말 팀한테 엄청 피해도 되고 제가 그런 건 원하지 않아서 그냥 대회를 하겠다고 했고요. 그래서 그냥 1인분만 하자라는 마인드로 했는데 한 그래도 1.2인분 정도는 했던 것 같고 그냥 끝까지 이기고 싶다 열심히 해야겠다 생각에 이길 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
Yeah, I'm not feeling my best, but I thought it was my choice to, compete because I didn't want to be a burden to the team. I said, hey, let's just play my deal. Let's play one man's portion. But I think today's result, I maybe did 1.2 portion for my team. And tomorrow you'll reface RRQ. Is this going to be
Wait,
revenge
what was the stats
time?
exactly?
내일 RRQ 다시 만나시잖아요. 복수 준비되셨을까요? 한마디 해주시죠.
Yeah, Bane played really well, man.
RRQ 근데
36-30 on our initiator sentinel.
그때 상대조여서 일단
Very good, very good, very good.
어쨌든 뭐 RRQ 일단 봤을 때 정말 잘하는 팀이고 정말 총을 잘 쏜 선수 너무 많고 끝까지 집중을 해서 오늘처럼 이겨내야 될 것 같고 월요일 날 수술하게 되는데 그 전에 마스터즈 확정 짓고 지으면 수면 마취할 때 웃으면서 마취 담지겠습니다.
Well, I didn't have any reface with RQ, but hey, we might as well take that win. My surgery for my appendicitis is on Monday, but
On
I'll
Monday,
secure
yeah.
that ticket to Toronto and get my surgery. All right, thank you, Bane.
Let's go, Bane.
That's all from me on the stage. I'll be back with tomorrow's interview. 베인 선수 인터뷰 만나봤고요. 저는 내일 다시 인터뷰로 돌아오겠습니다. 얼른 가시죠.
감사합니다.
Now give me a second.
So the man says he's gonna get just a couple of wins over the weekend and then he's gonna go to surgery on Monday. What on earth, Bane? Oh my god!
I'm pretty sure they're going to set him up with like a Ace of Predator gaming laptop on the hospital bed. He's going to be scrimming with the
Let's
boys.
use this one.
No issues at all.
I hope so.
Oh my gosh. I mean, you have to give it to this guy to say that, like, oh, I don't want to be a burden on the team, so I'm going to postpone my surgery.
What burden?
Yeah, Frag, he was a carry.
He was actually kind of, he wasn't carrying the team, but he was kind of owning. Like,
He can't do that. He might, you know, he's hurting, so
That's
he
his
can't.
second game of Cypher. Ever.
No?
And he's doing that.
I fair play. It didn't look like it. It looked very comfortable today. I mean, this game was about as close as you could get between these two great teams. But DRX coming out on top, especially in their second overtime. I mean, they must be happy to get the win today, even if it's in a very close.
Yeah, it's very hard to separate these teams right now. It was a fantastic series, even though we only got 2 maps. It's hard to find a weak spot in the map pool for either one of these teams, especially with how well they know each other at this point. That's their 4th series of this year, but inside Korea, DRX is 3-0 against T1 now.
Yeah, and you know, all jokes aside, best of, you know,
We're gonna play one ranked game, and we're gonna finish for
that
today.
surgery does go very, very well. Of course,
Sure.
Let's go, Bliat. Let's go, Bliat. Music. I'm so happy that we won. I'm so happy that we won, and I think tomorrow's match should be relatively more easy than today's match. RQ, even though is a good team, I don't think they are at the level that T1 is. You know what I mean? Fuck me, we'll play Harbor. Indian community wants Harbor reworked. That's not only the Indian community, bro. That's like everyone involved.
Match found.
That's a quick one. We get split. Alright, I cannot install a Harbor because no one else will pick a controller. Yeah, fuck me. Well, okay. I guess I'm playing Harbor main controller anyway. This might be an Instagram server. Fuck it. I'll just log it in. Forgot to switch cams. That's okay. We can keep it on this one. It's gonna be ready for tomorrow's watch party. Wait, actually, no. Let me swap it up. Here we go.
I need a drop.
No golden. No golden ghost.
Сразу или по колу?
Да, ну, давай я скажу. Зажми просто. Давай. Нет никого. Винты один. Go сайт сразу. Go сайт. Heaven, heaven.
Plan for heaven. No minimap cover? There's no way someone knows I'm playing here.
One enemy remaining.
No.
Flawless.
Nice.
Reloading.
Давай то же самое, только с мидом. Го мид поиграем. Не, иди сюда.
Whoa, me Titans 30k trophies? Holy shit!
Hey bro, I try speaking English.
That's crazy.
Speak English together.
Sure. Don't go into vents. Avoid shotguns, please.
I have good micro, bro. What is?
Wait for the wall to go down.
Spike down mid.
2 vents. 1 more vents right now.
Chambers on A.
Yeah, thank God that you fucking lurked with a... I don't know what. Headshot right now.
Our spike is down. Spike down B.
Cypher unknown, chamber was A. Main. You have wall.
Yes.
Left side. Chamber heaven.
Last player standing.
55, 20.
One enemy remaining.
Nice, let's go.
Harbor. Can you say Crocodilo Bombardiro, please?
What is that?
This is Russian joke.
Yes, it's meme.
Crocodilo, bombardiro, what?
Nice. У него очень похож голос на это, я клянусь.
Кто он озвучил? Дай сам мне, Хелен. Хелен, набрал дело. Давай.
Nice. Don't go side, don't go side. Someone can be set. Do we go together now?
Yeah.
Let's go together. Come for heaven.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Spike down A.
Can give me spike, Jet. I have ult for next.
Spike drop.
Behind.
Spike planted. Ultimate ready.
Nice, good job. It's a TikTok meme that's saying to bomb West Bank? What? It's a new meme on TikTok. It's basically AI animals merged together with crazy names. What the fuck? Deadpool and Wolverine is a good movie, eh? What? Dude, I can't imagine enjoying it for the second time. Like, that movie is basically, oh, I know this reference. Oh, I know this reference. Let's go A side, please. Come, I ult and we go A side. Fast. Kanka.
Heaven.
Plant heaven.
Heaven.
Reloading. Spike planted.
It's planted for heaven.
Okay. Of course. Two heaven.
One enemy remaining.
Oh,
My bad.
what are you
My
ulting?
bad.
Oh, Judge Bridge. I mean, ramp.
Like, I can't play this game.
Seeing it for the first time was pretty good. Yeah, I agree. Seeing Deadpool versus Wolverine for the first time was pretty okay. Very entertaining, I would say. But the problem is that the movie has no fucking plot. It's too long. And the ending of the movie is just basically stupid. You know?
Какой-то приватный, прям пиздец.
Harbor.
I need a drop.
Yeah, what's up?
Buy for me, buy for me.
Yeah, Jet buy.
Watch out, Chamber.
Jet.
Never mind. Never mind. I
Jet
want
has
to
max
drop
cash.
for your skin.
Close right, close right.
Help me plant, help me plant.
Reloading.
One CT.
Spike planted.
Enemy spotted.
Outside.
Behind field.
One enemy remaining.
Last is up, last is up.
Operator, close. Nice, good job.
Хорош.
Minecraft movie also has no plot. I watched it yesterday. That's just Minecraft, no?
Can someone spot me?
Drop me gun, Jet. Thank you. I ult again. We go side, okay?
Okay, but I have up. It's unlucky for me.
My ult isn't ready.
Ramp.
Last
Bro.
player standing. Spike down A.
Great shit. So no one destroyed the trap. Fantastic. I'm busy like doing walls and shit here. Unlucky. Nice try. ISO, when we go A here, use your wall to go forward, okay? So when we go to site, they cannot shoot us when we're in the trap, okay?
Okay, bro. I can try.
But don't go side this round. I'm gonna smoke A and we go ramp, okay?
Okay. Okay.
One CT.
Reloading.
There's no way I die like
Spike
this.
down A.
There's no way I die like this when I have two players on my right.
Last player standing.
Is there any Valorant lore update after the Almond Viper thing? I have no idea. I'm completely not following like the lore.
Can we play mid this round or
Yeah,
default?
yeah. I'm gonna do a wall on A to fake that we're doing pressure here, and then I can do the wall for you on vents. Okay?
Are we play slowly mid?
Yes, we play slowly.
find a kill.
Someone,
I can
one
do it.
player B, please. One player B. 3 players mid, 1 player B.
Дашь сон бридж? О, ну я думаю, похуй уже. Вен сон. Backside.
Spike down B.
Chamber big.
Jet visible. Jet is low.
Oh.
Jet and chamber.
I have a Cypher on A still.
Last player standing.
1 HP, chamber, minus 120. Jet 1 HP too.
Thirty seconds left.
Okay, where the fuck was he? Was he behind the box over here? Had to be behind the box here, no? Like very deep.
Got the spike.
Holy fuck. I heard a step. Just whiffed. I think Riot forgot about Harbor, zero updates in 2 years and last use agent. Did you watch my interview with Raisu? Developer, the Asian developer and life balance developer. I legit spoke about Harbor with him in my interview on YouTube. Type in exclamation mark interview. There's a chapter about Harbor, but there's like if you're interested in like in general Valorant design perspective and balancing stuff, like I would recommend watching the entire interview. I know it's like 90 minutes, but it's really comprehensive.
Я дам стан мейн, потом трап разъебу просто.
Reina 1 HP, 1.
Ultimate
Our spike carrier is killed. I have retrieved the
Spike down A.
Unlucky, guys.
Last player standing.
If he's gonna ult, I'm gonna fucking lose my mind.
One enemy remaining.
Actually, he actually should have ulted. He would have won. Because the opponents are stupid and they pushed him. Actually, if he would have ulted, he probably would have won. That's the crazy thing. Use English in the channel, my friend. Basie, thank you.
Can we play eco?
You know that cross is a preference, right? One water behind us.
Nothing for the 8. Go.
One enemy remaining.
Nice round. Good job.
Good job, team.
Last round before the switch.
I feel like I feel like the activation. I know the hub ult is okay. Like it's powerful enough, but I still feel like the activation of the first stun is way too fucking late.
Oh, thank you, bro.
It's way too fucking late. No?
Cypher on.
Spike down.
Well, not even. No reason to call out even that damage. Because she healed 50. I forgot to say that yesterday, but during sub games, my brother came to me and asked, "What the fuck is my crosshair?" I couldn't hold the laughter after that. Did he hear the fucking rope? No, he didn't hear it.
Switching sides.
I will play A. Yellow for luck. Let's go. Let's try it again. Yellow for luck. Ah, first try. We're gonna cut the wall short so it ends faster. You can do it even from here, so it activates very fast. You have to hold left click and then right click to end it short. Headshot a jet. Guys, fight with me.
1 HP.
So, what the fuck? We have 3 players and they just leave me hanging, man. In a 5v4.
Right there.
Alright, fuck this. Now we know what we can expect.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Guys, we have 3 players on A. You cannot just hide when I'm fighting.
Bro, what do you mean I kill one and on 1 HP?
Yeah, but we have 3 players. We fight. If you leave me there alone, the exact what happens. I die alone and it's suddenly no advantage. It's not 5v4, it's 4v4, and then you just peek after 3 seconds or 4 and you die as well because you then fight for some reason. Unlucky. Hey, main. I should have died faster, but hey, at least we got one. Look at the baiting. Look at the baiting. What's gonna happen here? 5 HP close.
1 enemy remaining.
Last point.
Nice, good job, team. Well played.
Vandal, one man.
Yoro is so appealing, but I just can't play any agents that don't have vision denying abilities. You could argue Flash is doing that.
Take Sheriff on heaven.
Oh, full buy, please. Don't play pistols. Full buy rifles, please. Full buy rifles. This is the round we play full buy.
Okay.
Steps mid, jet mid.
I'm holding A. Rotate jet.
Three more mid. Enemy spotted mid. Okay, Cypher be mid. Chamber mid.
Cypher main, chamber heaven.
Great shit. Was it 5v2?
One enemy remaining.
Hide if you can.
$30 seconds left.
Nice.
Good job, Cypher. Well played.
I need a drop.
Thank you, bro.
Now imagine playing that without two guns. You stunning early or what? Just stun them. Just stun them. Don't waste the flash.
Insta?
Yeah, insta stun so they don't go through the wall.
Okay. Unlucky.
Two more. They're not going in.
Mid, Cypher.
We're throwing, man. We are throwing. Aftershock. He TP'd out.
Vents, guys.
Ultimate ready.
Two more. One more. 2v1, play together.
Ja, we zien bro.
Can be ramp already.
Side.
Прошел уже скрин.
What? Nice. Remember, you don't have to like charge the stun, Breach. Look, if you stand here, you can just stun till this moment, and you don't have to fully charge. So it's faster.
Okay. One more?
Yeah. Can you drop?
Me?
Thank you. ISO, if we have advantage, don't ult, okay? That's true. Like, if we have like 4v4 or we retake, then you ult.
Хорошо.
Alright, leave me on A now.
Be main. One more.
I'm rotating.
Jet. Be main jet.
Chamber with ult. Начало.
On tap. They're both the main.
Блять, sorry.
One enemy remaining.
Nice, good job, team. Well played. Imagine if you could just angle the cascade forward like a fucking line, so I don't have to. It's so unwieldy, man. Hey.
Fight with one more. Come.
After corner. After corner. Easy kill.
I can't.
One enemy remaining. Spike down.
He's on the right.
From me.
Wait, don't peek.
Reloading.
Come hold with me right now. Bridge, can you come ramp?
Nice flick.
Nice.
Thank you. Did you see the amount of fucking smokes I did there? I got 250 games on Phoenix, 300 on Omen, 100 on Pick Clove, Smokes and Walks I just might go. Mid a lot.
Highly favored.
Камеру. Main B.
One enemy remaining.
We go together, Jet. Wait for me.
Chamber out.
Never mind, you're better.
Че, у тебя
Match
трапа?
point.
Трапа на майне была?
I need a gun. Не было, я не успел поставить.
А, ну да.
Me and Jet can buy guns. Request ISO and Breach.
No, I bought for ISO.
I need a gun.
Okay, all good. We have better cash now. Can you... Ah, he's not here. Oh, it's okay.
Maybe 7 already. Out.
Cypher mid.
Be all.
Wait for me, please.
Last player
Cypher
standing.
trap. PT.
А как так-то, что не успеваешь?
Why the ult voice is not coming? Type an exclamation mark voice. That's that is the setup I do. I don't like be overwhelmed with the very loud ult lines. So I prefer them being muffled like from like a fucking bathroom. You know? Hey, main.
Ramp. Out or not?
There might be out ramp. Be aware.
Ramp. Half HP, Reina.
Copy.
Careful here.
Unlucky, I guess.
Она low.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Nice try.
94 ей дал, бро.
Я камеру чекаю, думаю, нам под Б пойдет ставить.
Cypher, are you okay to play without breach on B? Because I feel like I need help to establish control of A.
Okay, let's go. I'll play with you.
Jet, you can play mid. I just need breach here to make sure to stun first.
Look at my hands, look at my hands.
You want to push with the ult, okay. Jet, come,
Yeah.
come A main. Come A main.
Like, wait, I need sound.
Okay, if they make steps, you ult.
Yes, yes.
Steps B. B. No, mid.
You're solo.
Other side?
No.
Oh, heaven, A heaven. 2.
Oh. To heaven, no.
Where is the rest? Do we know?
Heaven. Cypher heaven.
On B?
Yes.
I'm waiting for on A for now. Two players have an A. On site, on site.
Cypher on B, Cypher on B. Push.
Ultimate ready. My turn.
I run away. I run away.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Bronchi.
Imagine harbor walls that change to something like 7-second jet smokes that will be... What? I mean, Cascade is actually worse than the jet smoke that was lasting 7 seconds. You know that, right?
Bravo, we need trade.
Yeah, but how can I trade you if I'm an A main?
No. Trade skins.
Oh, okay, sure.
Let's go. I have
bull, okay.
Yes. Let's go. Stay here, please. Don't go.
Push. Yeah, for fuck's sake.
On the way.
I fucked up. It's my bad.
It's A.
I stopped the wall by accident.
Last player standing. Spike planted.
I'm sorry, I stopped the wall by accident.
Unlucky.
Ah.
One round, guys, please. Зжато еще солника 30 фрагов делает.
I'll play on ramp. Let them go, okay? Like, let them just go. Play from CT maybe like...
I say elbow
Yeah,
with my stun.
but the Reina always swings. If they go A, she swings with an eye.
Okay, if Reina go ramp, I will stun for you.
Pushing A. Ramp.
Use your ult.
On the left is nice. No way, you just helped him.
Left.
No, not left.
Main right.
Operator right, don't peek.
Cypher lurker.
Where is Spike?
Here, next to me.
Okay.
Benz.
I will flash. Wait. Oh, no, not now.
No, not now. He's operator here, so don't peek.
Yes.
Flash now?
Unlock.
GG. Have a nice day.
Defenders win.
Alright. I actually played this game really well now, but no? I mean, apart from the one misclick when I stopped the wall too early, I think I played like pretty well. Alright, guys. I'm gonna finish for today. I'm gonna finish for today. We're gonna see each other tomorrow. Because tomorrow there's another VCT watch party. Because DRX is playing against RRQ. So let me announce it on Discord. Here we go. Announcements and schedules. We have another DRX watch party on Sunday. See you guys tomorrow. We'll see each other tomorrow. You German? No, I'm Polish. Okay, my friends. See you guys tomorrow. Mwah. Thank you for hanging out today. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. And if you want to support the stream, !Masters.